Hello everyone, my name is Oliver Stelfox and I welcome you to yet another Sessions in Place. This is a socially distant concert series that's live streamed every Saturday on Facebook and YouTube, but as you can notice, we are doing it at a different time because we're going to do multiple bands, and this is more of like a festival because of that, and we're calling it Sip Fest. So welcome to Sip Fest. If you like it in 720p resolution, just watch it on Facebook. However, if you like it at the full 1080, check it out on YouTube. And you can also subscribe to us on YouTube and then like all of our things on YouTube. That would be great. Also, if you could comment during the stream, we will be able to interact with the band with that by me just saying, hey Marshall, this is what's up, this is what the people are saying. And also, if you do the stream link, share it on all of your social media timelines so that the word gets out and people from all over can see what we're doing here today. Now, we've been doing Venmo donations ever since we started, and recently we started putting forth a percentage of our donations to a specific nonprofit. We've done Campaign Zero, and we've done Trans Women of Color Solidarity Network, but today, 100% of our donations are going to the George Floyd Memorial Fund and Black Lives Matter, the Seattle King County version. So please, 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 donate as much as you can because all of it is going to both of those. Also, if you like what Sessions in Place is doing, you could personally donate to our Patreon so that you can fund this so that it continues going, because we want it to last as long as possible, but it takes bucks. And today we have a couple of sponsors to mention. We have R90 Lighting to thank for some of these lights that they got. We got some of these like tube lights like you saw in the Fred episode we had, and we have these big movers, and we cannot thank you guys enough. Thank you, R90. You are amazing. We also have Unita Burger to thank. They have generously provided food the whole entire day, of which we get it for the crew and all the band members. So if the band members haven't put in their orders, you know, you gotta. And today, we're at the Fremont Abbey once again, and we are just extremely thankful that they would even consider hosting this, and I am very excited because what better thing to do on your own birthday? Because today is my birthday, and I want this to be what I do on my birthday. So, fantastic. And today, to start the day, we have Martial Law, which has been a huge voice in the CHOP in Capitol Hill. So I'm very glad that they're here today to start it off with a bit of energy to get us through this whole day. And for you online, if you can go onto your Instagram and then go onto your Instagram stories and then post a picture or a video of yourself watching this and then tag Martial Law Band and at Sessions in Place, and then we can see how you at home are watching it. Gives us a perspective that is very eye-opening, really. And I would really appreciate that and just showcasing all of that. So a thing that I've been saying doesn't really make sense as a departure into this, so I'm gonna fudge it up a little bit. So grab a glass of whatever's appropriate this time for you that's helping you cope with this time apart, and let's enjoy some martial law together.
Hello world, we are the Martial Law Band, and we are here to soundtrack the revolution. If you didn't know, there's a social awakening happening in our great world right now. The people are deciding it is time to stand up. Before we bless the world with our intentions, we must first set the intentions for what we are doing here today, and send our regards and our acknowledgement and our solidarity and alignment with our indigenous brothers, sisters, and fellow humans of Seattle. Seattle is indigenous land, and we want to say thank you for holding it down and allowing us to be connected to your spirit. We are in alignment with you. We stand in alignment with you. Yo, I got the myth and legends of a shaman man. Nowadays that's not common, man. The common man is lacking them, so I don't listen, no. I found my crystal ball. The world is too predictable. I seen it all, envision indecision with precision, but won't plan out your goals or wishes. You straight tripping, blocked by afflictions of subconscious restrictions. But me, I hit the omission. I'm no longer grief-stricken. Lives are different, vibes are different, tribes are different. Something's missing. Oh, they killed off the shaman. Oh, why you kill off the shaman? Back then they had real tradition, real commitment, real existence. Something's missing. Oh, they killed off the shaman. Oh, why you kill off the shaman? For those of you unaware of what a shaman really is, a shaman is someone who has experienced the metaphysical plane, usually through a traumatic near-death experience, and now are able to take that metaphysical experience and bring it into our physical plane. These shamans used to be the healers of our societies. Somehow we have lost our way, and the shamans have been forced underground, but now it is time to emerge. This is for my favorite shaman, Bob Marley. The world's got me questioning why you shoot the shaman and save the deputy. That don't make sense to me. Philosophies established in our colonies by Socrates. I'm talking 2000 BC before JC. Oh, Gilgamesh hit his quest. My mind at rest on Budapest. Comparing myths and religious texts, it's all the same. I found a way to transport my brain. Lives are different, vibes are different, tribes are different. Something's missing. Oh, they killed off the shaman. Oh, why you kill off the shaman? Back then they had real tradition, real commitment, real existence. Something's missing. Oh, they killed off the shaman. Oh, why you kill off the shaman, the shaman, the shaman, the shaman, the shaman. Seattle, America, world, we have a new chance to reestablish the principles that we wish to live on. Right now, the power belongs to the people. It is for the people to decide, not the politicians, not the lobbyists. The power now belongs to the people, so what will you do with it? Our goal today, right here, right now, and every day, is to give you a call to action. What are you doing to change the world and make it a better place? Use your talents, use your gifts, use your passions to avoid burnout. But whatever it is that you do, it's time for you to step up and do it. So this is our call to you over the next 40 minutes. Please, please join us. Shout out everybody at home that's rocking with the squad. Shout out everybody whose ears are truly, truly open. I think a big part about this whole movement is understanding that you need to listen, and not listen to respond, but listen to understand. There are amazing organizations out throughout the city and throughout the world right now, leading by example. What we believe as a group is that we have a chance to spread love and create unity with our music. That's our passion, that's our goal. We also believe that we need to defund the police and fund the community. We believe that that's happening, but we know that more change can occur. So it's on all of us to stay diligent and believe that each and every voice has a place in this movement. This song is called Head Nod. It's about my family's migration out of slavery, talking to people, all of you, to understand that we have our own story. And oppression is part of human nature, but it's time to change, and we can do that through our consciousness. We try to do that through music. Love y'all so much for rocking with us. Donate if you can, spread the word if you can. Lock in with sessions in place or martial law band, and nod your head like. From Seattle to the world, go ahead and bounce. Who would have thought that this movement would be pronounced? I'm on CNN, I know my mama proud. Look at the boy now. get down, yeah. Got the hero's perspective, inception from Marshall, Texas. Family broke connections with our slavery ancestry. That day forward, we were destined, changed directions, migrated western. We gon' get a piece of this pie. Same dream up in my eye that my daddy had in LA when he watched the Watts riots. Now my city on fire from the latest protest. It's weighing down my neck. I found my inner balance and focus on my talents, not heads. Everybody know why I came. I spit the scheme to make them shake up their brain. I'm not heads. I swear my mind transcends when the DJ plays my band. But if there's sunshine, if there's rain, heat wave or blizzard, and I chose the game. So I will remain. We let the band communicate. That's Mercy Lewis, y'all. I got game well equipped, part ways with the whips, broke chains on my wrist, but the pain still exists. Insist that you listen every word that I spit. I got gone with the wind. I put bars in my sentence, switch goals to intentions made. Kings had the henchman turn starter into benchman. Who varsity is freshman. It start pouring when it rained. Got boring being the same. I pulled a couple strings, break your neck when I sing, nod heads. Everybody know why I came. I spit a scheme to make them shake up their brain. A nod heads. I swear my mind transcends when the DJ plays my band. But if there's sunshine, if there's rain, heat wave or blizzard, and I chose the game. So I will remain. Now every single thing you see performed, every single thing you hear come out of this mouth, everything you see come out of this band is something that you can stand on. That's passion, that's love, that's unity of all races. We know the task at hand, we know what we're being faced with, but we also know that there are people willing to join us in this fight. Each song we do, we like to encapsulate the meaning of our lives and the battles that we go through in hopes that it will influence you and give you some life and some perspective on the battles that we've already fought, you know? I think that's one of the biggest things about getting older and coming into this movement and coming to an age of maturity is that if I don't have to learn the hard lesson myself and I can learn it from somebody else, I'm gonna go with that option. So this song is called Selfish. You can find it on any streaming platform. But please, wherever you are, understand that just because you're trying to do better for yourself, that does not make you selfish. And this is the journey of that. Yeah. Realized yesterday that I'm just selfish. I would only help myself if I could help it. Some might say, oh, he's the nicest, he's the sweetest. But if I were you, I really wouldn't believe him. Cause I'm telling you I'm selfish, I'm just selfish, I'm just selfish. I'm just selfish, I'm just selfish, I'm just, dang. I'm just so, why am I like this, y'all? Hard thing admitting when venom is crept in divisions, mandated distance between the people in their positions. Now they just hoping you listen, now they just hoping you visit, but you could never miss them, no Christmas or birthday wishes. I won't clown around or spit a verse with them. I won't cook a meal or eat churches with them. Decline the invitation to rehearsal dinners.
Sorry.
Cause I'm gone. Yeah, I realized yesterday that I'm just selfish. I would only help myself if I could help it. Some might say, oh, he's the nicest, he's the sweetest. But if I were you, I really wouldn't believe him. Cause I'm telling you I'm selfish, I'm just selfish, I'm just selfish. I'm just selfish, I'm just selfish, I'm just selfish. Oh, I'm just selfish, I'm just selfish, I'm just selfish. Selfish. Wait, what am I talking about, dog? Most weeks I call my mom.
What's up, Mom?
Let her know I'm doing straight.
It's all good.
Most times I help out my pops.
Randy!
He's getting up there in age. As of late, been absolved of all guilt. I'm not selfish, just trying to do better for myself. Cause all we got is right now. Together in the same space. And I do it just to see the smile on your face. Realized yesterday I'm not that selfish. Sometimes I help myself if I can help it. Some might say, oh, he's the nicest, he's the sweetest. And if I were you, I just might believe him. I'm not that selfish, not that selfish, not that selfish. Now's your chance, not that selfish, not that selfish. Hey, I hit your dance, not that selfish, not that selfish, not that. Hey, I'm not that. See, really what it comes down to is your intentions. It comes down to the agreements that you have with yourself, like our brother Tane always preaches. You understand that? As long as your mission is directed from a place of humility, a place of learning, a place of understanding and love, then you can't worry about scrutiny. You can't worry about people judging your actions, because you know in your heart so hard that you're willing to learn, you're willing to listen, you're willing to grow with this movement, you're willing to admit when you were wrong with this movement. But one thing we will never admit to, or we will never succumb to, is the pressure of silence. Those days are over. Those days are over. At this time, I would like to bring yet another brother. You already know how the martial law band gets down. If this is your first time seeing you, this is just a fraction of what we do. You know, we have our core 6 members that all live together, and J-Mo the Bird is part of that as well. And we keep expanding, you know. And it's beautiful because anybody who has this love and passion, they're welcome around Martial Law Band. This song is called 18 with a Bullet. My brother J-Mo the Bird is gonna serenade y'all. Go ahead, get you a refill. We here to vibe, yo. 18 with a bullet. Finger on the trigger, I'm gonna pull it. 18 with a bullet. Finger on the trigger. Shepherd boy with some stories to tell, dreams to fulfill. Will I make it? Oh well. Met a king on my path, told me sell my whole stash. You need to switch up endeavors if you'll ever find your treasure. So I did just that. Bought a one-way ticket, landed in a land much different. Here they got traditions and wisdom. I question my own visions. Should I follow omens? Yeah, I gotta keep on going. Put my soul in these poems, walked a mile in their shoes. I realized there's just so much more to do. The cops in hot pursuit, we're screaming, please don't shoot. That doesn't seem to help, we gotta try something else.
There's no telling what the robot can do to you when you're caught up in a mix.
You don't know.
18 with a bullet Babylon, keep a watch guns popping up there.
You don't know.
Slang criminal, dally with a lyrical flow, let me murder on the scene.
You don't know.
You can't stop what we do, cause we brew some smooth and fire with the tea. Cooler than the winter, chill water than the summer, still music in my veins, all working for the 100 bill. 18 with a bullet and I in the kill. Couple grams of kush to 11 rumble in the field. Shit's crazy, fuck you haters. You ain't about that life unless you back up what you saying. There's nothing to a boss like me. I keep the pivot lock, assisted to the hook. Watch how I pass the rock smooth. Get them on the track so road. Load up the fire, pull trigger, burn food. Nobody move, nobody get hurt. Y'all don't know the situation, I get worse, Lord. What for them snakes in the brass, them I kill you quick. Know who you hang round, demons moving the slick. You don't know, say you don't know. When Babylon comes banging down your door, so you don't know. No telling what a robot can do to you when you're caught up in a big.
You don't know.
18 with a bullet Babylon, keep a watch guns popping up there.
You don't know.
Slacker man, I dally with a lyrical flow, let me murder murder upon the scene.
You don't know.
You can't stop what we do, cause we brew some smooth and fire with the team. Yeah, you don't know. Yeah, don't know.
Metal Marty on the saxophone, y'all. Dance with the people.
Mix. Wind your body, sit down, wind your body. Sexy body, girl, won't you wind your body? Sit down, wind your body, sit down, wind your body. Sit down, sexy body, girl, won't you wind your body? Don't tell you what the rover can do to you when you're caught up in a mix.
You don't know.
18 with double lip a bill and keep a watch guns popping up the hill. Slacker man, now dally with a lyrical flow that we murder on the scene. You can't stop what we do, cause we brew some smooth burn fire. We burn fire, yeah.
You don't know.
I really, really don't know.
Really, really don't know.
I really, really don't know.
Say you don't know.
I really, really don't know. Yeah, 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 yeah.
You don't know. You don't know.
No, no, no.
Say you don't know. You don't know. Little smiles for you here on that Saturday night. One thing that's very important while we're going through this movement is to not lose your joy and your passion for the little things in life. Whatever it is that brings you joy, do more of it. And understand that together with this synergy and this work environment that we're creating together, we want it to be a positive one. So we're gonna give y'all a couple more tunes, a couple more revolutionary soundtrack type tunes that you can lock in with. See, this is a song we've been performing for a while, yo. I'ma need some answers, or I'm going Black Panther. They say my skin is like cancer, cause I could die at random. Oh, what that mean, yo? I'ma need some answers, or I'm going Black Panther. They say my skin is like cancer, cause I could die at random. Yeah. If you got the answers, then please send them. Referendum pending, young Agamemnon with amendments. Hold up, severance, where's my severance? I need pensions. Plying with my henchmen, I need vengeance in abundance. Since they hung my brethren over nothing, guess it's us for them. I did not choose the skin, but I won't wear it thin. I'll wear it black and proud like a badge of honor. I'm sorry, your honor, but I can't honor your garments. So I tell them like, I'ma need some answer. Oh, what? Or I'm going Black Panther. But why? They say my skin is like cancer. No way. Cause I could die at random. Oh, what that mean, yo? I'ma need some answers. Oh, what? Or I'm going Black Panther. But why? They say my skin is like cancer. No way. Cause I could die. Marty, tell them why I'm mad. Tried to curse black from birth, but I swear they couldn't take it. Learned all my lessons when I took my trip to Hades. Glanced at the ticker while the president's debating. Whoa, look, they got Euphrates. Ain't that like 80 this year? Hope that don't happen here or near, or to anyone I hold dear. I tried to push that thought way up out my mind space, but all this hate on my plate, yeah, it made me contemplate. So I'ma need some answers. Oh, what? Or I'm going Black Panther. But why? They say my skin is like cancer. No way. Cause I could die at random. Oh, what that mean, yo? I'ma need some answer. Oh, what? Or I'm going Black Panther. But why? They say my skin is like cancer. No way. Cause I could die at random. Much pain and anger and frustration that goes into that song. we also have to have that counter, that yin and that yang, to understand that music can change the world, you dig? This song is called Running. This song is about wanting our world to change, and we saw that actually happen. We saw that actually manifest through our music. It can happen for you too if you get on your grind, if you join this fight. Please sing this with us right here, right now, in your living room, wherever you're at. It's time to change the world. If you know this one, I need you to stretch out in your living room, you know what I'm saying? There's a little dance involved. Check. I've been reading, I've been searching for a whole new mind state. I've been rolling with some people that go get my soul and mind straight. Lately I've been feeling like there's way too much on my plate. Lately I can't help but feeling like I gotta make my great escape. Singing with me said, I want my world to change.
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 I want my world to change. Here it comes. Cause I've been running it, whoa, running it, go. Running it, running around. I've been running it, hey, running it, whoa. Running it, running my feet on the ground. I've been running it, running it. Running it, running it, running around. Running it, running it.
Running and running my feet on the ground.
See if you're like the MLB, well, you view the world differently. Tired of staring at the same four walls and fighting with the same people. I'm sick of you. So when we say we want our world to change, we sing it like we really want our world to change because it happened, so let's do it right here, yo. I want my world to change.
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 I want my world.
Cause I've been running it, whoa, running it, go. Running it, running around. I've been running it, running it, running it, running my feet on the ground. I've been running it, running it, running it, running it, running around. I've been running it, running it,
Running and running my feet on
come
the
on,
ground.
hey.
Running and running and running and running.
I want my world to change.
Running and running and running.
I want my world to change.
Running and running and running and running.
I want my world to change. Running it. Took over hills and I know my mom proud. Running it, hey. Did my thing, now look at us now. Running it. Yo, another thing everybody must understand, of course, you gotta be running around. Sometimes you gotta take off days, you gotta take rest days because you're no good to nobody, whether it be the movement or whoever, if you're mentally not where you're supposed to be. Now, once you get on that, now it's time to build consistency. And a saying that we had down at the CHOP before it was the CHOP or anything like that was every single day we were committed to going out there, you feel me? And so we were out there 6 days in a row, galvanizing the troops, sending them into the protest with water, with a mentality of love and unity, but also righteous justice. So we really do believe that the world is changing for the better, and there is a chance at getting the police defunded, but it's gonna be a lot more work, you know? Bird, you gotta come up here, man. Let the people see you shine. I'll trade you spots, man. This is your song.
Bum 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 be doobie, bum 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 be doobie, bum 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 be doobie dum. Whoa 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 whoa. Every day we gon' do it like this. Day we gon' do it like. Day we gon' do it like this. Na 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 na. Every day we gon' do it like day. We gon' do it like day. We gon' do it like this. Listen, hey yo. Every day is a new day. Be thankful you're waking up, breathing. Some of us take life for granted. Some of us can't live it reason. Don't let the words of the enemy overrun who you were meant to be. Triumph and work till your life succeed. Hustle the motive, I gotta reach. Blessed the life that I'm giving. No more hoping and no wishing, yeah. Get rid of all hate and racism. Need to make better decisions, yeah. Pushing for peace in a positive way. No stopping or dropping the ball on the way. Needed now more than ever the help on the way. Tell them it'll be okay. Day, we gon' do it like this. Day, we gon' do it like. Day, we gon' do it like this. Alright, come on. Day, we gon' do it like this. Day, we gon' do it like this. Day, we gon' do it like this. Na 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 na. Every day, we gon' do it like this. Day, we gon' do it like. Day, we gon' do it like this. No, 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 no. Every day, yo.
And here we are, Sessions in Place, with the last song that the Martial Law Band has to offer in this set. Again, it is our pledge, it is our calling, it is what we are committed to doing, is giving y'all music to continue to fight the good fight. I want everybody to know that if you choose to step up to be a leader, there are certain things that inherently come with putting yourself out there, whether it be through your music, through your art, in your professional realm, or out there on the streets. You're gonna encounter opposition. You're gonna encounter naysayers. You're gonna encounter what some people call haters. That's natural, that's part of life. Understanding how to grow from that experience, that's where their true value lies in haters. So I want to take this opportunity to thank all of our haters, all of the movement's haters, all of Seattle's haters, all of America's haters, all of the world's haters, because love always conquers hate. And here we are as a testament of that. So this song is called Cleos. It's for your haters, and then we out of here. It started back home, heard it in your soul, told you time to go, you gotta hit the road, don't let them hold you back, leave them in the past, they don't like it when you stun on a hater like that, oh now you got them mad, hey hit your dance, they don't wanna see you laugh, rather see us all sad, rather see us doing bad, they'd rather see us doing bad, what? They said that wasn't lyrical, they say rap isn't spiritual, they act like me standing right here ain't a miracle, confirmed with the oracle, turned into a warrior, I'm warning ya, euphoria, woven in my story, yeah, wasn't all scoring though, wasn't all glory though, had to hit the dirty work, had to slay Umbaba first, carnivorous, connoisseur, omniscient, omnivore, and now it's finally over, so I scream, it started back home, heard it in your soul, told you time to go, you gotta hit the road, don't let them hold you back, leave them in the past, they don't like it when you stun on a hater like that, oh now you got them mad, hey hit your dance, they don't wanna see you laugh, rather see you all sad, rather see us doing bad,
They'd rather see us doing bad.
they rather see us doing bad, what type of hate is that, what type of hate is that? So this was the song we were playing when the bombs were going off, when the flashbangs were going off, when the people in Seattle decided enough is enough. It's time to stand up. We're not backing up anymore. We're gonna stand our ground and accept any and all consequences that this corrupt system wants to place upon us. So this is our journey. Yo, the labyrinth I've roamed, near the sun I've flown, hit with Cupid's bow, got Penelope at home. Yeah, I always needed goals.
Yeah, you always need goals.
Then I woke up kinda grown.
Then
Whoa.
you wake up kinda grown.
Hey, I found cause on my journey hit, pause on my journey got, scars from my journey went, Far on my journey, you ain't get it, you ain't with it, you ain't respond. When I sent it, you weren't riding in that Civic with them visions so vivid. Like, who'll wait till I hit this opera? Who'll like Marsh, wait till I am a doctor? We big as our nostrils. It wasn't always hostile, it wasn't always docile, but look, we did it proper. Hey, and yeah, we took some losses. We ain't get no Oscars, but now we got them awestruck. Either that or nauseous, we're through being cautious. We got this home, heard it in your soul. Told you time to go, you gotta hit the road. Don't let them hold you back, leave them in the past. They don't like it when you stun on a hater like that. Oh, now you got them mad. Hey, hit your dance, they don't wanna see you mad. Rather see you all sad, rather see us doing bad.
They'd rather see us doing bad.
They'd rather see us doing bad. What type of hate is that? What type of hate is that? So people of the world, sessions in place, we have given you a little piece of our soul right here at noon. This is what we're willing to do. We're willing to come in here, clock in and time out, and give you a piece of us for you, you dig? That's what our commitment is. That's what our pledge is. Thank you so much for supporting us. Thank you so much for believing in us and giving us that responsibility, and we will not let you down. We will fight each and every day to achieve our lane, our passion. Time for you to do the same. This is your call to action, you feel me? If you've been waiting in the sidelines, if you've been dabbling, it's time to get serious. It's time to put your heart and soul. Look at it. You see the sweat, you see the blood, you see the tears. It manifested, it turned into something. Now go do that for yourselves, y'all. We love you. We're the Martial Law Band. Nothing left to be said, you feel me? The passion speaks for it all. These are my brothers up here going to war. Shout out each and every one of y'all at home watching or gonna watch this later on. This is your call to action. Make it happen. Don't worry about nothing else. Much love, everybody. Peace.
Well, how about that? Martial law just tearing down the walls of the Fremont Abbey. That was incredible. Squeeze right in. I want to thank them immensely for doing such a thing, and it's fantastic that we can do this today. And we just ask you at home if you could donate on Venmo. We would really appreciate it. We have George Floyd Memorial Fund and the Black Lives Matter Seattle King County Fund that we are throwing 100% of these donations to. So be as generous as you can. Like, we recommend $5, but you could even do any amount more than that, like $1,000, $10,000, $13, whatever, you name it. But now we get the amazing opportunity of actually having a conversation with Marshall. So this is going to be fantastic. So here we go.
Well, I want to say a big howdy to everybody at home watching. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. You just experienced the amazing Martial Law Band. Marshall, you guys are so awesome. It is inspiring and warming, and I just really, really enjoyed it. It was fantastic.
It was, that's one of those things where, again, like that's our pledge, is that we're going to come out here anytime we can and give our best effort. So it doesn't matter if it's noon on a Saturday or whatever it is. What we're trying to accomplish is bigger than like just music. It's inspiring people. So the fact that you got that from that, thank you so much. I'm a little winded.
I feel you.
It feels good, you know?
No, you can feel it in the music. You definitely can. So we're sitting here with Marshall Hugh of the Martial Law Band. And before we were talking a little bit about that name, and you said there was a lot of meaning and history behind the name Marshall Hugh. So could you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. On that song, I think it was the second song we played, Head Nod, I talked about, my family migrated western. We're going to get a piece of this pie. And then my dad's vision and same dream up in my eye that my daddy had in LA, right? So basically my family, after slavery, they moved into Marshall, Texas. And then, the first generation of that removed from slavery was Hugh. And so that's what I'm named after, Marshall for Marshall, Texas. And then my great-great-grandfather, first generation out of slavery, Hugh. So yeah, that's where the name comes from. But I also go by just Marshall. I go by literally Marshall or Martial Law Band. I gotta and people have called me Chaz Marshall, and I want to dispel that rumor right now. I am not Chaz Marshall.
Chaz Marshall is not official.
That is not a thing. I will not respond to that if you yell that at me in public.
He'll turn a blind eye. It's not going to answer to that. Well, that's amazing to carry so much history in a name. Does that kind of inspire a lot of your music? And
yeah, without a doubt. I mean, really, revolution and trying to fight for equality is something that's ingrained within my DNA. My great cousins were members, of that first wave of civil rights movement, had a big hand in establishing principles like Kwanzaa and celebrations. So yeah, this is part of who I am, and something that I always was aware of as a kid. And I just thought in my head, hey, let's name the band Martial Law Band, and if the revolution ever pops off, we're going to be right where we're supposed to be.
So serendipitous that you're here in Seattle in this moment, because, I mean, this is one of the biggest social movements I've ever seen in my lifetime. I think a lot of people, it's the same. It's one of the biggest social movements that we've seen in a long time. And I know that you've been there kind of on the front lines at a lot of the protests, speaking, using your voice, using your music. What has been your feeling in general in Seattle during these protests? What's the energy like, and what do you see it moving towards? What do you hope it moves towards?
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, it's just like you spoke. This is the biggest social movement I've ever been aware of in my lifetime. I know leading up to this, especially with COVID or not, I felt like we were all just like twiddling our thumbs. Like, is anything going to happen in my lifetime of substance to where the world, we don't have to keep dealing with the same people on top? And so to have that moment happen and then to be involved in it, that was really special for me. I mean, right now, before I dropped out of Carnegie Mellon, I was a history and public policy major, right? And so we would study movements like this, and you see that the way that they present it in history books, it's like it's this linear thing. But what it really is are these peaks and valleys, yeah, that where it's like a moment occurs, there's buzz around it, like how it is with CHOP right now and has been, and whether, CHOP or whatever continues, right now we're fortifying our walls and preparing for when that next episode occurs, that we can even do more change when that happens. So it's beautiful. I really think that because we're so close to it, a lot of us here in Seattle are like, gosh, what the heck is going on? But if you look at the global influence of what our movement here in Seattle has done, we've really impacted so many communities. There's people from France that are hitting us up like, yo, we're playing at our protest, and like we're trying to set up our own autonomous zone, and they're doing it now in DC and whatnot. So it's just like, wow, the world is paying attention, and it's paying attention here in Seattle, and it was beautiful to have our music be a part of that.
Wow, that's wonderful. Speaking of the autonomous zone, you and the band have been down at CHOP, just kind of experiencing what's going on down there. And like we both know, like the mainstream media has been horrible about portraying it. There's so much just lies and disinformation about what's actually going down there. So I'd like to give you a minute to kind of give your take on what is the energy like down there, what's actually happening, what's been your experience?
Word, absolutely. So, I mean, I kind of mentioned it in the set as well, but right now, the power does not belong to the politicians. The power does not belong to the media. It belongs to the people. So, when we were out there our first 6 days at the protest, we had no awareness of, we're musicians. We were out there to defund the police and fund the community. That's our understanding of it. We're musicians, right? So there was no strategy around getting the police to retreat and then setting up a community. And that just happened because that was the will of the people. Once the police left, and, the next day was that was like the battle for the hill. So that was wild to see in its own, because I think a lot of people don't realize what CHOP was forged from. It was forged from, police brutality. There was a flashbang that was thrown and hit a girl in the chest, and her heart stopped. And so that's the Chaz and CHOP that we understand it. That's when we were out there for 6 straight days playing, What it turned into after the police leaving, that's just the will of the people. And like anybody else, any other place where there's the will of the people, there's going to be violence. There's going to be, disagreements amongst leadership, and those type of things are natural to happen. Those are already happening here at Fremont Alley right now. So it was beautiful to see all the organization that came out of this, all the programming that came out of this. You know, there's a group called like Black Collective Voices that now they're organizing in Jefferson Park and in Judkins, and that all came from CHOP. So yeah, I think CHOP really is a place where it's always going to have cultural significance. It's not something that is can be controlled, because it's whoever is in that space and bringing that energy to that space. We gave our life to it. That's when you kind of saw the art boom. And then as the weeks progressed, other people came in there. We created space. You know, we didn't want to be the only band to get that attention. We're not in this for attention. We wanted to contribute to the movement. We felt our energy was there. And so we created space for other programming, other leaders, other bands. If necessary, you know, we did a call out to all our musicians if they wanted to come out. Nobody really, you know, King Youngblood and a group of musicians did step up and do some things, and there are some like street musicians that are out there that I want to acknowledge and say like thank you. But you know, we opened up the floor to give other people this opportunity, and other arts decided that wasn't the route they wanted to take, and then other energies came into the space. And so you're seeing now the underbelly of Seattle that a lot of, I think, you know, Seattleites don't have to experience. Violence, yeah, that happens. It doesn't just, it happens usually in the black neighborhoods, you know, and in the traditionally marginalized neighborhoods. But now that it's happening here in Cap Hill, and people can see it.
A lot of Cap Hill's insulated from
You're right. And so same thing with homelessness, right? It's all fine and dandy when all these people are tucked underneath the freeway. But when they're out there camping on Cal Anderson, now it's some sort of eyesore. Now it's some sort of problem. These were pre-existing problems that now Seattle and the world have to look dead in the eye. And so again, me as a musician, it's my job to, when called upon, bring my energy and then document this and make an album so that people can be fighting in their ears and not just always present. So it's a weird time for to us to understand our role within it, but I'm getting a lot more comfortable and realizing, you know, we can't be out there taking rubber bullets every single night. Now we have a platform and an obligation to say and do something globally to influence this tide, because, you know, whether people realize it or not, a lot of progress has been made, right? They talked about freeing all of the protesters. 100 people were arrested. I believe currently, last time I checked, there's 13 people still in prison. Obviously, that is not what was asked for, but we have to look at it rationally and say, all right, that's not like all 100 are still in prison. All right, cool. Now let's work on these 13. Let's get specific. Then you look at like defunding the police. You know, the mayor yesterday, she spoke of like there's multiple plans on the police chief's desk that include a 50% reduction, 40% reduction, 30% reduction. And these are policy things. They're not things that are going to snap and just occur, right? So again, it talks to us being so zoomed in the moment that we don't realize like the way of the world is going to influence Seattle, and Seattle has no choice but to be on the progressive cutting end, or we're going to vote everybody out, and we're going to do it this time. And we're actually going to vote. I know myself, I've slept on that. I'm going to vote, and I encourage everybody to do the same. It matters.
It's a power. It definitely makes a difference if we all come together and kind of push collectively for what we want to see. And I think that's such a good point, that the things that are happening in Chop and Chaz, and the things that a light's now being shined on with police brutality and all of this violence against black Americans, that stuff didn't happen because of the protests. That stuff didn't happen when Chop was formed. It's already been happening, and people are just seeing it now.
Exactly.
That's such a good point.
Yeah, it's shocking. And, you know, I myself, I didn't grow up around a lot of violence. And so when I went down to Chop and I saw Dan Gregory get shot, and I was on the mic negotiating with the police and keeping the, you know, I already understood the EMTs wouldn't come into that zone because that's what they demonstrated when the Dan Gregory things, you know, a lot of that was like traumatic for me and very like, oh my goodness, here I am experiencing what a lot of my brothers and sisters and fellow humans have to deal with on a daily basis. You know, that was the first time I've ever with my own eyes seen anybody shot. And so now I think a lot of people are having that same awakening, and it is traumatic, it is painful, but, you know, again, this is what black Americans, indigenous, POCs, this is what we all have to deal with every single day of our lives. And we could get shot not only by ourselves, but by the police, by somebody other, you know, so it's really, it's traumatic and it's eye-opening, but it's necessary.
Absolutely. That's such a good point. You alluded a little bit to how you know, your music and just music in general is intersecting with this overarching theme of revolution and of change. So what do you see as music's role? What do you see that music can add that other things like legislation and protest can't? What's music's specific piece of the puzzle to add to this this moment?
Absolutely. Well, I think it's similar to that of like journalism in a lot of ways, because but we have the option to, put our own beliefs into it. We have the option to remain neutral, or we have the option to tell the other side of the story. So it's our job to be that glue, that unity. And, especially while the George Floyd murder is so fresh in our minds, a lot of people have a lot of pain and trauma associated to that. And so not everyone's really ready to say, okay, hey, we're in Seattle that has a 7% black population, and a lot of poor people's problems intersect, and so let's tackle all of these together. Where the focus is, a lot of the 7% black people in Seattle is like, all right, let's heal this black community first, and then let's go out and let's handle these other intersectionalities. But what's interesting is, you study history, right, is that very rarely is that type of practice allotted to black Americans throughout history. So, you think of the civil rights movement as if that was the main topic, but, JFK and all of them, they had their own socialist movement that they were infusing the civil rights in move to push their own agenda, and that's what we're seeing now. So us as a unit have to understand that's a real reality, and, if it's on each individual person to decide how they want to move from there. And, you see really strong black collectives pushing that narrative, and a lot of white allies getting behind that specifically. You also see a lot of people working towards a more, one love type unity thing. Us as musicians, we understand, and me being a black man, I understand the plight of black Americans, and I definitely want to see that addressed first. But I also believe that our music, even prior towards this situation, is all about unity and healing. And I want to be that dialogue for all types of people, even if they're on the opposite side of the spectrum, because eventually the world's going to change. And those people are going to be on the outside looking in, and I don't want them to feel ostracized either. This is about coming together. This is about healing. This is about reconciliation. And this is about doing what we can as one people. But there are some specific needs of the black and indigenous community that I believe will need to be addressed and reconciled before this larger social movement occurs. And anything that happens until then, it's going to feel disharmonious. It's going to feel that you're going to palpably feel the tension in between the black community and kind of the leftist social movement. I don't want to call them, again, we don't need these titles, right? We don't need this. Obviously, the titles weren't working. So it's a social movement, and that doesn't mean it's left, right? Anybody can be a part of it. It has nothing to do with any political affiliation. It's the power of the people.
Well, thank you so much for talking to me, Marshall. Your music is inspiring. Your perspective on the movement is so helpful and refreshing, and I hope that everybody watching, you've gained something from this. You can find the Marshall Law Band on all social media platforms. You can follow them on Instagram at Marshall Law Band. You can also find their music on streaming services, Spotify, iTunes. I'm sure you guys are all over that. Yep. Keep up with them. Thank you guys so much for performing, and thanks for talking to me, Marshall.
Always. Thank y'all so much. Stay safe, y'all. Take this COVID thing as seriously as you possibly can. It's something that we all need to work together on as well. So we're dealing with multiple issues, and don't let them take your smile. Y'all see me. We gonna still smile through all this.
Thanks so much, Marshall.
Wow. How about that conversation that just happened? That was pretty great. Now, moving on to the next band, we have Tobias The Owl, and you can see them right behind me. Back there, we got violin and acoustic and some vocals that are going to happen. While I say that, I'm going to do a click of a button here and make sure that everything is great, of which it is, and I'm going to record again. All right, now I'm back. So what we're going to ask you at home is that you should go onto your Instagram. We ask that you go onto your Instagram and go to your Instagram stories and then type in, well, not type in, just go to post on your Instagram stories a picture, a video of yourself watching this live stream, and then tag Tobias the Owl and Sessions in Place so that we at home can, or we here can see you at home and the perspective that you have. And remembering that 100% of the donations through Venmo, which is at Sessions in Place, just type in Sessions in Place and then throw in how many ever bucks you want to. We ask that you throw in as many bucks as you can, so do that. And also, if you really like what we are doing here at Sessions in Place, we have a Patreon, and that goes to us so that we can continue doing these things. Because we've been doing it since April, and this was our 12th one, and this is a festival, and it's pretty great. It takes a lot of time, energy, talent, and crew members. It's pretty fantastic of what we have created here today. I promise you that it's going to be a fantastic time again with this band, Tobias the Owl. I was having a video chat with him this week and talking through all the logistics of this, and it was like, okay, this is just going to work perfectly and seamlessly. So, reminder that 100% of the donations from Venmo today go to the George Floyd Memorial Fund and the Black Lives Matter of the Seattle-King County. So, with all of that being said, grab a glass of whatever is helping you cope with this time apart. But, you know, it's 1 p.m., so, you know, drink whatever makes sense to you in that time. And let's enjoy Tobias the Owl together.
We're not on yet, or are we? Oh, this is live? I was seeds to the wind, 1,000 light years to go. I left you all of my world, 'cause they were too hard to hold. I was seeds to the wind, 1,000 light years to go. I left you all of my world, 'cause they were too hard to hold. Seeds to the wind, 1,000 light years to go. I left you all of my words, 'cause they were too hard to hold. I was seeds to the wind, 1,000 light years to go. I left you all of my words, 'cause they were too hard to hold. Float over clouds, the constellations call to me. Oh, I'd be dragging my feet over rocky apogees. Seeds to the wind, 1,000 light years to go. Left you all of my words, to hold. I was seeds to the wind, 1,000 light years to go. I left you all of my words, 'cause they were too hard to hold. And I'll sing in the afterlife. I will sing in the afterlife. I will This is like our first time playing together in like 3 months. Yeah. We've been... Oh yeah, we were in our basement once, yeah. That song's off our new record called Visalia. The song's called Sheets to the Wind. It's one of our older songs, but it's been covered by Deer Tick and Jonah Tolchin and a lot of other great folks. It's called Low Life. I've been low, living like I do. I've been tired when the day is through. Half awake, and I try to face the night. I would sleep, but I'd only dream of you. Low is the life, and I know that I'm right. Cold is the comfort it brings in the night. Fast I will hold to these truths that I know, even though never seemed quite real to me. So I keep on lying low. I've been swept and brushed under the rug. Like the dog collecting in my thoughts. I have tried to shake the cobwebs off, but they grow back. Whenever I wake up, is the light and that grows on my wings. from the sky, I'm adrift in the night. Soft is the sound as I crash to the ground, knowing you never hear the news, and you never will be told. So I'll keep on lying low. Think of me in a distant memory. I will keep on lying low.
I'd be remiss if I didn't say that we are super honored to be playing right after the Marshall Law Band. They're such an incredible band, and I saw them play like 4 times at CHOP while I was there. Most nights I was at the medical tent, but To your shadows in the cold, I've watched them freeze, huddled together in the night, the shade of your light, away from your eyes. Sort of the silos of your hopes, bury your heroes in stone, and soften the edges of their tone to the lessons I lost, the stories I gone. See So a quotation that's stuck with me that seems very poignant right now from Eleanor Roosevelt is that the hottest depths of hell are reserved for those who maintain their neutrality in a time of moral crisis. So this is a song that I wrote about that quote, and it feels particularly poignant right now.
Drawn the autumn from the fall, and I left all my paintings on your wall. And now there's nothing left to say to your face. So we'll silently embrace all the cold that has grown and taken hold. And the lives we sweep away, no one ever knows. You be frozen into a storm, and I've tried to breathe fire through your bones. But now there's no sea left to sow in the dirt, to raise a garden from the dust that we left when we slide and we burn. All of our forest down to the ground. Whoa, whoa. So don't tell me that I'm okay, when it was you that let me dangle at the end of my rope, and I sway as I watched you turn your back and walk away. Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Hey Elijah, this is Oliver over here. We got some commentary from the friendly folks on the internet that I'd love to relay your way.
I think 2 or 3 songs ago, someone said that, you know Cara Jean? Cara Jean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So she said, I think 2 songs ago, that it was it's her favorite song. So just thought you should know that. And
Okay, I'll check which one that is on my hand.
Rebecca Hudson also said,
That's pork chop.
pork chop.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, peach chop. I see that.
Yeah.
Yoon and Lou rocking the electric violin. Hell yeah. We got some people saying that this is so good, and yay.
Thanks. We're really super honored to be here, and we're really glad to be here. I mean, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that it's like the worst possible circumstance to come together over something that's tragic. But I do feel like it is really lovely to play with Ring N. This is Ring N on violin. Everyone, give it up for Ring N. I'm saying give it up. There's you're at home, so. Well, I mean, but if you're at home, give it up for him. And then we're in a band together called Tobias The Owl, and we wanted to make this a limited set because of everything that's going on with the pandemic and everything. But we are really glad to be here, and I'm really honored and touched to be coming together for a cause that's so moving to me. And we're going to talk about this some more later. But I've been volunteering at the medical tent at CHOP, and having served now in 3 different extemporaneous medical communities in 3 different countries, CHOP has been one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in my career, both as a community member and as a musician. So, but please, if you're at home and you're listening and you like this, donate to the George Floyd Memorial Fund, because that's the reason why we're here. And although we're really glad to be here and we feel super wonderful being here, this is unfortunately a really tragic circumstance that's brought us all together.
And we made it really easy so that you could just Venmo us Sessions in Place, $5 or whatever amount, and we're gonna 100% of what we make today, we are gonna split that between the George Floyd Memorial Fund and the Black Lives Matter Seattle King County. So please do.
That's really awesome. Every year, 1,000 people are killed by police brutality, and black men are killed at a rate about 3 times higher than any other single ethnic group. So if there was anything that was going through our civilization that was killing that many people, we would consider it totally either, an illness that we would need to fight against, or something that would be totally morally repugnant if it were a killer. And it's no less acceptable, and it's in fact even worse when our cops do it. And it's even worse when you take into account statistics like the fact that black men are almost always killed in situations where there's not even a violent crime reported, and they're almost always killed in situations where they're unarmed, which in those 2 circumstances, they are actually the exception to any other ethnicity that is killed by police brutality.
I was stuck with my feet in the sand where I stood. I was sinking below into wounds in the air. Calling out to the hills as they swallow me in. I was tossed by the wind and the rushing of clouds. If I were lost behind your eyes, I would simmer in your light. So let me burn in your fire, glow and fade like a firefly. Intertwined with the leaves and the green and the vines, I will sink into stones that collect by my side, holding on to the memories that turn into gold. I will rustle and twist into stories I've told. So let me burn up in your fire, glow and fade like a firefly. If I were lost behind your eyes, I would simmer in your light. So let me burn up in your fire, glow and fade like a firefly. So this next song is the song that we're maybe best known for. It was at Starbucks stores around the world, and it's going to be featured in a new TV series. And the TV series is based on a movie. And the movie is called Go Fish. And in that movie, I play the voice of Ed, the grumpy pufferfish. So if you want to see me as a grumpy pufferfish, feel free to check out the movie Go Fish. And it features Mark Hamill, and I got to do some stuff with him, which was really cool. And Ron Perlman as well, who's super nice. And the TV series is going to be, they're going to show the trailer for the TV series at the San Diego Comic-Con this year, which is really neat. And I think it's going to be on the Canadian Broadcasting Company, the CBC. Night wasn't cold in your eyes, though the moon hung so low and so bright, and the stars were so faint and so sparse and so far in the sky. And the spark that you lit in the dark, as it flickered and glowed in your arm, was a glance of the truth on a wound as we both fell apart. Please don't turn away, hold on to me, 'cause I'm already lost. Murmurs in your thoughts, so I drew words like lines in the sand, but the brush turned to scars on my hand, and the tide wouldn't turn to the path that we planned. Please don't turn away, hold on to me, 'cause I'm already lost. Like the murmurs in your thoughts, please don't turn away, hold on to me, 'cause I'm already lost. Murmurs in your thoughts, Please don't turn away. Hold on to me, 'cause I'm already lost. Like the murmurs in your thoughts. Please don't turn away. Hold on to me, 'cause I'm already lost. Murmurs in your thoughts. And please don't turn away. Hold on to me, 'cause I'm already lost. Murmurs in your thoughts. Please don't turn away. Hold on to me, 'cause I'm already lost. Like the murmurs in your thoughts. Do we have time for two more? We doing all right? Okay. We'll do another one off our new record. The record's called Visalia. We had an international tour in support of the record, but it was canceled because of the pandemic, which was the right thing. You should all stay home and stay safe and stay protected. You guys are actually, this is like the first time in 3 months that anyone has actually seen me without a mask on my face. And now there's like 6 cameras on me. So the insecurity level is like very disproportionate to where I was yesterday. Channels of the static I roll, chasing signals, lost horizons I wander scattered missiles, painting pictures, and I'm as still as a fossil and I freeze in the patterns I leave in my footsteps, in the shape of the trail that I wander to stumble and sway, and I'm lost in the winds and the turns, paths of karma that I've scattered in ruins. I'll be dust when I finally fade, every inch of my journey array. I'll never reach you through the channels of the static I roll, chasing signals, lost horizons I wander alone. apocalypse into my faith, and every apocalypse into my faith.
Just a quick question from Lisa Craze. If you could answer this briefly so that we could go right into your next song. So that we
Hi,
can
Lisa.
Tell me about the 2 capo thing.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I have like a short capo and a long capo, I guess is the short answer. Yeah. So for those of you who don't know a lot about music theory, capos are like devices that keep you from rocking out too hard, just in case you, so I need 2 of them. All right, this is our last song. I want to thank everyone here at Sessions in Place. You guys can't see it, probably all of their faces, but if you're watching at home, there's so much technical stuff and so many support staff around, all distancing socially from each other to make this event happen. Big props to Jonny Gold, who you're going to hear later. He's a fantastic, fantastic musician, so you're in for a real treat. Lyle is coming up right after us. They're really wonderful. Martial Law Band played before us, but you can still see them online, right, streaming. And they're really fantastic. Don't miss them either. Payge Turner is coming up, and a lot of other great folks. So we're really honored to be one of the folks here playing at the Sessions in Place Fest, the first ever Sessions in Place Fest. All right, we're going to end this with a song called Let Go. Again, we're called Tobias The Owl. Thanks to Ring End for joining me. Thank you, Oliver, for inviting us to play. Thanks, Jonny, as well. And thanks to everyone here at the Abbey and Sessions in Place for making this happen. This is our last song. Again, we're called Tobias The Owl. But we're going to be chatting with you about my personal experiences at CHOP, and I have some really important things that I want to tell you guys. So stick around for the interview.
Channels I switch between, progressing from day to dream. There's a conscience I'm burying, and I cracked in a restaurant, but I swore that I'd give enough, but I never get far enough. So why are you changing me into a reverie, pretty protected thing? The decrements I survive, I've never been so tongue-tied, trying to keep all my words inside.
Wow. Thank you guys so much. That was incredible and giving me the goosebumps and the chills, just like martial law did. This is probably going to be a whole day of goosebumps for me. And I appreciate that, because what better way to spend my birthday than getting goose pimples all over the place. So thank you guys. And also I want to mention again, Venmo, as much as you can, because 100% of those donations are going to the George Floyd Memorial Fund and the Black Lives Matter of the Seattle-King County. And you should come over here with that real quick. This looks amazing. So yeah, why not? So we have Fremont Coffee providing us some coffee right here. How incredible is that? Because it's my birthday, of course. Look at this. There's even some googly eyes. That's amazing. I mean, of course. Of course. You can see, there you go. You can see that you're on it. Anyways, amazing. Thank you for that. I'm going to take a sip of this. Sip. Sessions in Place sip right here. Thank you, too. That was amazing. Anywho. Yeah. Yeah, Venmo us as much as you can at home. Like no holds barred. Just go wild. We request just $5, but you can even do more than that. We recommend more than that. It goes to the George Floyd Memorial Fund and the Black Lives Matter Fund. And if you like what we're doing here at Sessions in Place, we also have a Patreon, which funds us continuing to make this happen. Because we've been doing this since the beginning of April, and we are doing it every Saturday at 7 p.m. on Facebook, if you want to watch it on 720p, or you can watch it on YouTube, where you get the full 1080p action. So the other thing to mention is that, well, we are about to have a conversation. We're getting set up with it, and I'm going to stall just a little bit, because they're doing some stuff, but that's okay. You can subscribe to us on YouTube, like all of our stuff. Our Venmo is at Sessions in Place. We're very easily discoverable. Our Patreon is also very easily discoverable. You just type in Sessions in Place. The first contributor was my mother, Pamela Frederica Love. So shout out, Mom. You gave birth to me today, and thank you for doing so, because if not, I wouldn't be right here right now. Some of the other nonprofits that we've contributed this money that we are getting from donations are the Campaign Zero Fund and the Trans Women of Color Solidarity Network. So today, like I said, Black Lives Matter, Seattle-King County Fund, and the George Floyd Memorial Fund, 100% of the donations are going to that. So please, please, please be as generous as you can. And with that being said, I think we're ready to have this conversation. I'm going to unmute you two, and then I'm going to walk away.
Another hey, howdy, hey to everybody watching at home. Thank you guys for staying tuned in and plugged in. Like Oliver said, share it on all your social media. We want everybody to see what's going on here all day. We're going to be here till 9 p.m., so grab all your friends, pop some popcorn, grab a drink, and sit down and enjoy the music. I'm here with Elijah and Ringham from Tobias The Owl. Thank you guys so much for sitting down and for playing. It sounded beautiful, absolutely beautiful. These two are not only amazing musicians, but also some pretty freaking amazing, accomplished people. We were talking backstage. Elijah, you work at a hospital, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Elijah works at a hospital. He's a medical professional working 18-hour days right there on the front lines of COVID. Ringham has a PhD, super tall, super handsome, and is still single. We don't know how. We were puzzling over it.
I can explain that.
Yeah, what's your theory?
I'll let Ring N address that.
Yeah, that'll be a controversy you could address. But y'all are both kind of in the medical field, so the first question I wanted to ask was, what is really going on from your perspective with COVID? What is happening? What needs are being met? What needs aren't being met? What support does just the medical community need? What are we seeing kind of on the front lines of all of it?
Well, I guess I'll address some of that. First of all, happy birthday, Oliver. I don't know if
Yes,
he's
happy
still
birthday,
listening or still
Oliver.
around, but yeah, happy birthday. Yeah. So I mean, I think like it's interesting. COVID with when COVID hit, it's not just a scientific sort of interesting virus and a scientific problem that our doctors and our best minds at the CDC were tackling, and at the NIH and a bunch of universities around the country. It's also sort of a very political issue. So it's really unmasked a lot of the problems that we've had in our political system, I think. So that's been really unfortunate. If you look at a country like Canada, their per capita death from coronavirus is way, way, way lower. And what they have is a national, standardized, very homogeneous policy that applies across the country, and they've had a lot more resolve. And if you have the resolve, then it becomes a shorter-term problem, right? And that's the problem we had. We never had the resolve to really tackle it in a way that was systemic and really pervasive across the country. So I work at UW, and I get emails every day from the state of Washington, from the Department of Health, from the CDC, from the University of Washington about policy changes of how to tackle COVID. And as a result of that, it's been a really mosaic sort of patchwork way of addressing the disease. So that's been really unfortunate. It would have been way, way better to have sort of a better national level of resolve and also a more homogeneous policy so that we were all addressing it at once, because I think we're really dealing with a prolonged tail and really an uptick recently, especially, and that's because we never had the leadership to really address the problem in the first place, which is really unfortunate. And it's really unmasked that we don't have enough trust to the sciences that we need to. And the other thing that's really unmasked for me is, it's interesting I'm using the word unmasked.
No pun intended.
Yeah. The other thing that has really been interesting for me is working in a hospital. A lot of the people who are salary workers are able to get time off. They're able to get vacation time. They're able to get sick time. But the people who are wage earners in the hospital, who are on an hourly wage, can't afford to take any sick time. So they're coming to work even though they're sick. So all the inequalities of our medical system are really being magnified by the crisis that we're facing. So that's unfortunate too.
My God, yeah, it's such a hard thing to watch unfold because you just know it's getting worse. I have family in Texas, and Texas is a prime example of opening up and acting like everything was okay, but really not doing enough to, like you said, have resolve to kind of get the virus quashed. And so now they're seeing this huge uptick in cases, and it's just hard to watch.
Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, so I work more in education, and I think one interesting thing that the current crisis is doing is making us realize just how much it is that teachers in schools do, right? Like, not only are they educating our children, but they're also childcare. They let workers go out of the house and go to work. And so we're seeing a lot of people who are now stuck at home. They can't leave. They have kids. Now they have to take care of their kids. It's like nearly impossible to do anything. And it's almost criminal how little we train and how little we pay our teachers. So I hope this is something somebody takes away from what's happening right now.
Absolutely. My partner is a teacher, and their school is just scrambling to figure out how to, still provide the service that they're providing, which is very necessary, but also stay safe and not put themselves in so much risk. It's a hard balance to find. Well, y'all's music is absolutely beautiful, and it was just captivating to me, and this thought just kept coming up in my head of like, you two work so much, and you're doing such important work in education and in the medical field, working 18-hour days. How do you find time to also create such beautiful music? And where do you see as the intersection between what the work that you do and the work that you do as musicians?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'll let Ringen answer that one first, and then I'll take it after that.
Yeah, so I think time-wise, I am very fortunate. What's a good way to say this? People who have been able to do, interesting artistic things, or maybe accomplish a lot, or become really good athletes or what have you, we as a culture tend to think of them as being very individually talented and working really hard. But the reality is that there's this whole supporting structure that lets that happen. Right, so I kind of joke, but it's not really a joke, that I get to play a lot of awesome music with a lot of people because other people step up to the plate and do all the logistics of it. My parents went through all that effort to pay for music lessons from when I was young. I had the privilege of going to orchestras and so on and so forth. So it's really a group effort, and we're able, luckily, through all these sacrifices that other people have made, to be able to do these things that we think are really beautiful and useful and interesting.
Yeah, and I think there's sort of a false dichotomy where you're like,
oh, you're either good at the sciences or you're good at the arts.
Yeah.
And it's really just, it's not like as much of a hemispheric split in the brain as we say it is. So I think, music is sort of a way of like connecting with my inner emotional equilibrium. And I mean, I like to think that that makes me a more holistically fulfilled scientist and doctor.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's kind of a feeling I was getting just listening to the music. It just felt so, human. Like it felt very human and very emotional. So something I really enjoyed about y'all's set. The last question I kind of wanted to ask was, I know you, Elijah, have been on the front lines of Chop and Chaz, and you've been there, you've been volunteering your services as a medical professional. You've been seeing some of the violence and some of the things going on down there. So what are you seeing down there? What do you see from your perspective as a medical professional?
Gosh, that's a really good question, because there's so much to unpack there for me that I don't really know where to start. But I'd be remiss if I didn't say that, like, it's being characterized in totally the wrong way in the media, right? It's not a party, right? And then when the martial law band performs, yeah, their music is really fun and it's really wonderful and it's kind of motivating, but it's not party music. It's music that helps you heal and stay motivated. And the people who are there are really working hard. They're marching every day, and they really need the support for that motivation. So I've been working in the medical tent, which is closed down now, unfortunately, and this is probably the tail end of CHOP, unfortunately. It probably won't last like months, which I was kind of hoping it would. But the people I work with there are mostly doctors and nurses and EMTs and people with very high levels of training. Most of them have 10 plus years of training. So these are not people that, some of the media outlets, which I won't even dignify by naming who they are, refer to CHOP as like, oh, it's a bunch of kids partying, and they're just having a good time, and they're not really serious about what they're doing. But the people I was surrounded by are not only really passionate about the causes behind CHOP, but also highly competent, highly skilled, very motivated individuals. Some of the top doctors in the city, one guy I worked with was named 3 years in a row as the top doctor in the city of Seattle. And so these are all people who are very highly motivated professionals. And, I've worked in 3 different extemporaneous medical circumstances in 3 different countries, so I've gotten to see a breadth of different practices. And it's definitely been one of the most inspirational groups of people to be around in terms of their motivation, their compassion for who they're treating, and their passion about what's going on. And the other thing that it's done that's super, super important is every single day, if you walk through downtown in Seattle, whether or not CHOP is happening or not, you'll see people who are homeless, people who are disenfranchised, people who are uninsured, and nobody cares about those people. And this is maybe one of the most important resources to all of those people. And I think if there were a CHOP in every single city, it would be such a huge, important resource for that city. So I really feel upset and angry when people sort of denigrate CHOP in a number of different ways, and especially when people are saying these are not serious people, these are not professionals, these are people who don't have jobs. No, man, the people who are there, who are caring for patients, are super wonderful people. And a lot of them, almost every medic that I was working with, had a bruise on their body from a baton, from a flash grenade, or from something else that, police brutality, related to police brutality. And the other thing that, and I'm rambling a little bit,
No, please.
but the other thing that I want to make the point about is that it's really too bad that the city did not get more behind CHOP. A lot of the stuff that was happening at the perimeter of CHOP that the neighborhoods were complaining about was not actually the people of CHOP who were doing anything wrong. It was white supremacists who were trying to agitate the circumstances. And I would say once a day, we saw a young kid who was beat up by the some white supremacist group there. And I won't even name the groups because I don't want to dignify them by naming them. But it's too bad that the city has basically taken their side in a way by saying, okay, we'll get rid of CHOP, because that was their agenda all along. All these people who wanted to work to lower the reputation of CHOP or to denigrate CHOP have really kind of gotten their way. And so I've really been disappointed that the leaders of the community and the national leaders didn't get behind this movement in a bigger way. But, it's like martial law said, and it was very appropriate, and he had a great set, by the way, so you guys should check it out online. But it's not about the leaders, it's not about the government, it's about the people, it's a movement of the people. So that can't be changed, and that's something I'm really proud of. Sorry, that was a long
No,
response. to a
please.
brief
It's
question.
so good to hear from that perspective. That's why I was excited to sit down with you because we've heard from Marshall, who's an artist and an activist, who's there on the front lines, and then hearing from somebody with just your skill and background, and hearing that this isn't young, reckless people versus smart, intelligent, educated people. This is people who believe that police brutality is a problem and that Black lives are undervalued and underrepresented in our country versus people who don't care or are neutral or are actively fighting to oppress and repress those voices. So I'm so glad that we could have some people like yourselves on.
Just like every time in human history, the people who are on the right side of history is a broad coalition. So I wrote an article about this on Rain City Collective.
Go check it out.
Yeah. So check out the article. But and I have several pseudonyms, both as a band and as an individual, so that no one can find out who I am. So when I posted the article, I was getting private emails from people to my own UW account that was under my real name that nobody knows, and people were threatening my safety. They were threatening my medical career, and this was for writing an article that was fairly banal at Rain City Collective that just described some of the great medical care that's being provided there. So there's definitely a lot of very nefarious and very evil and really, frankly, despicable forces who are working against the people who are doing the good work at CHOP.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's so good to hear from your perspective about that. Well, thank you all so much for sitting down with me. You just released some music fairly recently, is that right?
We got a record out called Visalia. It's actually still doing really well, even though we weren't able to tour in support of it. The album's really about isolation, so in some ways it's really resonating with people even more because of everything terrible that the world is going through with coronavirus. So, I've gotten a lot of emails from people in Brazil, from people in Europe, from people in a lot of different countries who are like, the music has really helped me get through. Indonesia last night, somebody sent me an email. So yeah.
No, that's so cool. So you can go check out Tobias the Owl on social media. You can follow them on Instagram, Facebook, and then please check out their new album, Visalia, out now everywhere streaming, I'm assuming. Awesome. Well, thanks so much, y'all, for sitting down with me. Oh, we're going to keep going. Okay.
Stick around for Lyle, too. They're setting up behind us, and they're really fantastic.
Lyle's coming up, yeah. I like how you can kind of see what's going on in the background of the conversations. It's kind of a cool little setup.
Yeah.
Well, Ringham, let's get to this question. Why are you single?
Oh, no. What was my prepared answer? It was, yes, in this time of crisis, I didn't think that it was appropriate for me to be searching for love while we have so many systemic and societal injustices.
See, and Ringham's also just socially aware, and it's like, what is it? What's keeping this from happening? Well, how long have y'all been playing together? Have y'all?
It's been 4 or 5 years now, I think. Tobias The Owl was actually the first main band that I played with as a violinist in Seattle.
Are you both native to Seattle?
I'm not. I come from Buffalo, New York.
Buffalo, New York.
And I'm from Morocco, and then I grew up in Canada.
Wow. Okay. Awesome.
And I lived in Mexico for a while.
What kind of brought y'all together? What kind of synchronized Tobias the Owl?
The first time we met, actually, I was playing music with not a super serious band.
We've all been there.
Yeah, it's a Christmas band. We want to party. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Javi here was a friend of one of the main members of the band and had attended the concert and was listening to us and was like, "Oh, I'm looking for violinists. I'm about to move to Seattle. I want to start a band. Are you interested?" The joke that he made is name dropping brought us together because I get the sense that he was maybe a little bit nervous even at the time. And so he was telling me about all these awesome things that he had done. He was telling me all these cool producers. Yeah, all the producers and musicians he's playing with. I was like, I'm classically trained. I don't know any of these people. But it sounds very impressive. I'd love to play with you.
Could have said anything. It would have got you.
No, I mean, it's interesting because Ring N is single, right? But
as we keep mentioning.
But it's funny how much it's like a relationship when you have a band. So for instance, a few shows ago, he was like, "Well, you're kind of my most serious band that I'm in." And it was he had never said that before. So I was like, "Oh, we're getting more serious." And we had been playing together for like 6 months, and then I was like, so are you still like, do you see other bands? Like, do you play with other people? So it really is like a relationship in some ways, you know. I'm like, you know, yeah.
It sounds like you're kind of dropping a hint, like you're in my most serious bands. It's like,
Yeah.
come on, let's
People
move.
see us people see us doing a show together, and they're like, oh, you guys just started playing together, like, what's going on with you guys? And like, oh, we're just messing around, we just jam sometimes, it's no
It's
big
not
deal.
serious,
Yeah.
it's casual.
Yeah.
It's not
but then
serious.
gradually it gets more serious, and you're like, you know, yeah.
Well, y'all have been in the scene for like 4 or 5 years. Are y'all familiar with like Lyle or any of the other bands that are coming up? Who are you excited for? Like, do you have any experience with any of the bands coming up that you're just like, oh, I love that person, I love their music?
Yeah, I mean, Lyle's really great. As Rain City Collective, is where I write reviews under the name Big Cash Money. So I reviewed their it was their second or third single, and it was really fantastic, and I've been really blown away. And so you guys are in for a real treat at home. They're really fantastic, and they're coming up right now. And then, of course, you, Jonny, I've heard you play a few times now, and always really wonderful. And
Thank you so much. Yeah, I really missed the Connor Byrne open mic there.
Oh, I have only one shout to give, which is the acoustic guitarist on the next band with Lyle is Lana McMullen, and I've played with her with Brenda Shue, who's another singer-songwriter in town, and she's fantastic. So I hope you guys stick around for the next set.
No. Payge Turner is so good. Yeah, there's just such a good lineup. I'm so happy y'all could be a part of it. Are we ready to get going, y'all? Yet, or what's going on?
I think
Are you
they're
stuck
still
with us
setting
for a little bit longer?
Do you want to ask Rihanna a question? I'll just pull my equipment
Sounds
off.
good. Yeah,
because
that sounds
I am-
good.
You've already got your equipment on.
Yeah.
Ring it. So tell me a little bit more about what you do. Like you say, you work in education.
Yeah,
like,
so
tell me
my
a little bit
training
more
is
about
as a computer scientist, but I'm kind of a mutt. Like I do lots of other different things as well. And my PhD was on using educational games or educational technology to try to learn something about like what are the best educational interventions to give to somebody, like how should we teach this particular topic? Is there a different way of presenting some information that's better for some groups versus others? And I think one thing that is kind of topical nowadays is a lot of the inequality that we have starts from birth or even before birth, and it just propagates and builds up throughout your whole life. And the place where that's most clear to me is in the educational system, right? Like when we have this pandemic and nobody can leave their house, you have to do all these Zoom classes. Well, who has access to the devices and the technological
Private schools
know-how, right, to do that? Seattle had to, first they had to shut down the schools and couldn't even do online classes because so many of the disadvantaged students didn't have the ability to join, and it was just too inequitable to have classes. But that's not a good solution either. They've done some pretty clever things, like they had buses, I think, set up as Wi-Fi hotspots so that people who couldn't even afford, reliable broadband access could at least get to their schools virtually. But the fact that that happens with students is setting them up for a lifetime of just being unable to catch up. Like, if the statistics are terrible, if you can't graduate college in this economy, you're just totally hosed. And that's I think a place where we as a society need to band together and be willing to, essentially just take resources from people who have access and at least give to the children of those who do not. Even if we don't want to do redistribution otherwise, that's like the one place where I think morally it's an imperative.
Oh, absolutely. Like education is so intersectional with race and oppression, and I saw it firsthand when my family lived in Capitol Hill. I have a 7-year-old daughter, and she was going to Lowell Elementary.
Right.
And there's some amazing teachers at Lowell who are not paid near enough, and their funding is just so low. And it's just such a crazy juxtaposition to walk around these immaculate Capitol Hill neighborhoods with these huge houses and then see just the denigration of this school that's literally serving some of the most underprivileged, underfunded kids in the entire city, and they're right there in the middle of this big, just luxurious hub of money and wealth and technology. And so it's crazy to see those things intersect, and with the pandemic too. Like
I think the one possible benefit that I'm hoping will come out of this is there is a certain there's like a gating that happens, especially once you hit college, but it's being pushed earlier and earlier. Like if you want to go to a top college, it costs far more money than anyone who's not upper middle class can afford. And it may turn out that being able to do college remotely at a high quality is completely possible, and we just refuse to try it until now we're forced to do it. So it is my hope that we can design educational systems that aren't so expensive, and a lot of that I think has to do with like our desire to have in-person classes on a fancy campus with all these services, you know, paying for sports leagues that don't really have anything to do with education. I'm not saying that those things are wrong, but it leaves a lot of people out in the cold who just can't afford that kind of stuff.
And if those things take precedence over education for
Right,
people who
exactly,
can't afford it,
yeah.
like
I think we need basically different pathways to success for different people, and right now we've really only set up one pathway for people who are very well off, and we just kind of like other people, whatever, screw you. Like, you don't matter.
if you're not born into money,
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
absolutely, man. There's so much intersection between all the things going on right now. It's kind of cool to see some people opening their eyes to. You guys are in such specific fields. Elijah, I guess I'll ask you, are you seeing a lot of attention paid to that kind of intersectionality in your field where healthcare and education and race all kind of collide? Are you seeing that be part of some of the conversations in the medical field?
I think the answer is not enough. I did a lot of my training, and I was a professor at LA County Hospital, where we were really very heavily doing a lot of indigent care. And I think the pathway to like break through those, you know, layers are still really powerful. And so, like, for instance, myself, like I no one in my family had ever even graduated so much as high school. And then so when I finished, you know, medical school, it was the first, but I had been before that, you know, homeless, and I was actually a high school dropout myself. So I think it goes to show that if we put the right motivations in place and we put the right infrastructure in place, then, you know, people can sort of break out of their circumstances. And I was lucky that I had a lot of hands up, and, you know, I had a lot of like people who put the rungs on the ladder for me.
I'll add sort of a side thing to this as well that I'm thinking about. You know, the current pandemic, I think, has brought out a lot of false information, a lot of conspiracy theories, and this is not to blame the people who fall for these things. They can be hard to evaluate if you're not trained. You know, from an educational perspective, which is kind of how I see everything nowadays, I think part of it is we haven't done a very good job of preparing people for the information age. Like, we haven't taught them how to evaluate data-based arguments. So if you don't know how to do that, and you're now looking at graphs that are not adjusted per capita or just raw numbers, then it doesn't occur to you that someone is trying to mislead you with this information, right? Stuff like that. Or, you know, even from a medical perspective, you know, the anti-vaccination groups catch a lot of flack, but it's not as if they're doing that because they want to be cruel. Like, they do believe that they are doing the right thing. And if we, you know, as a medical community want to encourage vaccination, then we have to educate people and make sure that they understand why it is that it's important. And, like, there are risks. Like, we shouldn't say that there are no risks. That also is a lie. You know, the concept of herd immunity, of social distancing, I think a big reason that the U.S. has not been willing to take these measures that Avi was talking about earlier is that people don't understand what exponential growth looks like, or don't understand the path through which a virus can spread through a network. And that's just like basic educational information that has been missing.
And that all starts at the educational level. It starts
Exactly.
with kids who don't get the proper education, so they don't get taught how to spot misinformation.
That's
and
right,
to read into the context and what are someone's intentions when they're sharing certain data and not other data.
Exactly.
And yeah, it's so important to make sure everybody has a pathway to that kind of knowledge. Yeah. Wow, well, Lyle sounds beautiful behind us.
And that's just their sound check.
And that's just their sound check, y'all. This is going to be amazing.
I'm glad we weren't just talking through their set.
I know. They started and we're just chatting away. Another reminder to y'all to just share all of the artists that are playing today. They're cross-streaming this. Sounds like Ghostbusters. They're cross-streaming the stream on their pages. So we've got this stream going on like 10 or 12 pages right now, so it's awesome. But if you can put it up on yours, if you can share our little post, our tile, just click that share button on the live stream. Get your audience, your friends, your family involved in this. We want to gain as much steam and try to raise as much money for these causes as possible today. That's why we're here all day. That's why we're doing these conversations, trying to educate and raise money and just enjoy music at a distance together all at the same time. So please go to the Venmo Sessions in Place. Please share everything. And I think we are about ready to transition over to Lyle. So thank y'all so much for having an extended conversation with me.
Thanks so much, Johnny.
Yeah, thanks Elijah and Ringham for being here. You guys are amazing. And yeah, stick around for Lyle. I'll pass it over to you, Oliver.
Well, hello again. And thank you, Johnny, for making that happen. And thank you, Tobias The Owl, for that set. That was fantastic. So, a reminder, Venmo, it exists, and we ask you at home that if you can, go to Venmo and type in Sessions in Place, and then send us whatever amount of money that you can. Be as generous as possible, because 100% of these donations are going to the George Floyd Memorial Fund and the Black Lives Matter, the Seattle-King County version of it. So please do that. Also, Patreon exists, and if you like what we are producing here, you can fund us continuing to create these things, because this is now our 12th one that we've been doing every Saturday since the beginning of April, and we want to be doing this, we want to continue doing this. So please, there's $5, $10, and $20 a month that you can contribute, and we would be very, very happy with that if you could do that. So thank you in advance. The band that's right behind me that's about to perform is Lyle, and it is a 3-piece band. And let me make sure that I have all of these things that I need to be doing stuff and junk. Yes, I do. Let me make sure it's recording, of which it is. And let me make sure that this is muted over here. Now it is. So now, I just want to say that that horn should stop happening outside, so thank you. I just want to say another thank you to R90 Lighting and You Need a Burger and the Fremont Abbey for allowing us here and continuing to make this thing happen. So with that being said, I want to say, well, I just want to make sure that I can say this. Yes, I can. Grab a glass of whatever's helping you cope. And time appropriate, you know, it's 2 p.m. So if it's scotch, it's scotch. If it's beer, it's beer, you know. It's Saturday. Do what you want. And cope with this time apart. And let's enjoy some Lyle together.
Everything I know that I said was shot down and never put to rest. But reason is not here for you and me. Now I'm blinded out in the street, wasted on the in-between, a lifetime waiting for you just to see. I know I'm not misunderstood, you know, like I do. I was good, but that don't buy me rational, it seems. I know I'm not misunderstood, you know, like I do. I was good, but that don't buy me rational, it seems. the street, wasted on the in-between. It's a lifetime waiting for you just to see that love 1,000 times. It is not what I needed, but to know you left me outside was, I believe, in the dark. I believe in the dark. I believe in the dark. I believe in the dark.
Thank you. Hello. From this crazy space. It's good to be back in here. Excited to be a part of this. We are Lyle. That was a song called Believe in the Dark. We're going to try to shoot through as much content as we can. This next song is called Alpine.
Here it goes. Give it all away, oh you. Give it all away, oh you. 'Cause you were all, oh, oh, oh. Yeah, you were all, oh, oh, oh. Yeah, you were all, oh, 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 right by me. Never you try to see me. Never you try to feel. We can see for miles as the streets turn red. No midnight bed home. Now pine skies I'm staring at the ceiling. She takes my hand, the light rains down on me, and I can't breathe. Oh, now pine skies I'm staring at the ceiling. Give it all away, oh you. Give it all away, oh you. 'Cause you were all, alright by me. Whenever you're trying to see me, it's felt lights glint on steel. I can see for miles as the streets turn red. No midnight red. Oh, now pine skies I'm staring at the ceiling. She takes my hand, the light rains down on me, and I can't breathe. Oh, now pine skies I'm staring at the ceiling.
Oh, I've held these bones since 9 years old.
How I wish them away. I can see for miles as the streets turn red. No midnight bed. Oh, now pine skies I'm the ceiling.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks so much for having us here. This really means a lot. We're more than honored to be supporting this. So this next one is Windows. Here we goes.
Another ghost lost to the hillside, swallowed in smoke. He left his name under the starry night. She was waiting by the telephone.
Ooh.
And I didn't know. I didn't know. And I wonder now, where do you go when you go? With feet stained black from warm summer sidewalks, shoes worn through. Once you were gone, once you were gone, once you were gone, once you were gone. So don't try to find me now. Don't lock the door on your way out. 'Cause I'm not the one you knew about. I'm not the one you knew. So don't try to find me
We did it.
That one was a little touch and go.
It's not like we practice together
Yeah,
anymore.
we have not played together in
These are
quite some time now.
yeah. This is not stressful. It is a joy to be here, but whew. So we're gonna like try something. We're gonna try to do a little bit of a round here. I think we're all gonna take a song. I'm gonna play one that I've written. Lana's gonna play one that she wrote. Miss Leah T is gonna do the same. This is a song I wrote a bunch of years ago. It's called Never Mind Me. It goes like this. I was a fire in a dream. I was the first there in between your waking and your slumber. The fleeting moment, you're outnumbered. And I shouted warnings to the flesh that mocked the rigors of my tests, licking the hair from their stalks. I burn even the rock. So when you reach to find the lock, outstanding, your fingertips, your eyes, they are demanding. You may not touch that which you reach for. Your mind aglaze with yesterday and before. And oh, but if you find me, just unwind me. Stand behind me, never mind me, never mind me, never mind me, never mind me, never mind. I was a fire in a dream. I was the first there in between your waking and your slumber. The fleeting moment, you're outnumbered.
So I'm realizing we have 10 minutes left here. 7 minutes left here.
Oh.
We need to reduce our set.
Reduce.
What do we want to do?
What do we want to do? Should we do... Oh, that's tough. Do you want
Why
to do...
don't we think about it for 7 minutes?
We
and
can,
then-
yeah, we can just sit here and stare
Let's
at each
do...
other.
Should we do 12th Ave and Liars, or should we do Get
Sure.
Me and Liars?
12,000 liars or get me liars? 12,000 liars.
Yeah.
Thank you.
A song called 12th Ave.
You let me down slowly. You let me down easy now. 'Cause I can't breathe when you're holding on shine on me. Just let it go. Till it's too dark to see. I can't say no. What you want me to say? I can't wait around when I'm running away. Yeah, 'cause I've been lying all my life. I've been lying all my life. How could you forgive me if you don't have a choice? I won't give all the rest. No, I won't give all the rest. No, no, I won't give all the rest. 'Cause I've been lying all my life. I've been lying all my life. How could you forgive me? How could you forgive me? How could you forgive me?
You want this one?
Yeah, okay.
Secrets. Oh,
Yeah, so thanks for tuning in. If you have been, if you're just joining us, you should be sticking around because the stuff that's about to happen after us is bananas. Again, it's been a privilege and an honor to be here for this. Give if you can, it's important. This last song is a song called Liars, and we can talk about it more later, but I feel like it speaks to a lot about what's going on right now. It goes like this. You take the big one, I'll take his brother. Let's get this over with, 'cause I'm late for work. Well, do you remember when we were young? The swing sets, the castles, and the days in the sun. I sold all my baseball cards to buy me these clothes. And that's how it goes. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. I keep on thinking it's time to move on. Move out to that city so huge. Meet me some people. You see these old hills, they keep on calling. The clouds round here talk, and man, I've been listening. I sold all these clothes to buy me this land. Now I'm sorta happy most of the time. Most of the time. Lots of trains, the same ones as you. How come you get to talk to everybody? Man, I hate you. Keep on pointing out my elbow, your big pointed fingers, your six-fingered hands. I sold all this land to buy me some dreams, just like in those movies we played when we were kids. Just liars. Now we're 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 just liars. Thanks, yeah.
Well, hello there again. I want to thank you for tuning in and staying tuned in. We are Sessions in Place, and this is SIPFest, and we're going to be doing this until about 9 p.m. The last band is at 8 p.m., and that last band was Lyle, and thank you so much for performing. That was fantastic. So, Lyle, Jonny should be somewhere. And probably a good thing that y'all should do is come, two of you at least, come sit down in these chairs, comfy chairs. And this might be put on the spot. I don't know if we told you about this. But a nice thing that y'all could do, at least two of you, just, talk about the times that we're in, your individual perspective of all of that, and how you're affected by this COVID times, by the political bullshittery that we're currently in. And we just want that to last for, 15 minutes, if you could do such a thing. Just banter. I'm sure y'all can banter real well. So we got mics for you here. This is called Run and Gun, baby. There's that. And I believe that mic is not on. There's a switch on the front of it. And I'm going to unmute them just right now. Can you talk into them real quick? Perfect, perfect. So yeah, that was Lyle, and now they're about to have a conversation with themselves.
Oh, we're talking to ourselves.
Yeah, it's pretty fantastic. We're continuing to do this till 9 p.m. And don't forget Venmo. Be as generous as you can. And 100% of the funds raised today are going to the George Floyd Memorial Fund and the Black Lives Matter Seattle King County Fund. So throw all the bucks that you can, and we would be super appreciative, and so would everyone that gets all that money in their pockets so that they can do some better in this world, because we know that we need some better things happening in this world. So, with that being said, I'm gonna wait just one more second, because Austin is... I'm gonna stretch this a little bit. Sponsors, we have some things to thank you guys out there for. R90 Lighting, they have provided this light here, like these crazy little tubey lights. There's 8 of them, and there's like 16 LEDs in each one. There is also these big mover lights, and they're fantastic. They create really interesting fractals with all of the haze that's in here. And we have You Need a Burger. They're providing us food all day. Big shout out to them. And then, of course, Fremont Abbey for allowing us to continue to do things here, especially today for SIP Fest. So with that being said, let's have Lyle talk to themselves.
We're talking to ourselves.
Oh boy. Okay.
Come here there.
I'll tell you if I have something to say.
It's always like this.
Let's just go around the horn, guys.
Let's go around the horn.
My name is Arthur James. This is Lana McMullen. That's Leah T. We are 3 of the 487 members of Lyle.
That's right.
We're normally much bigger. We're kind of a phalanx. But yeah, we got asked to be a part of this, and we sort of immediately jumped on it, because this stuff is important, and I don't think that it doesn't matter what side you're on. It's important. I think that is a truth that everyone can agree on. And we tried to, Lana and I spent some time last night talking about what we're going to do with the set, how we're going to try to convey what we have to say, and there are a few songs with which we can sort of traverse and meander through what we were trying to say. I think the first one I would like to maybe think about is Alpine.
Yeah. So, it's an interesting terrain because this is obviously a very personal song about my own medical experiences. But in this COVID-19 time when Black and brown folks are dying 3 times more than white folks, that's pretty much all I can think about when I'm singing that song. And just how fucked up our medical care system is, that it functions in a way to make people money and not to make people well. And that just is an ongoing, seemingly unfixable situation in a capitalist society. So, yeah. The personal's always got that political going on. I think I had another point to that one, but it's gone now. Essentially, capitalism is a nightmare that's holding up a lot of the racist systems that we're entrenched in at this time. And burn it down. Burn it down. Comments?
No. Not on that, anyway.
She has no comments on burning it down.
We, God, what else did we play? Let me see the
Here.
thingamajigger. Yeah, so the first song that we played is a song that I brought to the band called Believe in the Dark. And similarly to Lana's intention with her song, it's a very personal song to me. It means something entirely different than the reason why I brought it with us today. And it's a song that I think, at least I tried to with it, I was trying to sort of express. It's a compassion. It's a song about compassion. It's a song about understanding your role in the world and in interpersonal relationships and with everything around you. And I think right now, whether most people like it or not, you are learning. And if there's anything to be taken about or taken from what's happening right now, I think people should recognize that everyone is learning. Everyone is learning. And I believe that we should always be doing that. We should continue to be doing the learning on the relevant topics at hand, obviously, for the rest of our lives. But yeah, I think it's one of the things that I really do believe in. To kind of quote the title of the song, it's called Believe in the Dark. But, you know, we're here for, not to get super hippie, but I really truly believe that our lives are about learning and loving, and you can't love without having learned, and you cannot learn without loving something or someone. And those are very, very important aspects of every conversation right now that I think people should be paying attention to, without getting too extreme. So yeah, that's why we played that song.
I love that you are talking at, like, that's the camera. You know this, right? No. This is the camera? Oh, I'm talking at the wrong direction. Jesus. Cool, okay. Yeah, there it is. Then another thing that I think we talk about a lot in our stuff is interpersonal relationships and accountability. And that's a big old theme right now, especially the vast majority of our band is white. We all have like different intersections going on, but for the most part, I think white folks right now, we have a tremendous amount of responsibility to really show up in ways that maybe haven't seemed obvious in the past and are very, very, very prevalent in social media currently, and are happening currently and all of the time and have been for hundreds of years. So suddenly now that a lot of folks are aware of these issues, it's not a time to be ashamed that you didn't know before. It's a time to take what you're learning and pay reparations, donate to the community, specifically to Black communities, Black Lives Matter, supported organizations, and just like show up. You can now because you know. So yeah, if you want resources, you can message me. My handle is at Lana McMullen on Instagram, and Kaylee Pruitt-Ham put together an amazing spreadsheet of a bunch of different city officials, police chiefs you can be emailing or calling, different organizations you can be donating to. And yeah, so message me if you want that. It's awesome. Thank you so much, Kaylee, for doing that work. Yeah. That's what I got there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess. I'll just tag. I'll just add to that. Whoa, it's very echoey over there. I think it's cool that we're able to show up in this space and participate in this manner, because you said that you're willing to like offer people resources and information, and I think there's a way for every person to participate in like a manner that's appropriate and like in a manner that they're capable of doing, you know? And like I'm very thankful that we as artists and musicians get to like not only donate money or participate in protests, but we also get to show up and play music and interact with the people of the internet, the people in this room, and try and make shit happen that way. And so I think like everyone just needs to like tap into their skill set and their available resources and figure out what makes sense for like their own lives, because everyone has the capability to be a part of this and participate and give and, you know, and at the very least, like, educate yourself. Read a book. Get Libby. Dude, I started listening to audiobooks on Libby. You just need a library card. It's so easy. And that's what I have to say about that.
Yeah, I think to that point, it's a really, really important thing for, I think, a lot of people. I hear it all the time and I read it all the time. You know, people are interested in learning, or they're interested in understanding how they can help, how they can be a part of what's going on. And I think it's important to not freak out about how, like, the feeling that you can't do something. Like, you don't need to be out in the streets. You don't need to be protesting. You don't need to be doing everything that you see on the news necessarily. There's so many ways to get involved, like what Lana was talking about. There's so many resources, and there's, I mean, books, resources, articles, your friends. Everybody's got friends, you know. Just sit down and have a conversation. That's how to be involved. Like, you just do what you do and do what you do best. Bring that to the table, and you would be surprised, I think, at what kind of an impact that can have. You know, you don't have to like be out in the streets, shoulder to shoulder with people. Nobody needs to know that you were at a protest. Nobody needs to know that you had a conversation. Nobody needs to know that you played a live stream to raise money for anything. Like, you can be doing work still, you know. So, yeah.
Yeah. I'm guessing that the vast majority of the people who are probably watching this are like on board and are like super down with everything we're saying. So if there are things that we're saying that you're like, message us. Like, we're all here to learn and to be the best possible people within this movement. So, yeah. Send in all the, okay.
No, you keep going.
Nope.
You looked like you were
Nope,
wrapping
I'm
up
good.
the thing.
Yep, done.
I just wanted to help you in case.
I like it.
I forgot. No, I mean, it's great. It's great if a lot of the people watching and participating are sort of like-minded and on board, but like, if you are, make sure you're also having conversations with people who are not like-minded and not on board. Yeah. Oliver, oh, they're telling secrets. Do you want to tell secrets, Arthur?
Yeah, I think
That's it.
No, I think I think a big part of this that I'm seeing that really, given my perspective and outlook on a lot of stuff, certainly with regard to some topics of the larger conversations that are happening right now, I do go to extremes. I do view certain things as black and white. But for the most part, there is still a place in the middle. And I feel like, you know, there's more encouragement in the way of like, oh, you feel that way, well, I'm going to try to convince you to feel how I feel. I don't think that that's correct. You know, it really should be about listening. And one of the things that I heard recently, I don't even remember where. I'm watching so many things right now. But you have to understand that, like, we're talking about racism, we're talking about police brutality, we're talking about how certain things right now are being politicized, which should not be. And I think a lot of that comes from, again, that exercise in wanting to like, oh, you feel that way, I'm going to tell you how you're wrong, and then I'm also going to tell you how I'm right. There is a way to have a conversation with somebody. If somebody tells you that this is what my life feels like, you should be concerned. You should be, and I really hesitate to use the word should with, concerning anybody's life, but in this arena, I feel like you should be listening. You should at the very least be listening to someone's plight, to someone's perspective that you cannot possibly understand. Both of these women right here have lives that I will never be able to understand. That is a thing that I understand. And, very recently in the past 2 or 3 years, we're still, experiencing part of that movement, the Me Too movement. Like, I learned a lot from that. And I learned a lot from that in listening, in understanding that I cannot possibly understand what it is that you go through. Therefore, how in the hell can I sit in front of you and tell you that you're wrong? How can I? It's an impossibility.
Yeah, I was talking with my partner about this yesterday, and how that's just a huge part of, like, the white patriarchy, again, because it's gaslighting. Like, essentially, if a brown person or a black person comes forward and says, this is my experience, and a white person says, well, let me play devil's advocate there, then, like, why would there be any conversation where a white person would need to negate or rebut against that? Which is just, like, essentially to prove, like, no, the system is working, everything is fine, what's your problem, please shut up, So, yeah, I think that's a very good point.
Yeah, I feel so strongly about that's part of so many, I wouldn't even call them conversations because of the lack of what I'm talking about, but so many of these arguments that I see and hear is that's what's missing, is there is definitely a perspective, there's definitely a side of the conversation that is not listening, that is not understanding, that you cannot possibly understand what this person, and what a huge community of people of color, all of them are saying the same thing. Like, how can you refute it? How can you argue the fact that this is something that does not exist? Because of course you don't get it. Right. Of course you don't. So, I'm getting all worked up here.
Do it.
I just think that's a very meaningful part of the process here that I see missing a lot. I'm not saying it's missing generally, but a lot of the time what I see is people not understanding that there is something happening, that there is something going on that you very genuinely cannot ever know. So it's worth, at the very least, trying to consider that before, again, trying to prove somebody wrong or trying to tell them that this perspective is incorrect, because you can't do that with certain things. I'm not saying all of it, but with certain stuff, and you guys know what I'm talking about. Like, there is no refuting, and it's sort of asinine to me that it is happening. It's ridiculous. But anyway, that's how I feel.
I think we're coming up on our time.
Yeah. Thanks for chilling, people.
Yeah. Thanks so much for being here, for listening to us bumble through trying to explain how we feel. Camera 1, camera 2, don't know. But if you're looking for people to follow, Nikita Oliver, fucking amazing. COVID-19 Mutual Aid, amazing. Who else we got? Black Lives Matter, Seattle King County. Yeah. Get the info. Pay reparations. Love you. Thank you for being here.
Well, hello again. I just like that we threw that right at Lyle and they ran with it and they covered our booties. So thank you for doing that. Y'all are right here. You're like 6 feet away from me because that's what we're doing. Wearing face masks. Also, I put all, if not most of your things by the door. And thank you, Lena, for allowing Jonny to use your guitar. Because unfortunately, sometimes guitars don't like to work. Anywho, so a reminder that we are doing this whole thing because we believe that music matters, live music matters, and we're going to continue doing this until we cannot. And it's bringing back the live music. And can someone turn off the hazer? Ben Strickland is turning off the hazer currently. So just a reminder that this is a socially distant concert series that is live streamed every Saturday, and we do it on Facebook if you like 720p, or YouTube, it's at 1080p, and choose your own adventure. We ask that you at home subscribe to us on YouTube and give us a like, and then Venmo, please, Venmo. 100% of the donations gathered today are going to the George Floyd Memorial Fund and the Black Lives Matter of the Seattle King County. And so be as generous as you can with your finances, because it's all going to that. So go crazy. Money, money, money. Do it. And then just to give a quick shout out, R90 Lighting, You Need a Burger, both you two are amazing. I love you. You are really the lifeblood of Sessions in Place. You're making it continue to happen both visually, gorgeously, and then sustenance-ally. New word, take that, Merriam-Webster. And then what we're asking you at home is, if you're on Instagram, you should take a picture or a video of yourself. And then what you can do with that is you put it on your Instagram stories, and then you can post it onto your stories and then tag Jonny Gold Music and Sessions in Place, and we'll be able to see the perspective that you have with all of that being said. And then what would be great is also Patreon exists, and we have a Patreon that we made, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks ago. And if you like what Sessions in Place is doing, you can kick $5, $10, or $20 a month, and it really will help us continue to make this happen, like a well-oiled wheel, as they say. Because I don't really want to talk much more, because I want to hear what Jonny is going to make for us musically, I'm going to just say, grab a glass of whatever's helping you cope with this time apart, and let's enjoy some Jonny Gold together.
Howdy, y'all. Thanks so much for joining us. Thank you to Sessions in Place for making this all happen. Thank you so much to the Fremont Abbey they donated this space for this time to raise money for these amazing causes. They've been taking such good care of the crew and the musicians. Thank you for the gift bags, Fremont Abbey. You guys are amazing. What is it? Am I going to open it right now? Okay. All right. We're going to open it right now. This is live. This is happening for the first time. Oh, look at this. We got chocolate. Yes. This will sustain me through many things. We also have sheet music. Is it sheet music? That's so cool. What is this? This is another little thing of itself to open, so I'll save that for a minute. We have a reusable straw to save the turtles. We believe in intersectional activism here at Sessions in Place at Fremont Abbey. We also have beer, yes. That's another thing to open that is going to be opened in just a second. And then we have kombucha. Ooh, kombucha if you want a little bit something lighter to start off your evening with. And we have omega-3 mix. Sounds healthy. Snack smart. What else do we have? Okay, let's open this little sheet music thing. What do we got in here? Juggling so many things. Would you open that beer for me, though, Oliver? Okay. Do I rip this open? Does anybody know? It's so pretty. I hate to. Brant, do I rip this open? Let's just going to go for it. I don't know what it is either. Oh, look at that. We have tea. Perfect thing for singers. We have a sticker, Fremont Abbey sticker. And we also have a letter for me. Oh, it's a recipe. That's so cool. Classic sauerkraut. Get your German on. And what else do we have? I'm dropping everything here. Thank you, Oliver. And we also have, there is a letter. I'm going to read that later because it's private. Thank you so much to Fremont Abbey. So they take great care of musicians. If you want to support the arts, supporting the Abbey is a great way to do that. So head to their website, find out all the ways that you can do that. They're still hosting socially distanced events even through this time apart. So thank you so much to them for letting us come into their space and do this. I'm going to start playing some music for you guys. I'm going to play some unreleased. Most of it is unheard completely. This will be the first time ever it's been heard. Some of it written in quarantine, some before, but I decided to kind of use this opportunity to play some new stuff and kind of shake up what I usually play. But before I do, I wanted to say something in the theme of what we're trying to do with this event, which is that while there's many genres that kind of are a Venn diagram that make up what I try to do in my music, my North Star is always kind of country music. I grew up with country and folk music and Americana, and that genre has always been framed as a white tradition, as part of white culture. And that is a myth that I hope to dispel for you right now, and I hope that you will go and read more about this, because country music is created by Black Americans. Country music comes from the Black experience. It comes from Black musicians and artists and creatives, from Black ministers who wrote hymns that Woody Guthrie turned into songs, to Black artists that were never given the recognition that they should have gotten, like DeFord Bailey and James A. Bland. Musicians who paved the way for people like Hank Williams, Willie Nelson, Chet Atkins. These people literally learned their craft. They learned about country music from Black street musicians who will remain nameless for the entirety of history because they were lost to history. Record labels didn't give them the time of day. Venues didn't give them a stage, but their art lives on in what we know today as country music. And I couldn't be more honored to exist in a tradition that comes from such amazing emotion and authenticity, and that just carries on this legacy of amazing Black artists making amazing art that we all carry with us every day. Don't let this myth that white culture created country music make you frame it that way. Seek out Black country artists. I'm actually going to be putting together a Spotify playlist of as many of these old Black country artists as I can find. Like I said, much of their music has been lost to history. But that being said, I'm going to play you some cowboy tunes. This one's called Cocaine and Jesus. I'm stuck in this bathroom doing cocaine with Jesus. It feels like I'm wasting my time with friends like these who needs remedies. I told you I'm feeling just fine. And dogwood sounds pretty, but ain't it a pity how nothing seems to turn out right when the sun comes up and you stare straight into the light. One hot December, you pulled me aside, slapped a drink in my hand. We'd be brothers for life, partners in crime, but I had one more gin than I could stand. And I saw you turn red when all that I said was maybe I'll put up a fight. Close your eyes now, sonny, and don't stare straight into the light. I'll keep my cuffs folded, my blanket unrolled as I shoot up the coast with my lover. You can unwind, leave all sorrows behind. You and Jesus take the morning to recover. But when the blue bonnets bloom and then sets the gloom, just know that I'm doing alright. 'Cause I'll have cloudy days and rain while you stare straight into the light. Thank you, thank you. This is a new one. It's called Please Yourself.
Middle-class house in the Texas suburbs, wrapped up like Christmas in ivy leaves. But somewhere inside is a demon that hides in the guilty I love yous and the bachelor's degrees. But you can't please no one else till you please yourself. You can't please no one else until you please yourself. A desk job downtown and a carefree spirit, 19 years old with a little mouth to feed. Mama, get to Japan just as fast as you can. You're young, but your body knows just what it needs. And you can't please no one else until you please yourself. You can't please no one else until you please yourself. Who you are ain't always who you're meant to be. Don't you know what you want is the same as what you need? And you can't free no one else till you're free no yourself. You can't please no one else until you please yourself.
Thank you so much. Thanks everybody for watching. Head to the Venmo, give money. We're donating all to some great causes. That's why we're all here.
And just one more bad December, then I'll quit this scene for good. I didn't tell them the whole story, but their reaction to this chapter wasn't good. And all the Christmases I remember ended with me and the guitar. Friends will fade into the background, but the ones that truly love you won't go far. And I've had dips and stumbles, walked around in circles for miles, for years at a time. And I have tripped and mumbled my way through this world, but I'll always have another song to write, while I'm wondering who's missing me tonight. All all the Christmases I remember ended with me in a guitar. My friends will fade into the background, but the ones that truly love you won't go far. And I drink wine instead of whiskey. Whiskey don't stay away the blues. Liquor makes us feel we're winners, no matter how goddamn much we lose. And I had dips and stumbles, walked around in circles for miles, for years at a time. And I have tripped and I mumbled my way through this world, but I'll always have another song to write. And while I'm wondering who's missing me tonight,
That's a new tune as well. All of these kind of unreleased, not going to be on the record that's upcoming. Just kind of don't fit on it, and just kind of waiting around for their turn. This one's called Grandma Betsy.
Grandma Betsy up and died last night when I was sleeping. I couldn't tell you why, but I could hardly hold back the tears. 'Cause I didn't know her, she didn't know me. It's just one of those things that hits inexplicably. Couldn't function all day. I ain't gonna miss her, I ain't gonna miss her, now she's gone. I ain't gonna miss her, I ain't gonna miss her, now she's gone. Now she's dead and gone. The pappy sat me down. He told me, son, you gotta lace up your boots, strap on your gun, 'cause I'll tell you, this world is a fight. I said kindly, Grandpa, I disagree. I think there's love in every corner, down every street, and I'll tell you, I'll tell you this, I ain't gonna miss him, I ain't gonna miss him when he's gone. I ain't gonna miss him, I ain't gonna miss him when he's gone. When he's dead and gone. Someday I'll die, and just the same I'll have great-great-grandchildren who will hardly remember my name. And they won't even care. They ain't gonna miss me, they ain't gonna miss me when I'm gone. They ain't gonna miss me, they ain't gonna miss me when I'm gone. When I'm dead and gone.
No, they ain't gonna miss me when I'm gone.
This next tune is probably the happiest song I've ever written, so that's good. It's good to get some emotional dynamics going. I like to lean more on the heavy side. This one's called Somewhere Down the Road.
Somewhere, oh somewhere, somewhere down the road, we won't be so lost as to where we should go. Somewhere, oh somewhere, somewhere down the road, we'll look back and laugh at the things we didn't know. Sometime, oh sometime, maybe sometime next year, we'll be living out of love because we shook off the fear. Sometime, oh sometime, maybe sometime next year, you'll look right beside you and I'll still be here. Somehow, oh somehow, we'll find all the good. We'll say some things we shouldn't, but everything we should. Sometime, oh sometime, maybe some all the good. We'll do everything we always knew that we could. 'Cause some things are easy, some things are hard. The things most worth doing get the roughest of starts. But right now it's good, it'll get better, I swear. Sometime, somehow, and somewhere. Oh, some things are easy, some things are hard. The things most worth doing get the roughest of starts, honey. Right now it's good, but it'll get better, I swear. Sometime, somehow, and somewhere.
Thank you. Oliver, we got anybody interacting? No?
Let me take a gander. Oh, yeah, you take a swig of that.
Huh?
You take a swig of that while I look at stuff.
It's time.
We just have people saying how beautiful this is.
Flattering.
Yeah, visually, audio-wise.
Sessions in Place is the best, y'all. Support on Patreon, Venmo.
Yes,
everything
if you
can.
like what you see and want to have Sessions in Place continue to do this, donate to our Patreon. But if you want to just do a donation of at least $5, please go to our Venmo, which is just Sessions in Place, and then kick us money that way, because 100% of that is going to the George Floyd Memorial Fund, and then the other half of that percentage is going, well, it's a half and half split. The other half is going to the Black Lives Matter and the Seattle King County Fund. So please, please, please be generous with your donations. Thank you.
This song is called The Morning.
The bedroom's always dusty, the window's all too small. It's hot in Amarillo, summer, spring, and fall. Don't you go and throw away your life, you are still forming. This will all be better in the morning. Dogs all bark at midnight 'cause the neighborhood's on fire. I'll oversleep tomorrow, waking takes desire. Jack's locked out, it's 2 a.m. He's always got a story. And this will all be better in the morning. The clubhouse walls are packed again with loud mouths speaking words. Quite a lot is said in here, not much of it is heard. You chime in and tell me something simple and adoring. This will all be better in the morning. Northside folk will kill you dead with only half a smile. Wordless accusations, slander with such style. Green eyes filled with pity shoot at me like a warning. This will all be better in the morning. No, this will all be better in the morning.
I just got a couple more songs for y'all. Couple more songs, Oliver. Is that what we can do?
Yeah, let's get it to 3:40, and then we'll have a conversation over there.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah,
Let's
just
do
you
it.
and I, just the two
Cool.
of us. We can-
One more song?
If it's 9 minutes long.
It could be. I don't know. How long do you want me to do runs for?
For 9 minutes.
We'll play 2 more songs. I played this last one. This one's called The Virus.
Tom had to close up the deli. Beth took her kids out of school. The kids down the street ain't got nothing to eat. Mama's in danger, so follow the rules. The sun's making love to the sweet grass. The governor's holding the line. The market's gone crazy, they make you feel lazy for wasting the days away sleeping outside. But Tom shouldn't have to work half so hard to make just $1 to spend. Beth shouldn't have to hold down 2 jobs while their babies turn into men. We're losing the battle again. Friends and relations grow distant. Ministers point you to God. The man on the TV makes it sound easy. Stay home, don't get sick, but don't lose your job. Convenience store battles are raging, and poets up right until 3. Or fight off the symptoms alone if you get them. They'll find a cure, but the cure won't be free. And we shouldn't have to work out so hard to make just $1 to spend. We shouldn't have to hold down 2 jobs while our babies turn into men. We're losing the battle again. You make a penny, the landlord gets 5. Who can afford just staying alive? So I'm drinking at home on a Thursday, waking up Friday at 10. Springtime smells sweet even with nothing to eat. And we're losing the battle again. We're losing the battle again. Thanks so much, y'all. I just got one more song for you. It's a new one. I have a song releasing on June 30th, and half the proceeds of the song are going to go to the Groundswell Black Trans Fund to support and give financial aid to black trans people who are one of the most oppressed minority groups in the entire world. And so if you want to support that cause, if you want to support my music, you like what you hear, you can go find me on Instagram and pre-save the song on Spotify. This song is called Father, Father. Father, 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 look at what you've done. Father, 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 you never had a son. Use your hands to dig your grave. Now your days are done. Father, 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 look at what you've done. Preacher, 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 you can keep your prayers. Preacher, 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 how do you know God cares? Now I can see doubt's shadow about to catch you unawares. So preacher, 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 you can keep your prayers. Mama, 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 wish I knew you well. Mama, 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 I ain't scared of any hell. What you teach is what you earn. There ain't whiskey in that well. Mama, 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 wish I knew you well. Sarah, 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 my love for you is real. Sarah, 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 sure and strong and steel. Take my hand and dry your eyes. You know what you feel. Sarah, 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 my love for you is real. look at what you've done. Father, 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 children soon will grow. Take comfort in the lies you tell. What you think ain't what you know. So Father, 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 careful what you sow. Father, 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 oh, oh, oh.
Wowie. Wowie, wowie, wowie. Johnny not only can... Oh, hold on. Hold on to a phone. Not only can they MC and make a conversation happen, but boy, oh boy, they can friggin' slay the bells on music. Oh my gosh. So now Johnny's going to come and be the interviewed. And I'm not even going to... It's going to be a conversation. Yeah.
Just dish.
Dude, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
I'm tired.
You're tired?
Tired.
Why are you tired?
Tired.
What's got you so tired?
Everything.
Like what? Tell me.
Okay, come on.
Are you not paying attention?
Not sleeping.
True. True.
Mainly that. Mainly not sleeping.
Not sleeping, prepping for this.
Yeah. Prepping for other things
that we can't
I cannot talk about.
Yeah.
Yet.
Yeah.
But you'll find out.
Yeah. And then another person performing today also cannot talk about the same thing.
We can't talk about it. That's all we can say.
Why are we talking about it?
Let's stop talking about it. It's like Fight Club. It's like, let's not do that. It's like Fight Club the movie. Don't talk about it because it's bad.
Right. Right. So don't talk about it. Be about it.
Be about it. That's what we want to do.
So we're here at the Fremont Abbey, and boy, oh boy, you were the third band to perform today. Going into it, can you just tell me your thoughts, your outlooks, like, especially with the everything that's happening right now, right?
No, I think it's important to draw attention and to be specific about what's going on right now. You know, like I wanted to I wanted to do something where it was up front that we're amplifying black voices, and that's why a lot of the non-POC artists are at the beginning. And now we're kind of moving into a section where all these amazing, amazing black musicians and artists are going to be featured and be able to, play the music that's built from their perspective and their experience. And I think it's important to, everybody has dog whistles and everybody has vagaries and veils that they use to like talk about things without talking about it. And it's like, I just am so thankful that there's a group of people here that's willing to put it at the forefront. Like, this is what it's for. This is what we're supporting. Because it's rare, even in a lot of circles, that happens. You know, a lot of people who are kind of more to the left get into this bubble where they think like, oh, everybody knows what's going on, kind of. And but a lot of the arts that you see, some of the events that I've seen, like, not to put anyone down, but some of the events that I've seen who are raising money for specific charities or things, they're just kind of dancing around it, and they're not exactly saying it. And it's like, I think what I wanted to do was plan something where it's very clear, like, police brutality is an issue. It has been for a long time. Right now is a historic movement for the black community, and if you're not a part of it, you're silent about it. And there's no such thing as neutral ground. Like, there's only four equal rights for black Americans, or there's neutrality, which is just the same as staying silent about it. And it's, silence is violence, is what they say. So
absolutely. And I mean, it was really cool to kick off the day with martial law because
perfect.
Oh my gosh. And I was a little bit scared because we were not able to get in contact with them.
They're so busy. They're right there on the front lines.
I mean, they're chopping it up. Like, and they're seriously the coolest people.
So
really easy to work with and so humble and just the most gracious. So shout out martial law. Y'all are great.
Y'all are tight. They were also bumping music right in front
I know.
of the
I heard
Abbey.
they're keeping it going.
I think Brent was like, "Did you open the door?" He's like, "Hey, can you turn it down?" or something like that. I think he did that.
The thing about Marshall is just like everything about him is revolutionary. Like not just his music and not just his action, but even his attitude and his personality is revolutionary. Like nothing short of it. Like he's not just a sweet guy or a nice guy or a well-spoken guy or a strong.
It's like being hyper thematic.
Yeah,
like everything about him.
Everything
exudes
about
that.
him is revolutionary, and it's so cool to just be around that energy. It was the perfect way to kick this
It
off.
really was.
Really perfect.
It
And
really
we got the
was.
perfect way to end it out too, because Thunderstorm Artis
Oh
is
yeah.
going to be our headliner. He is the final artist, and he's amazing.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my gosh, his voice can turn 4 chairs around. That's
Did he turn 4 chairs around?
Yeah.
Wow, look
yeah,
at that.
all 4. Also, you're leaning out of frame.
Oh,
Just
that's
watch
my
out.
Hey, thank you, technical director.
And then a cool thing that we're doing after this interview is we're doing a highlight reel of all of the bands that we have done up until this point.
Am I on it? Am I on the highlight?
You're on there.
Oh, sweet.
So unfortunately, we didn't get Kate Dinsmore's in there, but so it's 10, first 10 bands that we had. We have Noya, we have Octavia McAloon, we have The Native Sibling, we have Ian Ketterer, Racoma, Payge Turner, Jonny Gold. This is really stretching my brain right now.
Native Sibling, you say Native
I
Sibling?
did say that. And then
Check it out. Check it all out.
yeah, you'll
gonna
have to
be
check it
amazing.
out. And it gives us some time here at the Fremont Abbey to, eat some food and do some more arranging of the things that are happening. And Austin has something to tell me, of which I'm going to listen to.
Yes, Austin. Okay. Gotcha. So Facebook has a limit of the amount of time a stream is allowed to go. So Austin is telling us some instructions for y'all. If you're watching on Facebook, that's great. What's going to happen right now is the stream's going to go off for about 30 seconds. But don't panic. There's going to be a new post with a new stream. So just head to the Sessions in Place page, and you will see the new stream pop up once the first one goes down. So keep a lookout for that second stream. It's going to be a completely new one. And don't worry, this one's just going down for technical spec reasons with Facebook's limitations.
Yeah, Facebook is a little limited in it when it comes to live streaming. They only allow 720p.
Don't talk bad about Facebook. They're listening.
Uh-oh. But it's really cool because someone that we know that works for Facebook, which is Ian Ketterer's girlfriend, she gave us some free Facebook bucks to help promote.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And that kind of leads into a point I wanted to make about why I wanted to do this and why all of us are even here. Like nobody here is getting paid. Like nobody here is getting paid. All the equipment, all of the work hours, all of the labor, all of the setting up and tearing down, even the space, none of it is being paid for. It's all free and being
Even doing it on my
volunteered.
birthday because I love it.
Oliver's donating his birthday.
It really is a
for
passion
this.
project.
I texted him and I said, "Hey, let's do a 24-hour live stream on June 27th." He was like, "That's my birthday. Sounds great." I was like,
yeah.
I was like, "Okay, all right, that's pretty awesome."
And it was really cool because it's sort of like a golden birthday for me. Not the typical golden birthday, but I was born at 1:32 p.m. and I'm turning 32.
It's a special one, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
This year's gonna be good for you, buddy.
I only know it's really funny because the only reason why I know when I was born is because not because my birth certificate, it's because on my fridge from when I was like 3 or 4, it was an assignment in school and it had me write all of that information down. So it's like the big double line print. I'm like writing it, but with my right hand. And then there's 4 pictures. And one of them is me on my first birthday, just with the cake right in front of me and bawling so hard. Not bawling out of control, like
partying, but like just crying out my eyes.
Yeah, so it's like so cool that like Oliver's willing to donate his birthday. All of these people are willing to donate their equipment and their time, and this was just a way for us as creatives and producers and artists to use the skills and just what we already do to add to this movement. And I promise you that if you're sitting at home and feeling like you don't have anything to add to this moment, you do. You absolutely do. Like from Elijah, who is down volunteering as a medical professional, to Ringham, who's an educational professional, and he's adding that voice, writing articles, working with schools and other organizations. Whatever your skill is, whatever you do and whatever you're passionate about, I promise you there is a way to utilize it to add and contribute to this movement and this moment. So don't feel discouraged. Go look for organizations, and they will tell you how you can add to what they're doing, how you can help them. And yeah, just don't wait. Like, get up and do something right now. Like,
Yeah, an
right
easy
now.
thing for you to do if you have any financial abilities to do is donate to at Sessions in Place through Venmo, and 100% of your donations are going to the George Floyd Memorial Fund and the Black Lives Matter of Seattle King County. 100% of the
100%.
donations. So be as generous as you can. And, I think right now we have almost $250 raised. But
Heck yeah.
by the end of
Let's
the
get it
night,
up.
I really hope that we're like 4 times that or something.
I mean it. Yeah, get involved in this moment right now with us. Like, share the stream. Start a watch party. We still got like 6 hours or something of live stream to go.
Something like that.
4 or 5 hours, and so you got time to call some friends. All get on it together. Either socially distance or remotely from your houses. Get on a Zoom call while you watch the stream. Stream it together. Make it communal. One up each other. Share your donation, and then ask people to match it or exceed it, and start a chain. Do this and partner with us, because this is really what we're here for. And so many labor hours and so much time and energy has gone into making this happen, specifically to support those organizations. So please partner with us in that way.
Please, please, please. Austin Glass has something to say to us.
Hello, Austin. Great. So if you're on Facebook right now, if you're watching this on Facebook, you should see a pinned comment at the very top of the comment section on the stream that you're currently watching, the first stream. Just go to that pinned comment by Sessions in Place, click that link, and that will take you right over to the second one. It'll be a smooth transition. There will be no downtime. It'll take you through the rest of the night, or we might have to do it again, who knows, but yeah,
rolling with the punches.
We'll try to make it as easy as we can.
In these times of COVID and all that, I just want to mention that we are being very cautious. We're 6 feet apart. We have face masks on at all times. And, I am only one of many people to use this mic. However, if you want to put that branded content right there, we have these. And we're wiping every mic down, the capsule, and the whole entire thing in between. I have one right here that I did before this. I actually also wiped down Johnny's mic. And, we're being as cautious as possible. I just want you at home to rest assured that we are doing all that we can, because we firmly believe that music is essential, and we want live music to be live again, and this is the only way that we can currently do it. So if you like what we're doing here, we have a Patreon, and it's so easy to find. You just type in Sessions in Place once you go to Patreon, and there's $5, $10, and $20 a month that you can provide to us, which will make this continue to happen, because we want it to continue to happen. Johnny wants it to continue to happen.
Yes.
And the first person that wanted to continue to happen was my mother, Pamela Frederica Love.
Thank you.
So
Pamela.
thank you. And then the second person was Tina Jones, which is
Thank you, Tina.
Ben Strickland's girlfriend. So I think we're still awaiting a third person. So if you want to be the third person, we'll shout out your name.
We'll shout you
I don't
out.
have my phone on me, so if you did it right now, I wouldn't be able to. However,
Next time we'll come back on. I'll
Yeah.
shout it out. Yeah. So let's talk about who we got coming up. If y'all haven't seen the lineup, if y'all forgot, next I think is Payge. Payge is
Correct.
next.
Payge Turner is next.
Payge Turner, an amazing friend of mine. She is so phenomenal. She is a fantastic singer and songwriter.
Just released an EP.
Just released an EP, Sleepwalker. Go get
Sleepwalker.
it. Go prep for Payge.
Yeah, because we'll have an hour. So
Yep.
in 6 minutes, we're gonna start that highlight reel of the 10 sessions in place sessions that have happened previously. So while that's happening, you can very well watch that. Why not? But if you want to take a break from all this and just listen to Payge's music, you can go to Spotify and listen to Sleepwalker. And then I also believe that they have put out a documentary that I think was
the making of Sleepwalker.
Yeah, the
too,
making of Sleepwalker.
Directed by Morgan Jones, who's also amazing.
Yeah, Morgan's here today, and she's providing some behind-the-scenes photography. Shout out, Morgan.
Shout out to Morgan.
I saw you once upon a time just over there, but now you're not there.
She's not there. Shout out to Richard, too.
Also, Richard is the technical director, and he is amazing.
Amazing.
I've watched him do yoga before this all started, and before this session started, and he's currently doing a stretch. He has the best posture I've ever seen. For someone that has the shittiest posture, boy, oh boy.
Maybe we should stream that, too. Stream some yoga with Richard.
Yoga with Richard?
That should have been a segment. Gosh. Damn it.
I mean, if he got right here and just did some stretches, I would not be mad.
I wouldn't be mad.
Richard, if you want to do that and let the people
just
know.
throwing it out there.
Also, we got Derek Santo over there.
Derek.
He's doing the lighting. He's
all
incredible.
That beautiful lighting over there.
Man, I really appreciate and respect that person.
Yeah.
He's the one that really got us the R90 hookup. And also, we're starting to work together with this thing called Covert Bat in Tukwila. The first one that we're doing is next Friday, July 3rd. And it's like a drive-in concert. And the location of it is Virtual Sports. So all you got to do is go to Instagram and go to Covert Bat. I think it's Covert_Bat. And then there's all the information you need there. Derek and I are helping get the artists. And
I'll be there.
Yeah, and Johnny's actually going to perform.
I'll be there.
So, all in the family. It's all love. It's all love. And there is room for, I think, seating, like some grass seating or something. And then there's a bar, there's a beer garden. And all socially
distanced.
Gosh.
It's going to be so good. After Payge, we got Rio, right? Is Rio or Irie
After
first?
Payge, we have Irie Love.
Irie Love. And I think Payge is playing with Irie Love, too. They're
Correct.
good friends. And
the bassist for Payge is playing the acoustic guitar for Irie.
I love it. You love to see it. And then after Irie Love, we got Rio Chanae. She's amazing. She's an awesome poet, an amazing musician. She's been down at the protest singing for Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
And then again to close out Thunderstorm Artis. And I'm going to have a conversation with all of them. And so please stick around for those. The conversations are going to be such a cool experience to get to hear from each of them, all of their experience, all of their musical just inspiration and journey. I'm super excited to hear from all of them. So.
Me as well. Unfortunately for myself, I'm running around so much I don't be able to hear
You can watch it
However,
later.
I can watch it later. So that is also to mention for you at home, you can watch all of this later. If you miss anything, you can rewind time and watch it later.
This will be around for the end of time till the
forever and
internet
ever.
breaks.
Amen.
Till our servers crash.
Yeah. Hey, they're known to.
Till, society collapses.
Yeah. I just want to mention again, Venmo, please donate generously. We ask a minimum donation of $5. You can donate even more than that. Let's say you got that $1,200 from the government, and you're just like, man, that's been just lingering in my bank account, and I don't know what to do with it. Go into Venmo, Here's what you do. You go to
Here's what you
Venmo, and you type in Sessions in Place to find us, and then you just throw all $1,200 of that.
All of it, the whole thing.
The whole.
If you have money you don't know what to do with, I promise you it makes such a huge difference. I know a couple clicks and then a ton of money's out of your bank account might not feel like you did a bunch of good, but even $5 does so much good and contributes so much to these movements. So if you can give exponentially more than that, I can't even fathom the lengths that money is going to go to just furthering this cause for equality. Everything Marshall is saying just kind of wraps it in a bow for me. You know, like, we need substantial change in this country. We have over 1,000 people killed by police every single year. We have a gigantic, we have like 25% of the nation's incarcerated rate. 25% of the world's prisoners are in America. We're not even close to 25% of the population of the earth, so that's insane. A huge percentage of those incarcerated prisoners are black. A huge percentage of those are black men. And it is just a cycle that continues and continues and continues, and it is throughout our system, whether it's the police, the prison system, our healthcare, our education system. They were all built to strategically oppress black people. I know it seems like, oh, maybe it was an accident. It was not. It was purposeful, and we need to be purposeful in our dismantling of it. We have to not just be not racist, we have to be anti-racist, and that means fighting the systems that perpetuate the injustices that black Americans have to face every single day, and your money does go towards that. It does help that cause, so please.
100% of your donations today through Venmo.
All of it.
George Floyd Memorial Fund and the Black Lives Matter of the Seattle King County. We've previously donated to the Trans Women of Color Solidarity Network and Campaign Zero, but today, George Floyd Memorial Fund and Black Lives Matter Seattle King County.
And again, one more reminder, my music specifically, I'm going to be committing 50% of the proceeds from my new single to Groundswell's Black Trans Fund. Black trans people are some of the most oppressed people in the entire world, and so if you want to support them that way, go pre-save my song, go follow me on Spotify. It'll load the song right into your playlist once it's released on June 30th. And then, half of the money I make from that song, whether it's from anything, licensing, publishing, streaming revenue, it is all going towards Groundswell's Black Trans Fund. So there's so many ways to support, and if you're tuning in and enjoying what we're doing today, please give to the Sessions of Place Venmo. We can't say it enough.
Yeah. And also our Patreon. If you want to see this continue to happen, Patreon, $5 a month, $10 a month, $20 a month. Choose your own adventure. Really, I think the $20 increment is just saying your name on air. So it's.
You want to hear Oliver say your name?
Yeah.
You could
I'll
record
even
it for
scream
your
name.
voicemail.
I'll scream your name. Yeah, I'll do
They'll
whatever
sing
you
it?
want. I'll do whatever you want me to do to your name.
They'll whisper it.
These are all options.
ASMR style.
Oliver Stell Fox. Anyways, I want to thank you for tuning in. And so, like I said, the next thing that's about to happen is a highlight reel of all of the bands that have performed with us at Sessions in Place. So enjoy that. We're going to be doing some finagling here to make sure that the next person that performs is all tidy and
eating food, so we're not all grumpy.
And also eating food, because I realized I haven't done that today.
And Oliver gets grumpy when he doesn't eat.
That is an understatement. Oh boy, oh boy. So thank you for tuning in. Stay tuned, and I love you.
Tell your friends, donate. Black Lives Matter, protect trans kids.
Yes.
trees are green in a wild unseen. Follow west, back to where you started from. There is one who knows all the words you lost from years ago. And there's one who sees the lines, the steps, the aching depths from years ago. It's not waiting here for you, what you left up to fate. The life you found but didn't choose. Oh, you still know the way to the west. Foggy more than a heart untorn. Call from the west. The crooked love between crow and dove. Call me west, back to where I started from. With nights I used to know the paths that lead through the moon glow. The days I used to see the bucket bay, the bended tree from years ago. Home is waiting there for you with the time that ebbs away. But you have your life to choose. Oh, you still know the way to the west. Caught up, innocent. Reach out, how to win. Call back, look me in the eyes. Concern, bent by your disguise. Assume of me and me of you. Why do we distance from the truth? Placed in 3x5. Strict pose realigned. And call back, look me in the eyes. Concern, bent by your disguise. Assume of me and me of you. Why do we distance from the truth? Oh, if I'm not ready, oh, if I'm not ready, oh, if I'm not ready, won't you just follow me? Call back, look me in the eyes, concerned been by your disguise, assume of me and me of you. Why do we distance from the truth? Call back, look me in the eyes, concerned been by your disguise, assume of me and me of you. Why do we distance from the truth?
I said, ooh, come back down, come back down. The choice you were given was not yours to turn down. What's carry me through all my doubt that you'll ever come back. Something isn't right, something isn't right, something isn't right. Someday I'll make it right, I'll make it right. Something isn't right, something isn't right, something isn't right. Someday I'll make it right, I'll make it right. Someday I'll make it right, I'll make it right. right, something isn't right. Someday I'll make it right, I'll make it right. Something isn't right, something isn't right, something isn't right. Someday I'll make it right, I'll make it right. Someday I'll make it right, I'll make it right. Hold to your soul. Get lost every now and then. It's how you grow. So hold on to your soul. No, don't let it go. Before you know, the signs of old will show. So don't let it go. Don't let it go.
what you gave so you could demand that I pay. You made me hate, you made me hate the sound of the word reciprocate. I didn't owe you a single fucking thing. So I'll show you.
The rain drips down into the ground, and I wonder why the sorrow fills me up like a paper cup, won't hold up tomorrow. Everybody says it's strange that I hold on so long. Down and down the rain it falls to the ocean. I've dreamed that I am a cloud, pulled down like threads of silver straight into the ground. Let it all out, let it out, let it come down, let it come down, let it out, let it all out, let it out, let it come down, gotta let it out. Raindrops like to feel your skin, and that is why they're falling. Maybe it's time to go outside. Hear the bells are calling. Everybody feels sad from time to time. Drip, drip, drop out of my cup till I feel like dancing. I've dreamed that I am a cloud, pulled down like threads of silver straight into the ground. Let it all out, let it out, let it come down, let it come down, let it
never sat around no campfire. Never learned each other's middle names. And I hate to tell you this, my lover, she was someone else's. And down San Francisco by the bay, I had a lover for the day. I had a lover for a day. Even that did not convict me. The communion wine tried anyway. Three shots to calm my nerves in and get it off my chest. Hail Mary, Father, I confess I had a friend I called my best. Was it love or was it real? Was it real enough? Was it what you've always wanted? Oh, was it love or was it real? Was it real enough? Was it what you've always wanted? I had a lover for a day. Till he hopped up in that Nissan, and my lover, he drove away. Thank God he didn't listen. Thank God he didn't stay. No, felt like a lifetime, but I had a lover for a day.
I was so foolish. I used to think that everything and all I am is what I should be given. Didn't think it would leave me empty-handed, violated, abandoned in the dark. Just when the damage is done and my head's left spinning, there's nothing left to read. There's no use pretending. If I could turn back time, if I could start all over, I'd do what's best for me, 'cause I'm worth saving. I gave my love, gave my love, gave my love, gave my love. I gave my love. I used to think that everything and all I am is what I should be given. Didn't think it would leave me empty-handed, violated, abandoned in the dark. Just when the damage is done, in my head's less spinning. There's nothing left, there's nothing left. If I could turn back time, if I could start all over, I'd do what's best for me, 'cause I was safe then. I gave my love, gave my love, gave my love, gave my love. I gave my love. I gave my love, gave my love, gave my love. Yeah, I gave it everything, 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 everything. I gave my love, 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 gave my love. I gave my love, I gave my love, my
If you see yourself moving the forest, follow the poet, leaving me behind. If you wanna wake up in the forest, free from the bullshit, go on, leave me behind. I'm not about to break apart because you've gone. I'm not about to take you down with me at all.
dressed up, put on my new ironed shirt I bought for this day, but I'm not going out now tonight or ever again.
Yes.
Let's just be people that are talking without visuals.
Hello, 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 hello. Oh, yes. Good. We got the graphic.
Yeah. Hello there. My name is Oliver Stelfox, and I welcome you for joining us. I hope that you enjoyed that pre-recorded loop of all of the bands that we have had. Well, most of the bands. We missed Kate Dinsmore, but shout out to Kate. Last week, you were tight, super clutch. Thank you for being with us last weekend. Anywho, we are back here, Jonny and I.
What up?
How's it going?
I'm doing good. I was just eating a delicious veggie You Need a Burger. You Need a
shout
Burger.
out.
Shout out to them. They have provided food for the entire crew and a lot of the musicians because they are amazing. They are right across the street here from Fremont Abbey, and they have great vegan options for vegans like me, and they have great meat options for meat eaters like
Other people.
other people.
Also,
so yeah, they're delicious.
I've been eyeing the thing that Brent has been getting, and I've been eyeing it, and then I've been forgetting about it, but I believe I have it waiting for me that I'll probably be able to eat here in a few hours.
Dig into it.
It's the Buddha Bowl with salmon. So,
Whew. Oliver's very busy though.
dude, I'm a sucker
A
for
lot of
salmon.
us are slacking, but Oliver's very busy.
It's my birthday.
But thank you so much for tuning in. If y'all made it through the transition from the Facebook streams and you enjoyed the pre-recorded sets, we thank you so much for sticking around. We have some amazing musicians right there in the background. I'll leave the suspense hanging for who they are and the beauty and the magic that they're going to create for you in just a little while. But just a reminder to go ahead to the Venmo, right? What's the Venmo, Oliver?
If you go to Venmo and you type in Sessions in Place, you will find us. And how much money do you want to donate today? That is all up to you.
Thousands
If your
of
name
monies.
is Bill or Melinda Gates,
Send this to Bill and Melinda Gates. Just spam them.
Yeah.
Spam them with it. They're generous. They're gonna give to it. You know.
you
So
know,
just
if I do not see Bill and or Melinda Gates be a person that is donating any amount of money, I don't believe in them. They don't
me
exist
neither.
anymore.
They don't exist to me. I will never use a Microsoft product again.
I'm not going to use it anyways.
Oliver's an Apple kind of person.
Yeah, I'm an Apple boy. Apple bottom boy.
I'm a it doesn't matter what I have, I break it kind of person.
Too much Limp Bizkit in your life.
It doesn't matter what the brand is. I don't understand it, and then I break it very quickly after that.
Oh, man.
So
Whoopsie daisy.
But yeah, thanks so much for tuning in and just supporting what we're doing here. This is all to benefit a couple organizations, Black Lives Matter of Seattle and King County, and the George Floyd Memorial Fund. We're here because of the movement that's happening right now, the biggest social movement we've seen in our lifetime that is seeking equality and justice for Black Americans, an end to the violence that they've had to suffer through for hundreds and hundreds of years, some actual reform and change, and by watching, by donating, by giving your time to these causes, by giving your energy to these causes, you are helping that historic fight. So thank you so much for doing that.
Super huge thank you. We cannot appreciate it enough. We so far, I haven't checked my phone in a while, but before the pre-recorded queue, we were something around 250.
Let's get it up.
Let's get it up.
Let's get it up.
Let's go like 4 times that at least.
Let's get to 1,000 by the end of Payge's set. I'm calling it. I'm calling it
Hell
on you
yeah.
guys. Let's get to 1,000
Oh, you
before
just
the end of
let
Payge
people know
Turner's
who's
set.
next.
Oh shoot! I ruined the surprise. Well, now you know, so you can get pumped, you can get hyped. Payge Turner is coming up next.
Yeah,
she is friggin'
The
tastic.
super cool thing is that we have had Payge Turner on Sessions in Place before in my apartment. Hiawatha Lofts in Seattle, Washington, a home for arts in Seattle. So, and the best part about it was there was a time where they were both on my couch that's like 8 feet long or some shit crazy. And so they're able to be socially distant on my couch. Anywho, there was a time when Jarrett was ripping and roaring on his guitar and just the most relaxed, just chilling. And I had, after that song, I had to say, like, yo, I've never seen someone that relaxed shred so hard over the microphone.
It's just easy for him. It's easy.
I know.
So it's gonna happen again. It's gonna be amazing.
Unfortunately, I didn't bring my couch.
Well, come on. That's oversight on our part. We're sorry about that.
Sorry about that. But if you want to see it, I mean, you did see it if you're watching the pre-recorded video. You saw them both on my couch. So, with that being said, we also want to mention that we have a Patreon. Sessions in Place has a Patreon. If you like what we do, hopefully you do, we have 3 different increments of donations that you can do. $5 a month, $10 a month, or $20 a month. Just like that. That's how we do it. Pamela F. Love, my mother, she's been a person.
I love that you keep shouting at your mom. You're such a good child.
I'm not a good child. She's called me like 2 or 3 times in the past 2 or 3 days, and I have not answered because I'm busy. But
come on,
whoopsie daisy. And then Tina Jones, Ben Strickland's gal. Shout out to her. And we have a couple of other sponsors. Well, obviously you need a burger. But R90 Lighting, they've been huge contributors for us. They have provided us with all of these. You can see one of these lights right here, right there. These tube lights, 8 of them, and there's like 16 LEDs in them, and they're all wirelessly controlled, battery operated. They're lightsabers. We have 8 lightsabers just sticking out of the ground, and it's amazing. We also have these huge mover lights that they are creating these amazing fractals in the within the haze. So look out for that in this set. The thing I was going to say about Payge Turner is that, so we did have her on Sessions in Place before, and it was just Jarrett and her. And today, we actually have her full band, which is amazing.
You're going to get the full spectrum of sound from her EP. During her set, go ahead and go to Spotify and save her EP. Her new EP is called Sleepwalker. Save it, cue it up, so that right after she's done, you can start rolling that EP. You can listen to it while you fall asleep. You can listen to it in the car. You can listen to it wherever you are. It's an amazing piece of work. So
it's a piece of work.
It's a piece of work. Go save it. Go save it on Spotify, Apple Music, whatever you are into these days.
And you will actually, on that album, you will hear an instrument that is not here today.
Saxophone or trumpet? Is it a trumpet?
That maybe, and
it's a
steel
brass
drum
instrument of some kind.
Steel drum.
Yes. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh my God, that's such a good song. You got to go check out this.
Yeah, you have to.
It is magical.
You know, after this is all said and done, please go to Spotify, go to wherever you listen to music, and listen to Sleepwalker.
Do it.
So, just want to remind you all at home, Sessions in Place is a socially distant live stream concert series that is held every Saturday at 7 p.m. it's not 7 p.m. right now. What are you doing streaming? Well, I got to tell you, we're doing a Sessions in Place festival, or SIP Fest for short. And we started at noon, and we're continuing going until 9 p.m. 8 p.m. is our last set. And we are streaming on Facebook. If you want to watch it on Facebook, you sure can, but it is a lower resolution. It's at 720p. Or you can watch it on YouTube, and it's the full 1080p. And please subscribe to us on YouTube. We would thank you eternally. And then like all of our content. Also, a great thing that you can do is share our stream link on your social media. We have that Facebook stream link. We have that YouTube stream link. Throw that all over the place, because the world needs to know about us, I believe. Hopefully more than just me believes that.
And we still got a few hours left to go, and the best is yet to come. We have some amazing, amazing artists that we've saved for last. We have some great headliners. Payge Turner is about to kill it, so do not click away. Click, just stay clicked.
Yeah.
Until whatever you're clicked on
Stop
right now.
clicking. Just
Stop
stay.
clicking. Get your finger off of that mouse. Call your friends. Have them watch. Give to the Venmo.
Please, please, please. And it's easy. Sessions in Place. Venmo that. And 100% of your donations will go to the George Floyd Memorial Fund and Black Lives Matter in this Yale King County.
Get it going.
So, with that being said, I'm going to turn to this mic. I mean, that's not a mic. That's a camera. And I'm going to say, grab a glass of whatever's helping you cope with this time that we're spending apart, and let's enjoy some Payge Turner together.
Been here before. It's all just familiar ground. I tried to fake it, but I'm lying to myself. I tried distractions to cover my reflection in the mirror. It's been a while since I prayed a little harder. I'm running fast, but I'm trying to run farther from truth. Believe me, I won't. It's up to me, yeah, to finish what I've begun, yeah. But for now, I'm letting go. Been here before. It's all just familiar ground. I tried to fake it, but I'm lying to myself. I'm trying distractions to cover my reflection in the mirror. It's been a while since I've prayed a little harder. I'm running fast, but I'm trying to run farther from the truth, yeah. It's been a while
was afraid a little harder. I'm running fast, but I'm trying to run farther. What I've begun, but for now I'm letting go. But for now, for now, for now. But for now, for now, for now. But for now. But for now, for now, for now. But for now, for now,
go too deep. Oh my, I let me go. How did I just let my guard down? too deep. Oh my, let me go. How did I just let my guard down? Oh my, I find my own bed and bone. Oh my, I feel too much, go too deep. Oh my, I let me go.
Holy
And for Jarrett Samples, my God.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, Ben John on the bass. And freaking, dude, Jordan's new to our band, and we enjoy him so much. This is his first gig, and he's kicking ass.
Y'all are killing it. Like, it's so crazy how every single artist that has performed today has given me goosebumps.
Yes.
It's just so chilling in the best way.
Yes.
And Jarrett, your electric guitar solo in times, it's just like every time you do that, instant.
Instant gratification.
Yeah. I don't want you to be thinking about that while you're doing your guitar solos. No pressure. I'll looking at you and just doing this. I just want to tell you that we have a couple of people here saying some great things. Cindy Jan, such smooth vibe. Payge Turner
Yes.
and her band are fabulous. And it's true.
Thank you.
It's true. Great.
It's Ben's mom.
Oh, hey, Ben's mom. Hey, Cindy, shout out. And then another person saying great stuff. I had my nephew was watching it.
Hi, nephew.
His name's Corbin.
Hi, Corbin.
He said hi, and then I said, hey, nephew, and then he said, how are you doing? And then he said, well, gotta go, bye. So that's hilarious. Anyways, I just want to thank you guys for being here, and you are phenomenal. Just want to remind people at home, Venmo, Sessions in Place, 100% of your donation goes to the George Floyd Memorial Fund and the Black Lives Matter of Seattle-King County. And, you know, we're going to be doing this until 9 p.m. The last band is at 8 p.m. So, you know, if you don't want to donate just yet, you can still donate until then. Just go crazy. And then, so Payge Turner and the band are going to be performing until 5:40. So just let me know before, Payge, your last song. Just say this is your last song.
You bet.
And I appreciate it.
Got you, fam.
Yay, yay.
Gave it away. Still I keep running. Gave up the pain. Oh, tore me to pieces, leaving brokenness behind. Silence. If I could free you, would you take over me? What if they knew you? Would it be alright? Silently oh, damn it, I lost my cool. You can blame it all on me. Oh, damn, I lost my cool. Hey. Speak your mind. Speak your mind. Open your freedom and free your mind. Speak your mind. Open your freedom and free your mind. Speak your mind. All right, this is the point of the show where we act buck. So, I invite you to act buck at home with us. I would like you to get your cell phones out and video yourself going buck to these songs. Let's do this. If I could just run with nowhere to go, I'd leave it all behind. Ooh, my soul captured by a river, written in the storm. Da-dum, 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 da-dum. Just wasting all my energy. Consider it yours. I'm already gone. Da-da-da-da-da-dum. Don't come looking, 'cause you ain't gon' find me here. I'm just a little bit wild. You won't take it from me. Oh, I'm just free. You can rectify this life I chose for me. Yeah. behind. My soul captured by a river, yeah. Returning the storm, just wasted all my energy. Consider it lost. I'm already gone, yeah. Don't come looking 'cause you ain't gon' find me, yeah. I'm just a little bit wild. You won't take it from me. Oh, I'm just free. You can rectify this life I chose for me. This life, this life, this life. Mr. J, sample on another solo. Could just run with nowhere to go. I leave it all behind.
This is really the best dinner in a show. The best dinner in a show. I'm just eating
Oh my god.
and experiencing this. This is amazing. Thank you all so much.
Yes. Quick tune. This is going to be the shortest song you've ever heard in your life. But we love it. The reason I lost my mind, honestly, it's been a long time coming. Lost my way when I gave up trying. Pulling me, don't know where to run. Rise one more time. Ba-da-dum-dum-da-dum. No more stopping. Yeah. Put it all on the line. Don't know where to run. Me, myself, and I surrender. Honestly, it's been a long time coming. Lost my way when I gave up trying. Pulling me, don't know where to run. Wait some more time. Ba-da-dum-dum-da-dum. No more stopping. Put it all on the line. Don't know where to run. Me, myself, and I surrender. All right. So here's the deal. We're gonna do one more song for you. This next song, I don't care if I can't see you. I expect you to be standing during this live stream. This is a concert. So stand up. We're gonna pretend like we're all here together. And I want to see all your videos. So DM me at my Instagram handle and I will make a video of it. And you're gonna be famous. So, hope you guys enjoy this next song. This is the EP's, I wanna say mascot. What did you guys say? This is the song of the song, yeah? It's just a matter of time before I let it run amok on my brain. It doesn't matter the time, no room for bloods. Let's take a look at it now, because the image never gonna be the same. I guess I'll figure it out. I'll creep. Now follow me. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Leaning forward, leaning under my mind. I survey our strengths and backwards. I let my patience run thin. I didn't mean to let the demons escape. At least I gave them a name so they don't have control. I say it was a mistake, but I be double dealing blues all day. You stripped away with the dice. I don't want booze ever. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Leaning forward, leaning under my mind. I survey our strengths and back. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. I'm out of breath. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Stay tuned for Irie Love. Y'all about to be blown away.
Holy wow. Holy wow. You're going to hit that, Ben. You're going to hit that. You better watch out.
This camera has a mind of its own.
Wow. Fuck. That was amazing. I am so glad that we've had Payge on twice, because that would have been really weird if you would have done that in my apartment with the full band. That wouldn't have worked at all. However, it worked amazingly here. God damn. Like I said, goosebumps for days, and it's exactly what I want on my birthday. So, my birthday wish is true. Reminder for you at home, Venmo us at Sessions in Place. And we're asking a minimum donation of $5, and you could even do a bunch more than that, but minimum $5. And what that goes to, 100% of that is going to the George Floyd Memorial Fund, and it's going to the Black Lives Matter Sale King County Fund. So please do that. 100% of the donations go to that. So throw all your money at it. Anywho, we also have a Patreon, and if you really enjoy what we're creating here, you should consider donating to us on Patreon. And it's just easy to find. You can go to Patreon, and in the search field, just type in Sessions in Place. Also, the link is right here. I like having a monitor. Yeah, that's the word. A monitor right here, so that I can know that I'm pointing in the right area. Anywho, I am gonna just throw it right at y'all, and I assume that both your mics are on, which they are, and we are sanitizing each mic between usage, so don't worry at home, we're doing our due diligence. Anyways, to these two.
What's up?
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Dead.
Dead.
That took energy.
Well, that was fantastic. Everybody, that was Payge Turner in the flesh. Amazing, amazing job. You're always fantastic. So that
I
was.
appreciate that. So are you. Come on now.
Get out of here.
Come on now.
You stop it. We could
gotta
just sit
work
here and
together,
compliment each
evidently.
other all the time. But
Actual truth.
seriously, really, really great job. And
Thank
the
you.
EP is amazing. You just released an EP.
Yes, I did.
It's called Sleepwalker. Tell me
Yes.
a little bit about it. Like, where did it come from?
Yeah.
What was the journey?
Sleepwalker actually is like a combination of a lot of songs that I have been waiting to release, waiting for the right right time, right band, right vibe to put out there. Matter was written when I was living in Kansas City, and it needed to be where it was, but I wasn't ready to release it yet. I wasn't ready to put it out into the world, and Gave My Love was actually one of my...
It's my favorite song, by the way.
Oh, I love that one too. It's one of my new, old ones. I wrote that song in an apartment when I was getting kicked out.
Yes.
Yes, at this time I was super homeless. So it's just jumping from house to house, and I sat down and wrote this song from just this absolute broken place. And I realized there's something about me that a lot of people see when they meet me. I hope. I'm the type of person that's going to give you everything. I'm 100% or nothing. And that's a huge thing for me to put that out to the world, especially that vulnerability. But yeah, that song has grown so much. My drummer, Kyle, who used to be with us, he's now in Australia. Shout out, Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle.
Miss you. Kyle brought that song to life. He decided that he was going to get a steel pan player for it and
That's so good.
kick up the oh my gosh. I didn't even know it needed that. And that was the thing. That's what I love about working with
the musicians I have right now is that they bring something to the table that I would have never thought of.
It's hard in music to come up with a moment musically that feels so different and new and fresh, but
Right.
also so right at the same time.
Exactly.
And that's one of those moments. It's like it
Exactly.
makes perfect sense, but it also comes out of nowhere where you're like, "What? That's so
Exactly.
that's so fresh." Like,
It's just so crazy, and I knew that I needed to wait for that one because I recorded that like a long time ago, but I knew I needed to wait. And man,
does that the kind of mindset that you have, like the 100% or nothing mindset, like
Yeah.
I imagine it makes it pretty tough to release music because it's like you're not happy with just a demo or
Yep.
like recording it at some dinky little, like you
Yep.
need it to sound good, you need it to feel good. Like,
Exactly.
does that make the process a lot harder?
it does make it so much harder because even I was talking to Morgan today in the car, and we were headed to a chiropractic appointment. I was listening to something that we just recorded recently, and she was like, "It sounds good. Stop listening to it all the time." And I'm like, "But you don't understand. I can hear the little things that are off here." And it's so hard because, like, at the end of the day, you have to give yourself a break because you can't be 100% all the time, and no one's voice is perfect. So I would.
I was gonna ask, like specifically, are you that way with your voice? Because
I am so.
I'm that way with my voice
Yeah.
too. Where it's like I never enjoy my voice because
And
I'm like I'm always
gosh.
picking out tiny.
Exactly. I
Are you
always
doing the sa-
critique it. And I'm like, okay, how can I be better? How can I elevate this? How can I tweak this? You know? So it's definitely a learning curve, and I'm learning as I'm growing. But that's something that I'm trying to stray from because I understand the ability that I have, and I need to give it more credit. You know? So
It's a balance of
Yeah.
getting to that place where you've perfected and perfected and perfected,
Exactly.
but then using what you've built. Like, do you find that influences your songwriting as well? Like, what kind of chord shapes you're exploring? What kind of time signatures and lyrics that you're writing? Do you find that mindset also translates to songwriting?
Yes, 100%. I overthink everything when it comes to music. And especially when you listen to like people like Hiatus Coyote, Snarky Puppy, Corey Henry, all you can just name all, Jacob Collier. He's also a great inspiration. But like listening to those people, it's hard not to compare and contrast. But I have to keep telling myself, okay, what you're bringing to the table is also dope. So calm down and just chill.
If it doesn't sound like somebody else, that's actually a good thing because
Yes.
it's like it's different and it's bringing a new,
Exactly.
fresh perspective.
Yes.
That's so cool.
like it.
So a bit about your kind of experience in this time with this movement that's going on. This is
Yeah.
obviously a huge social movement. You've been at some of the protests in
Yes.
downtown Seattle. You've been a part of what's going on down there. So tell me a little bit about your experience. What are you feeling? What are you thinking in this moment? Where do you hope all this is leading? And kind of what have been some of your experiences while you've been down there in the midst of it?
Yeah, definitely. First off, I just want to say that I am so unbelievably thankful that I was born in this time, born to live, alive is the better word, alive to witness a revolution and the change of America. Because at this point, I feel as though if something doesn't change, it might be the end of America. I don't know. I can't say for sure. But to be a part of this movement and to be a part of the fact that I get to stand for people who didn't have the opportunity, who couldn't do it, and even from my ancestors, it's just mind-boggling to me that I even have the opportunity to go out there. But as far as the protests, I've had so many mixed feelings. It's been a hot mess because as a foreigner, I have a different perspective of Black America, and it's nothing bad. It's just I have a different perspective. I was never used to such intense racism. This is so new to me, and I think one of the hardest things for me is understanding everyone's perspective. Because at the same time, you want to be with the allies, but what does it mean to be with the allies? And then even when you're with the allies, do you know that you're with the right people? So I spent the first half of the protest just, there was a point where the cops led us through a barricade, and I just thanked every single one of them for keeping the peace. Because, yeah, it sucks that we have to defund the cops. And I don't even know. I'm not even talk about the cops because I don't want to seem like I'm on anybody's side. At this point, I think for me specifically, the protests have been a absolute emotional movement for me. I get to engage in correct anger
Righteous anger.
Righteous anger. Yeah, that's it. Righteous anger. That's such a good word for it. Yeah, to be a part of movement where we come in peace, but we're standing our ground is huge. It's so huge, and I think it's easily looked over because, people, you see things on social media all the time about what people think about the protest. But at the end of the day, like, I think the biggest part for me that I felt completely moved, I think I almost cried actually, was the moment that it was the Sunday after the first riot broke out, I believe. And we were protesting peacefully, and at one point we were led into a literally army of guns, and everyone kept calm and just so collected. And then later that night, I know it aired on is it K5? King 5? King 5, yeah, King 5. We were downtown before things escalated to a point of no return, and I just remembered one of the protest leaders and activists saying, "White bodies to the front," and I don't know about y'all, but that's so powerful to watch white people stand in the place for my life. Like, I can't even tell you how grateful I am for that, because at the end of the day, like, yeah, we're at jeopardy, and I'm an immigrant and a DACA recipient, so it's like double the trouble. And I eventually left because I didn't want to get gassed or anything, or arrested, because they were handing out Sharpies, like getting ready for it. And I just remember shaking. I just was petrified because I was like, this is not the moment that I spend in jail. So it was terrifying, but it was so worth it. It was so worth it to be out there and to be on the grounds. My poor mom was losing her mind, but sorry, Mom. But I just felt like that was my duty. My duty as a person comes human first and music second. My sister even asked me, are you prepared to lose your musical career? And I was like, I thought about it for 30 seconds and 100%. 100%.
Is that that kind of transitions into one of my next questions. Like, music is such a big part of who you are, obviously, but there's, like you're saying, there's other parts of who you are that have to come first. And does your identity, like, as a black person in America and as a queer person in America, in what ways does that inspire and kind of bleed into your music? How does that kind of move you towards different songs,
right.
And where does that come in for you?
It's funny you asked that, because I feel as though a lot of the EP kind of talks about these moments in my life where I realized that I am queer. I'm not a label person, so it's never something I labeled myself.
Right.
And it wasn't anything that I realized till like later on in my life. But I remember writing about it. Aftermath is actually written about that, but For Now is actually written about that. And Gave My Love has a little bit to do with that as well. And I honestly think it bleeds very heavily into my music. I am not a lyricist by any means. So,
girl, you stop that.
Like when I sit down, like the music brings the lyrics to me, which is so rare. I feel as though that I have a connection with music that doesn't make sense to me, but when I play, the lyrics just come to life within the melody, and whatever that I'm chanting or saying with my voice, it just comes into fruition. It doesn't make any sense to me, because most of the times I'm like, what the hell is this song about?
So do you find it's almost subconscious that you look back on a song
Yeah.
later and be like, oh, shoot, like I'm writing
yeah,
about that.
Exactly. I'm like, oh, dang, I didn't know that this was hitting me that hard. It's so crazy. Music is my therapy, but I never realized how in-depth it was, how in-depth I went into myself. And I suck at vulnerability, so the fact that I can put it into song speaks so much, because like I grew up in a very suppressed family, like on my dad's side, and to just be vulnerable takes a lot for me. It takes so much.
Saps so much energy.
Oh my gosh, yeah, 100%.
No, that's awesome. It's cool to hear the perspective of how people write, right? Because
Right.
I usually sit down to write a song, and it's very clear. I'm like, I want to write about this, and I always envy the musician who can just write without like even thinking about it, and
envy
and
you.
then
Are
all
you
the
kidding?
all the we just need to start a project together.
Let's start a project,
okay?
and let's write for each other.
Yes.
You got
let's-
lyrics.
I'll write the lyrics. You write the music.
Yeah, we'll do both.
We'll be
both.
like
We'll share.
Simon and Garfunkel.
Exactly. Yeah. I love this.
I love it too. No, the EP is amazing, and if you
Thank
guys
you.
haven't checked it out yet, please go follow Payge on social media, Instagram, Facebook, and everything. You can find all of her amazing. She's also hilarious and and just like a great follow. Even like aside from the music, you're just gonna love it. And then go check out the music. Go check out the EP on Spotify, iTunes, Apple Music, all that stuff. I don't know if we're ready. Oliver, are we ready to throw it? Really? Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh my God.
Let's keep talking.
Let's talk.
Let's keep ditching. What do you want to talk
Yes,
about?
well, we can talk about anything.
Yeah,
Are you excited about your set? Because you killed it.
Thank you. It was fun. It was that's all like newer stuff. That
Wow.
yeah. That's but I'm just stoked to get. I'm also very much a perfectionist about recording, especially. I'm like, it has to sound perfect and have all the instruments that I want and all the parts that I want.
Exactly.
Like, so it takes me forever to record anything. So
Same.
Yeah.
That's why there's barely anything on my Spotify. Because I'm like,
Exactly, yeah.
can I perfect it really quick?
Right. We got to change that. We got to get stuff out. So yeah, it's been a process, but
Good.
You know.
No, your stuff is great.
Thank
so.
you.
Guys, check out Jonny.
Check out me. Check out me. Yeah.
He's amazing.
What else did I want to ask you about? Do you have like other music? Do you have new music that's like in the tube? Like
yes. I have a new single coming. Well, hopefully coming out really soon. I just have to get Sir Jarrett on it. But that will be available like here really soon. I actually just recorded it yesterday, but I was like, let me just throw it out really quick. The only way that you can access it though is going to my Patreon, which I will have a link to in my Instagram.
Yes.
So it's the only way you can get it. Sorry.
check out Payge on Patreon and just give them money. That's
all that it is.
Come
it's
on.
just money.
Musicians need money, so
We do. I'm pretty sure I almost became a stripper at one point. I'm just kidding. Sorry, Mom.
Sorry to Paige's mom if she's watching this.
I promise I never thought of that.
So tell me a little bit about you're not native to Seattle, like you came here from Kansas City, right?
Kansas City.
So tell me kind of about tell me about your childhood, where you grew up, the transition, and then coming to Seattle. Just tell me that story. How did it influence you as a person and as a musician?
I am an islander first. I was born in Trinidad and Tobago, the Caribbean, West Indies. I consider it South America. Most people probably don't. It's like 7 miles off the coast of Venezuela, so might as well be South America. But yeah, I grew up there. Spent 13 years of my life there with both my parents, and then they split when I was about 11. So I moved to the States at 13 with my dad and his family. And that was really interesting, coming from a perspective of, I want to say, it was really hard because the transition, I had to like relearn everything. I had to change, not necessarily my language, but I had to cut out dialect. I had to cut out my accent. I had to change my learning mechanisms. The metric system's huge in the Caribbean. So I had to relearn pretty much everything. And
what was kind of the biggest shock, like the biggest cultural difference that kind of
the biggest
hit
cultural difference? My dad told me we were moving to Florida, but he was kidding, and we moved to Kansas, Northwest Kansas.
Couldn't be more.
Yes, in December. So it was my first time seeing snow, and I just wasn't prepared for it. I was like, oh my God, my hair fell out. My hair wasn't used to the climate, so it was like drop.
We out.
Yeah, I was like, we out, like this is stupid. So my hair started thinning out. It was just crazy. But yeah, I didn't go to school for a year because I had to relearn everything, kind of understand American history completely. And once I started going to school, that was when I started changing my accent, because I noticed that most Americans can't understand a Caribbean accent because we talk way too fast. And I don't like slowing down for anyone, so I was just like, let me just flip a switch.
You're always 100%.
Right. I watched enough Disney Channel to know what American accent is, so I was like, I got this! Yes. So, yeah, I spent half my life in Kansas, Colby, Kansas. Grew up in the church, started playing in the church more. I actually had no idea I was going to be playing as many instruments as I was going to, but I started playing bass at church. Then it went to drums.
Was
then
that kind of your first brush with music? Had you been into music on the island?
I was into music on the islands. My mom is in a choir back there called the Marionettes Choir. I'm so sorry if I can't pronounce it in an American accent. It's called, let me do it in my Trinidad accent.
Yeah.
Marionettes Choir. That's how you say it in a Caribbean accent. That's all I can tell you. But my my mom was in the choir back there, and I grew up behind stage with her. And she taught us how to sing harmony at really young ages. I think I was singing at like 3. So it's been an awesome journey with that. And she is very musical. So is her side of the family. They play piano, guitar, drums as well. So I was like, okay, it's my turn now. And about high school, I decided to pick up bass and then drums, and guitar was my last step. And then college, I studied music and hated my life.
Where'd you go to college?
Colby. I stayed in Colby because I got a full ride with track. So I ran track in college and was a music major and was on the worship team and was in jazz band. It was just a lot. And at that time, I was learning how to play jazz drums. So it was pretty hectic 2 years of my associate's degree, but I enjoyed learning more about music because I had no idea what the heck to do with music. And I'm very thankful for my training because now my music has a place to go, and now I can actually say what I'm doing. So
It's like learning a new language. It's like
yeah,
it
it
just
was
gives
great.
you kind of a framework.
Yeah, oh my God. Music is literally everything in one. Math, science, Spanish, all the things. It just doesn't make sense.
Like music is a science and an art. Like
It is
it's both.
all the things. So
No, that's cool. What made you come to Seattle? What made you kind of leave Kansas and get over here to the West Coast?
So I had started my career in Kansas City, and I was like, okay, this is getting boring. I just wasn't getting the support that I wanted, and I wasn't going anywhere, and I just wasn't making enough either. I just felt stupid paying my bandmates $10 after a show, and I was just like, this is too much, and I needed a change, and I'm a huge risk taker. So I'm on a backpacking trip, and I was like, oh my God, this is it. Didn't research the music scene at all. Just, dove right in. I sent a message out to the Seattle musicians page, and I was like, hey, I need a band, blah, blah, blah. Sent out Wild, and initially got a band, but they were so busy that it wasn't going to work out. So then I did another message when I got down here and met Kyle and Ian Hughes, great guitarist. Oh, my gosh. Met him then, and after that, I met Jarrett at the show that we were doing, and then it's just stuck since then. So, yeah.
It's a great crew you got going there.
Oh my gosh, they're great, aren't they?
Fantastic. Oh my
Freaks.
gosh. They're freaks.
They're freaks. Jordan's brand new, and that dude just sat in and just slayed everything.
Wow. That's amazing.
So
Is this his first show with you?
This is our first show together. Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
He just killed it. He killed it. He's very talented.
Yeah. So have you liked Seattle? Is it kind of
Oh my God.
it's what you're looking for?
Yes. It's the support of other musicians here is just mind-boggling to me. I wasn't used to that in Kansas City. No other musicians was pulling up to your show. That wasn't a thing.
Played to 10 people a lot.
Basically.
I know what that's like.
But everyone here just really supports each other. They share your music. They share your stories. They're like, oh my God, you're dope. Let's keep sharing this. It's just like effortless here in Seattle. It really is.
That's amazing. So what's the plans for the future? What you got going on?
Plans for the future. Man, the plans for the future. Right now, I'm going to take a break. I need a well-needed break after all the craziness that's been happening in the world. And I'm going to take that time to write. I'm going to sneak up on y'all. We have some things coming up. I'm just not going to tell you. I'm just going to drop it, and you're going to be like, well, eh?
Yeah.
So, prepare yourselves.
Yeah, y'all be ready. We got something
We got something cooking.
brewing. Mhm.
Yeah, prepare yourselves, y'all. It's going to be
You
wild.
ain't ready.
None of you will predict it. I will say that right now.
Yeah. Maybe you could maybe guess it. I
You
don't
can
know.
maybe guess it, but
We're not gonna tell you if you
We're
do.
not gonna tell you.
No.
So
It's just gonna hit you out of nowhere.
exactly.
Up next we got Irie Love.
Yes.
Tell me a little. You're good friends with Irie,
I
right?
am really good
And
friends with Irie.
Surprise, surprise! Are you gonna jump on?
I
with?
am jumping on with
Ah,
Irie.
There you go. So tell me a little bit about Irie, y'all's relationship. What kind of how'd that kind of form and
Yes.
how'd y'all relationship
We met
get
at
started?
Mojams.
Ooh.
Yes. She I was on the stage and I came off, and then she walked across the room, and I was like, that is a stunning bitch. Both Morgan and I were like, damn.
Just say it loud enough for her to hear. You're like,
That
wow.
is a stunning Hawaiian bitch. She still hasn't heard us.
She still hasn't heard no.
Yeah, anyway, Mom, I'm so sorry if you don't want me saying bitch. But yeah,
You're
we
just
met
disappointing
there.
your mother over and
Exactly.
over.
And then from that point on, we just established a relationship. And Irie is literally she's 10 years older than me, but like me in 10 years. Our personalities together are
like,
just
see where you're
insane.
going, 'cause,
exactly. And Irie has done some crazy things. Irie's performed with like Shaka Khan and Pink. The girl is seasoned, and her vocal. Y'all prepare
She's so good.
yourselves.
Her voice is so
It's
good.
butter.
Oh my
butter,
gosh.
and she's about to bring some island things.
Oh my gosh.
So, I'm ready.
I'm excited. I'm ready.
I'm
What are you
pumped too.
jumping on with her? What, are you singing?
All
or
of them. Yeah, I'm singing, and my bassist is playing
play some
guitar for her.
Your bassist
yeah,
playing
my
guitar.
bassist
Nice.
is playing guitar for her. So
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be
She's
fun stuff.
She's a freak. So prepare. Seriously, I can't say it enough. Prepare yourselves.
Prepare.
Everything from this point on, the whole show has been psychotically great. But at this point, like, continue to prepare
It
yourselves.
just keeps getting
It
better,
just keeps
y'all.
getting
like
better.
it just keeps getting better.
So-
at the very least, as good. Like you're gonna miss so much if you click away right
And
now.
if you click away, you guys recorded this, right?
Yeah, we record, so you can always come
Yeah.
back and watch it later.
Exactly.
But if you're watching right now, please head to the Venmo. Go to at Sessions in Place on Venmo. Give as much money as you can. We are giving 100% of the proceeds tonight to two places. They're going to be split evenly between Black Lives Matter of Seattle, King County. They've been doing so much amazing work organizing these protests, bailing out protesters who have been unjustly arrested. They've been doing so much good work. And then the other half is going to go to the George Floyd Memorial Fund. So amazing causes, amazing organizations. Please support with your money. And we're so happy that you're supporting with your time by just watching and contributing your voice to this fight and watching all these amazing musicians give their time and energy. It's really been a super cool experience, man. We still got a lot to go. It's gonna be awesome.
I'm staying here because I need to be here for this.
Yeah,
so.
it's just great to witness. So like
It is. I wish you could be here too because
Mhm.
this is like musical heaven right now.
yeah,
So.
but socially distance where you're at with all your friends, or call them, get on a Zoom call, watch with them, make this a party, share it, subscribe to Sessions in Place, all that stuff, and we're gonna keep the party going.
Yes. Thank you for having me.
Of course, thanks so much for being here, Paige. Oliver, what are we looking at? Are we ready to rock? Oliver, you think we're ready to rock? All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and pass it over to Oliver. Paige, thanks so much for performing. You're amazing.
Hey, it's me again. Hey, be quiet. Please. Thank you, everyone, for listening to Ben More Than Me. Anywho, so this is amazing. I am thoroughly enjoying what is happening here today, and I hope you at home are also. We're raising money here for George Floyd Memorial Fund and for the Black Lives Matter Seattle King County. And you can throw money at Sessions in Place on Venmo, and 100% of the donations that we raise today are going to both of those funds. So give and give generously, and I thank you in advance. I'm gonna press some buttons here again, and it's gonna be okay. La 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 la. Pressing buttons. You don't need to know what I'm doing, and we're good. And now I'm gonna press this button. All right. Anyways, so a little reminder that we also have a Patreon, and if you go to Patreon and type in the search field Sessions in Place, you can give to Sessions in Place personally. And what that does is it kind of helps fund this to continue going. This is week 12 that we've been doing it consecutively, every Saturday at 7 p.m. Today is the rarity. We were like, hey, what better way to spend my birthday than to have multi-hour long, multi-band Sessions in Place. And Jonny and myself, we put our heads together and who made this happen. And of course, the whole crew of Sessions in Place also helped make it happen. You know, huge shout outs to R90 Lighting for providing us some of these lights. Huge shout out to Unidaburger. They have been providing us food for the crew and for the talent all day long. When Payge Turner was just performing, I was eating on a Buddha bowl with salmon so hard, and I probably ate it in like 3 minutes flat, and I'm gonna probably get indigestion. But all for the love of live music. Am I right? Am I? Yeah. You're right. Jared agrees. Thank you, Jared. I appreciate that. So if you're questioning what this thing is, this is Sessions in Place, and we are a socially distant concert series that we stream live on Facebook and YouTube. If you're on YouTube and it's a lower resolution than you prefer, which is at 720, then you can pop over to YouTube, which is 1080p. So do with that information what you will. Now, this person that's about to perform behind me has a last name of my mother, Pamela Love, but no relation. Irie Love. She is about to melt our hearts, our eyes, our souls, all the above. And joined with Irie is Payge, and then Ben on bass and electric guitar. And it's going to be so tight. It's going to be so tight. So if you at home, you're on Instagram and you're asking yourself, what am I going to do on Instagram today? Let me tell you what you should do. You should go to your Instagram stories, take a picture or a video of yourself experiencing this. Like let's say this is your screen, right? And you take a picture or a video of you watching it. That'd be great. And then post that onto your Instagram stories and tag, this is Irie Love, spelled this is, both those words you should know how to spell. And then Irie is I-R-I-E, and then love is a 4-letter word that we should all be about. Am I right?
You're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Thank you all. And then also tag Sessions in Place on the Instagram story so that we can see that. Now, I'm going to say, I think it's time appropriate now that I can say this, and it could be alcohol related. Yeah, grab a glass of whatever's helping you cope with this time apart, and let's enjoy some Irie Love together.
Aloha e, aloha e, aloha e. In Hawaii, we use aloha to call love into the space, set the energy. Mauna calls my name, ancestors guide my way. I can smell the flowers calling memories from my heart. When I hear the sound of the waves on the shore, I need nothing more than to be in my island home, where I belong, near the sea, near the sea. No matter where I go, I feel it in my soul. I was made in the islands. I know who I am, want you to overstand. I'm proud to be royal blood in my veins. From Africa we came, but I was made in the islands. Oh, oh, oh. Sunshine warms from within, golden island skin. I can hear the trader winds a whisper in my ear, taste the salt in the air. I'm reminded how my childhood was so beautiful and colorful, where I belong, my island home, near the sea, near the sea. No matter where I go, I feel it in my soul. I was made in the islands. I know who I am, want you to overstand. I'm proud to be from the islands. Royal blood and I'm a vein. From Africa we came, but I was made in the islands. Oh, 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 Ku'uhome aloha nui ia. Ku'uhome, ku'uhome, ku'uhome aloha nui ia. Ku'uhome, ku'uhome. No matter where I go, I feel it in my soul. I was made in the islands. I know who I am, want you to overstand. I'm proud to be from the islands. Royal blood and I'm in veins. From Africa we came, but I was made in the islands. I know who I am, want you to overstand. I'm proud to be from the islands. Oh, 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 yeah. Ku'uhome aloha nui ia. Ku'uhome, ku'uhome, ku'uhome aloha nui ia. Ku'uhome, ku'uhome.
So Payge Turner, if you've been watching, she's right here next to me. She's my sister from another mister. We're both island girls. And I love singing with her. She's an incredible talent, and I'm so excited to see where your journey goes.
I love singing with you.
And I'm gonna be right by your side. No Chanae.
My pride. I'll take the risk of looking like a fool. You got me bubbling inside. Can't say enough how much I love you and how I wanna be your only girl. I wanna honor and cherish you forever, enjoying your good love. Boy, you got that good love. Good love, boy, you got that good love. Good love, boy, you got that good love. Ooh, good love, boy, you got that good love. For better or worse, I'm with you. I'm willing to work through the issues. Whatever we're going through, honey, you are my baby. We're gonna push through, 'cause it ain't paradise all of the time. But I would sacrifice for you to be mine. Give me your everything and I'll give you mine. Forever enjoying your good love. Boy, you got that good love. Good love, boy, you got that good love. Good love, boy, you got that good love. Good love, good love, good love.
Hawaiian lessons today. Mahalo means thank you. Lock that in. Your love is a light for I, yeah. I realized it so much when I first met you. But that was some time ago. Then up to this, resist, no, 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 close to you. See, oh yes, right from the start, yeah. Oh no, 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 could never part. Oh, I hear from the falls. Oh yeah, I wanna live in your house. I wanna live in your house. Yeah. I wanna live in your house, your house. I wanna live in your house. You say, dry your nose, wipe that teardrop from your eye. In a little situation, came with a solution. What a revelation! I hear triumphant call, triumphant, triumphant. Spot, spot, ba da ba, spot, 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 ba da ba, spot, spot, ba da ba, spot, 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 ba da ba. I wanna live in your house. I wanna live in your house. I wanna live in, yeah. I wanna live, I wanna live, yeah. I wanna live, I wanna live, yeah. I wanna live. Oh, I know here too much for what some say, yeah. Cause at the close of the day they'll be so far away, so far away. But then I know one thing for certain. At the closing of the, yes, I know one thing for certain. You'll be there, you'll be there. It was you. That raised the flag above my head. Once when I was in a little situation, came with a solution. What a revelation! I hear triumphant call, triumphant, triumphant. Spot, spot, ba da ba, spot, 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 ba da ba, spot, spot, ba da ba, spot, 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 ba da ba. I wanna live in your house. I wanna live in your house. I wanna live in, yeah. I wanna live, 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 yeah. So these songs are songs that I wrote many moons ago. I've been doing music since 1999, so 21 years.
21 years. Whew. I was like 7.
It's been quite a journey. I could have been your babysitter. That's
You could
cute.
have been.
That's cute. That's cute.
Oh, wow.
This is a song I wrote with my roots band in Kailua.
What an unusual situation for everyone, yes, for everyone. You fall in love and the next day it's gone. Your love is gone, oh, your love is gone. Left with a feeling of violation, clogged memory, intoxication. You thought you made the right decision, but it was wrong, this wrong relation. So live in love, children, but you better watch yourself, children. Live in love, children, but you better watch your actions. For these feelings Jah creates for every woman and man. These feelings Jah creates for every woman and man. What an unusual situation for everyone, yes, for everyone. You fall in love and the next day it's gone. Your love is gone, whoa, your love is gone. Left with a feeling of violation, clogged memory, intoxication. You thought you made the right decision, but it was wrong, it's wrong relations. So live in love, children, but you better watch yourself, children. Live in love, children, but you better watch your actions. For these feelings Jah creates for every woman and man. For these feelings Jah creates for every woman and man. Children, but you better watch yourself, children. Live in love, children, but you better watch your actions. For these feelings Jah create for every woman and man. Woman, woman. For these feelings Jah creates for every woman and man. These feelings, 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 these feelings. Big up Ikaika Aluli.
Y'all are killing it, and it is so good. It's me, Oliver, over here. I got some things to say. Eileen Paredes? I don't know. Anywho, They say, the Queen of Queens, love you, my Irie Love you.
Oh, love you, Eileen.
Sharon Love, I assume is related.
That's my mom.
Mommy!
Hi, Mommy.
She says, hi, Irie, hi, Irie, love you. Oh, that's like a combo. Hi, Irie, love you. Yeah, I mean, I agree completely with your mom.
There you go.
Marissa Flores is just giving you emojis up the yin-yang. Hearts.
I love emojis.
Hands, and more hearts. Which you deserve that tenfold, if not more.
Mahalo eh, mahalo eh. Danza. Big up Mario Lawrence. The system was created to terrorize the poor. They don't wanna see us step through the door, but to full-time rise up and show them that they can't keep us down. No, we are black, we are strong. Keep that in mind every time you feel like you reach the end of the line. So embrace what is rightfully yours and say it is mine, oh yeah. Don't cry no more, change is on the way. See them come with them guns and ammunition to lead Jaja children astray, oh no. We gotta be wise, better think twice every time you feel a negative vibe, yeah. And put your trust in a Jaja, it no matter, yeah, your money or your color. We vote just to make our lives better, but how them explain so much youths are dead for hunger? Poverty is like a cancer. Too many are suffer while you and I get better. Mr. Politician, please hear the people plea. Don't let their tears go unnoticed. Don't be hard, let's make a start. Yes, take a stand now. Any corruption, don't cry no more. Change is on the way. See them come with them guns and ammunition to lead Jaja children astray. Oh no, we gotta be wise, better think twice every time you feel a negative vibe. Yeah. And put your trust in a Jaja, cause it don't matter, no, your money or your color. I cry every time I think about how many lives could have been spared if the government would do their jobs and stop treating our people like dogs. If only they knew their ancestors came from Africa too, maybe they would finally show some love. Don't cry no more, change is on the way. See them come with them guns and ammunition to lead Jaja children astray. Oh no, we gotta be wise, better think twice every time you feel a negative vibe, yeah. And put your trust in a Jaja, cause it don't matter your money or your color, yeah. Your money or your color, yeah. Freedom, yeah. Freedom, yeah. Freedom, yeah. Yeah, I actually wrote that song like literally 15 years ago. The relevance is still there. The work is never done. Wow. Couple more songs. Ben holding it down. It's our second time performing together. We practiced in Volunteer Park yesterday. It was a beautiful day. These adorable little Japanese ladies were sitting and enjoying birthday cake for one of their birthdays, and we sat with them and jammed for them and gave them a little private concert. It was super cute. This was the first single that really put me on the map in Hawaii, and it's a duet with one of my mentors and one of my favorite singers of all time, Mr. Fiji. So I sing both parts if the lyrics get confusing. I've been captivated ever since the first time I saw you. You were like a non-stop train on the move, taking me places I never thought I'd go to. Now I realize how much I love you. Ooh, if only I wasn't so blind, I would have you by my side. Now that we're living our separate lives, I hope that true love never passed me by. This thing of ours, so beautiful, I never needed more. Just like a flower, without touching the floor. It is what it is, my love. It is what it is, my love. Yeah, Fiji, I knew you'd always be the one to complete me. Since the day we met, it's always been so easy to love you up, yeah. You warm my heart every time you hold me in your arms. Your tender love and charm. When I look into your eyes, I recognize that our love will never die. This thing of ours, so beautiful, I never needed more. Just like a warrior, you did it all, without touching the floor. Gal, your eyes, your lips, your face, your touch, down to your hips, your legs, I love so much. If loving you is wrong, girl, I don't wanna be right. I was in the dark until you showed me the light. Never did I think that I would experience something so ridiculously beautiful. This thing of ours, so beautiful, I never needed more. Just like a flower, touching the floor. This thing of ours, so beautiful, I never needed more. Just like a warrior, you did it all without touching the floor. It is what it is, my love. It is what it is, my love. What it is, my love. It is what it is, my love.
I didn't know you can rap.
I'm gonna still go with that I can't, but thank you for that. Mahalo. Well, you know, practice. This is going to be our last song. A song called Love by Irie Love. We need more love. All the love. We need more love. Thank you guys for tuning in and supporting the causes, the cause. The journey continues. The more we come together, the more power we have as a people, as a human race. And change is constant, but we can direct the change. when we come together collectively with a like-minded purpose. So, thank you. Love is the only way we're gonna survive. In these days, in these trying days, love is the only way we're gonna survive. In these days, in these last days, no one is born with hate in their heart. It has to be taught. Just imagine a world where there's no hate, where you'll never be judged or condemned for the color of your skin, or the language that you speak, or religion you believe. Love is the only way we're gonna survive. In these days, in these trying days, oh, love is the only way we're gonna survive. In these days, you take your life for granted, the way you're running through the streets, walking around with your guns and shooting people like it's fun. Well, maybe we'll understand the day you lose a friend. This life is not a game. Didn't your mama tell you love is the only way we're gonna survive? In these days, in these trying days, oh, love is the only way we're gonna survive. In these days, I know you wanna give up. You think it's so much easier to hate than love. But in this life, you must have faith, 'cause love is the only way. Open up your heart and love like you've never been hurt, 'cause love is the only way we're gonna survive. In these days, in these trying days, love is the only way we're gonna survive. In these days, in these last days, love is the only way. 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 Yeah, we need more aloha. Yeah, we
Her name is Irie Love, and we need more love. Her name is Payge Turner. Hey, hey, Ben on the guitar. Hey, yeah. We need more love, people, and animals, and plants, and all those who are alive. Yeah, all living beings. We need more love. Mahalo.
Whoa. That was incredible. Thank you, Irie Love, and Payge Chan. I appreciate you too. And Ben back there, getting that instrumentation of the electronic guitars. That was great. Thank you all for that. My name is Oliver Stelfox, and this is Sessions in Place. And we are a socially distant concert series that's live streamed every Saturday. We are requesting that you at home, Venmo is a thing that we are raising funds. We ask that you do the minimal amount of $5, but then you can do any amount after that that you find possible. And the cool thing is that Irie Love is gonna come over here with Jonny Gold. Irie Love is going to come over here with Jonny Gold and have a... No, you got one right there. And Jonny sanitized the mic, because we believe in that. And yeah, so Venmo exists, and 100% of what is accumulated today is actually going to the George Floyd Memorial Fund and Black Lives Matter Seattle, King County. So be as generous as you can. Also, Patreon exists, and we made one called Sessions in Place, or you can look it up by Sessions in Place, and what that goes to is it funds Sessions in Place to continue making these things happen. So if you like what you see, then throw some finances every month. We have $5, $10, and $20. Choose your own adventure. Holy mackerel. The cool thing that we're asking you at home is that Instagram stories exist, and what you can do is take a picture or video of yourself, throw it on Instagram, and then tag, like right now we're about to have a conversation with Irie Love, and Johnny's gonna moderate it. And you can tag at This Is Irie Love, I-R-I-E, Love, and then at Sessions in Place as well, and put that in your Instagram stories, and then we can see how you at home are watching this. Take it like this side, and there's the camera, or the, why am I backwards? The monitor, and we can see how you are taking it. So, without further ado, yeah, watch out for that. Here is, oh wait, I'm gonna talk for just a little bit more because there's some things that need to happen. Sponsors tonight, we have R90 Lighting to thank for these tube lights that are friggin' rad, and these other two big mover lights that are also pretty cool. I love them a lot, and what they're doing is they are taking the haze and running with it. And thank you, R90, for providing such monstrosities. They're amazing. They kind of make this all look a billion, million times better. So thank you. Also, You Need a Burger has been providing us food all day, both the crew and the musicians, and I am as full as I can be. So thank you, You Need a Burger, and I'm sure that everyone here is also thankful. I mean, this person over here, Brian is probably thankful. Brian, you're probably thankful for You Need a Burger. He gives a wave. Rio came up to me and said, hey, I'm gonna go get some food. And I said, well, You Need a Burger sponsored us, so you should just go up there and ask him for some food. I think I was more demanding. I was like, just go over there and say, give me some food. But, you know, they did, so the proof is in the pudding.
What if I need a salad?
Burger. Anywho, I think we're ready now to transition to this conversation, so let's do it.
Hey, howdy, hey. We are back, y'all. And I'm here with Irie Love. That was absolutely fantastic. That was amazing.
Thank you.
And I love seeing Payge do the backup vocals for you. She's absolutely fantastic.
Love her.
Yeah, she's amazing.
Yes.
Well, thanks so much for being here and for being a part of this event. We're so excited to have you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple things that I wanted to kind of talk to you about. I wanted to bring up that besides being a very established and experienced musician, a very well-toured singer, you also spend a lot of time doing wellness coaching and yoga teaching. And I wondered, what was the kind of intersection of that and music for you? Like, is there some relationship there? Does one inform the other? What's been your experience with that?
Yeah. Growing up, I was an athlete since I was 5. I played all the things. Yes. And
by the way, I just have to say it's nice being with somebody about as tall as I am.
Actually,
I always feel like I'm looking down on
totally.
people.
Preaching to the choir. Yeah, I played sports my whole life, and when I was a senior in high school is when I really started doing music. I sang in church before that, but it was kind of like because my mom wanted me to, and it was terrifying.
It wasn't a passion necessarily.
Right. I hadn't found that passion for myself yet. But yeah, I started singing at a talent competition because I broke my leg playing basketball. And of course I was devastated. So my friends were like, you should enter this competition. And long story short, it worked out. I ended up singing.
Did you win?
I won for my school. It was like high schools, and then you go to like the championship at the big arena. And then I don't even remember if I placed. I didn't win, but there was a record producer that was one of the judges, and he approached me afterwards, and I signed my first record deal, and it snowballed from there.
Kinda spiraled, yeah.
Yeah.
So what have been some of the highlights of your career, just being on the road, and what are the favorite places you played, people you've played with? Like, what are some of the big highlights?
Probably one of my most distinct memories is in Amsterdam at the Paradiso. It is this incredible venue, and at the time, you were allowed to smoke cigarettes inside, so that was intense.
Smoky in there.
Intense. Yeah, but it's such an incredible venue. It's almost like a cathedral, I think. And yeah, I'm super stoked that I've been able to travel so much because of music. I think that's probably the greatest gift that it's given me, is being able to travel and experience different cultures and just like grow my perspective. Being from an island, you have a very limited perspective, as you would expect. I grew up in paradise, and I'm so grateful for that. But also, I think as human beings, it's really crucial for us to see the world through other eyes in order to really be a well-rounded human being. And so music gave me that gift. And music also, transcends gender and race and language and belief systems, like everything. It can bring people together in a way where, you can be listening to a song and you don't even speak the language, but it still moves you. And that's like the beautiful thing about having the gift of music, and then being able to, like you said, the intersection of the wellness. So I moved to the Pacific Northwest 3 years ago, and I just decided to take it on full time and kind of take a step back from music. And I became a spin instructor, and recently a yoga instructor, and a certified personal trainer, and just empowering and connecting with people in a different way, but still with the same intention behind it, where it's just ultimately I feel most alive when I'm making someone else feel alive.
Music can do that at an emotional level, and then yoga and wellness, that can do it at a very physical level.
Totally.
It all kind of comes together.
Exactly. So I call it empowering people through music and movement. And then when we have an experience that allows us to tap in not only to our physical bodies, but our emotional bodies and our spiritual bodies, then it's this activation that happens. And I would have moments like that just performing, but when I now have this physical element to it, and being physical myself too, and bringing that in for me, it's this like communion of healing and activation that happens whenever I'm using any of these tools and platforms. So yeah, I think ultimately I'm making some new music right now. Yes.
Exciting.
I'm so excited. And it's been like 3 or 4 years since I've created anything new, really. And so I'm super excited to kind of like marry all the things.
Is that kind of a new development? Has it been on the back burner for a while, or did it just kind of come up where like, because you said you're taking a break from music, so did it all kind of accumulate and just come out immediately, or has it been building up for a while?
Yeah, I had a personal tragedy that made me step away from music.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and so I just kind of had to like rethink everything, because like I said, I was an athlete. I thought I was going to be in the WNBA. You know, I'm 6 feet tall as a woman.
Might as well go for it.
Might as well. And it didn't work out that way, but it was such a gift because, sometimes when we get like a little nudge to pivot in our lives, we don't realize like the hidden surprises that will come into our lives if we just allow ourselves to go with the flow.
Yeah.
Yes. So being given the gift of music and then being able to circle back to being physical again and connecting with people in that way has been like transformative. So I'm really almost like not scared, because I don't really believe in fear, but like excited about
anticipation.
Yes, about what's gonna come through me this time around, because I'm so different from who I was 3 years ago.
And that's so cool to see that translated into music, into something that you get to make.
Yes, and share.
You get to almost look at yourself like
totally
from a distance.
It's like outrospective. It's a trip.
Brilliant marriage of all of it.
Yeah.
I also really wanted to play basketball when I was in high school, but as soon as somebody touches me, I fall over. So I couldn't deal with the physical aspect.
That would
of
make it difficult.
So I was like, yeah, I'm tall, but it's just not going to work out for me.
Just stand here.
Yeah.
In all my regalness.
Yeah, tall is not everything. You also got to have some, meat on your bones sometimes. Your music speaks a lot to it, and it's obviously very it's a lens that kind of a lot of your music comes through. I think is that you're from Hawaii. You were born and raised in Hawaii.
Yes.
And you, as you said, you grew up in Paradise. How has that experience, do you think, shaped your music, shaped your outlook on just life in general, and how you kind of express that through music?
Yeah, growing up in Hawaii has been one of the greatest gifts I've ever been given, for sure. Just an appreciation for indigenous culture is still very much alive there, and I think it's super beautiful. My heritage comes from so many different groups of people, and so being able to like have Hawaii as my culture as well, really growing up in like a tribal community, and like everybody's parents are your aunties and uncles, and like this level of respect for your elders, and coming together with food, and like the marriage of like music and dance, and like how that's such a huge part of just like general life. Really, I think has given me a very unique creation perspective, because I haven't really met a lot of people that have like all the different things, and I think Hawaii kind of like preserved me in a way where I was able to have like this really magical and safe experience to really develop as a child. And that's what the first song I sang tonight was about, Made in the Islands.
Such a good song, yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted, it was the last song that I actually made.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So super powerful and impactful.
Such a good kind of thesis song.
Totally. Exactly.
It seemed like the thesis to your whole set.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, like I feel like when I made it, it was almost like the end of something. But now looking back at it and using it and bringing it up again, I feel like it's the beginning. Wow. So yeah, Hawaii is definitely there's a powerful energy there. I believe that there are places on the planet that we call like the pico, which is like your belly button, like the center or the root, where you go and it's not just physical beauty. It's like some sort of like deep, spiritually active energy that's there that I carry with me, and I am so proud to represent in everything that I do. And it's a gift that I want to share with people too, because I think that we should all have access to that kind of energy, because we're all here sharing this planet together. And I think that's really like the whole purpose, right? Is to like be activated, evolve, understand, grow, and love each other. And that's like literally everything that Hawaiian culture was about, or is about. So I'm super honored kind of to like carry that with me and have that be an element in everything that I do.
Do you find that that's your North Star, whether it's music or yoga, that everything you do just kind of flows from that energy and that culture?
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. I have friends, moms who are aunties that have mentored me and guided me. And Auntie Dina Hurwitz is a huge influence in my life. And she is Native Hawaiian, and she is a kumu, a teacher. She's like a younger elder, so she's able to have like this nice little like pocket of perspective where she's able to like give me this wisdom and guidance, but at the same time like understand a younger experience.
Closer to it.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. So I'm super grateful for people like that. And I think Hawaiian culture too is like very much about mentorship. I think that's an important part of the human experience. Like as human beings, we should all be seeking someone who came before us to kind of like relate it to sports, like pass you the baton as you run and like take that next lap, you know, and that's how we will continue to evolve as a species.
No, that's a beautiful perspective. I mean, it's like you're talking about sports and music. It's like yoga, you know, you always have a coach or a teacher or an instructor. And
right.
I think that's kind of lost sometimes when it's just like living life. It's like, why wouldn't you like carry that mindset over and also have some kind of coach or, you know, somebody who's just kind of not above you but beside you and kind of leading you.
Totally.
Just when it comes to being a person. You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so many of us have or don't have parents, and or if you have parents that you don't relate to, or that, you know, we're here just to bring you to earth.
You don't necessarily fill the mentor space.
Yes, and it doesn't have to be a blood-related person. It can be any human being that you're drawn to and that you connect with. I think we all have different soul families that aren't necessarily how society would identify someone that is supposed to lead you. So it's important to also keep that open mind and just be inquisitive and like find people that are like, find your tribe.
Sounds kitschy, but it's true.
But it's true. It's true. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
Wow,
I'm so grateful for that.
Yeah, that's amazing. What kind of, all in this process, you were touring, you grew up in Hawaii, you got into music, started, you know, traveling the world. Where did it kind of land in Seattle? Like, what was the kind of the arc of that? What kind of brought you here to the Pacific Northwest?
The P&W.
Yeah, the big P&W. What brought you to the mountains?
So it's very interesting. I have so many ties to this part of the planet. My father's side of the family is native to this area from the Yakima tribe. And so I have that side of my family that's from here, like extended family that I've never really met. I know a few people. And then my mother's family had and still has homes on Whidbey Island, and my great-grandfather was in Edmonds, and so we used to come up here all the time. And I never thought I would live here, but as the pivots go in life, another pivot. I ended up, when I decided to take a break from music and I wanted to just like get off the island, I went to California, and my best friend invited me to come visit her in Portland. Went to Portland, and I took a class at Cycle Bar, and I got offered a job as I was riding. And I'm like, I don't even live here, what? And so, of course, I told my friend, shout out to Lisa Munch, I call her.
Thanks, Lisa.
Yes. And,
yeah, I ended up moving there. And I lived
You're
there.
in Portland first.
Yeah. So I lived there for a year, teaching spin, riding my bike in the snow to go teach people to ride a bike in a room. That was transformational.
A lot of biking.
Built a lot of character and a lot of leg strength. And then from there, I met this wonderful human being named Janessa, and she was going to a different cycle studio. She invited me there, and they asked me to move to Seattle. And I did. And I just have always kind of gone, like I said, gone with the flow and like see what kind of magic the world can bring to me. And it's been really great. And so now I'm here, and obviously with COVID, I'm not in a cycle studio.
Are you teaching from home at all?
So
or
I'm
you
teaching
doing-
from home. I'm doing
Cool.
yoga from home. I've done a couple performances from home. And zoom, if you will.
I will.
Okay. Think most people know exactly what that
People know
is. Yes.
I don't understand how Skype gave up their lead.
I
like,
know.
They had like a 17-year lead, and they gave
They're
it all up to
devastated
Zoom.
right now. They have to be. I hope someone from Skype is in Zoom.
So people are like, "Hey, Skype me," and then I'm like, "Okay, I'll send you the Zoom link."
Exactly.
They're a verb, and they can't even.
I know.
Yeah. Anyway,
That's
poor Skype.
unfortunate.
Sorry, Skype.
We all have our time to shine.
Exactly, and it's just
So.
your time will come, I'm sure.
It's a Zoom boom.
How has the transition been for you? Because so much of all that you do, whether it be music or wellness or yoga, so much of it, I feel like revolves around energy, right? Like
Yeah.
music, there's an energy when you're in a room with other people and you're responding to their energy.
Yeah.
You're performing and feeding off of them, and
Mhm.
then yoga, the same. Like it has so much to do with that. And how have you seen that change or shift? How's your perspective changed on it, having to do all that stuff from home?
Right.
You know, like how's that shift been?
Yeah, I definitely miss IRL in real life. Like, this is beautiful to like be around people and like
This is nice, yeah.
be like, I mean, this is.
We wish y'all could be here.
I know. Yeah, it's just, I definitely love that we have the technology to still be able to connect on some level, but there's just something about being in a space with other human beings that you cannot simulate with any other type of experience. So I'm super excited to get back in rooms with people, and you know, I was able to go down and be with my family immediately, just right at the beginning of everything. And I think that's probably been something that I've seen as the hardest part, is like families being separated for so long. It's like, it's just, I'm glad to have these tools of music and movement to be able to help people heal and transition, because I think there'll be a lot of like post-COVID trauma that we're all going to be dealing with on different levels. And so I'm grateful to have these tools and be a facilitator to be able to help people navigate that as it comes up. But yeah, this is like lighting me up. Like, I feel super activated just being in a venue.
Just having somebody right there. It's like, you're a person.
Are you real?
I'm never going to take it for granted again. never.
Totally. Right? I mean, that's probably the biggest thing. Like, thinking about how we like wait until it's the right time, or we save enough money to feel comfortable to spend that dollar on going on that trip, or having that meal, or calling that person, or going and visiting your grandma, or, you know, like, I think we've all had more than enough time to reflect on all those things.
Time to stop waiting.
Yes. Like, live your life, because you just never know.
Well, yeah, that's been a big part of this experience, is like looking back on, I'm like, why did I say no to that hangout, or to that show, or to that, you know, like, because I
Totally.
was tired or something. Like,
Right.
and now looking back on it, it feels so ridiculous that I would give up any of that human connection. But I feel like we kind of brought ourselves here. You know, it's like all
Yeah.
this technology and all the cycle of just like life goes by so fast, and so now when we're all forced to slow down,
Right.
it changes everything. And
Totally.
it makes us look back on things.
Yes. Yeah, I've just tried to take the perspective of like, what are the things that I used to say I don't have time for? And luckily I'm able to dedicate
my time to those things. You know, some of my friends are moms and have had to also become teachers, and they're also business owners, and they also like so many layers of things that they've had to deal with during this time. And so I'm like, let me honor this space by reading and educating myself and filling myself with information. And so that's kind of been what I've been doing a lot of. I just was making a list of all the books that I've finished, and I've read like 7 books already in this time, which I think I've read 7 books like over my life before
You're
that.
at 14.
Right, right. So yeah, I'm just, you know, trying to stay productive, but also like mental health is like a huge part of this, like time with yourself and your thoughts and all your feelings and like processing things that maybe you were suppressing. And so yeah, it's like lots of breathing.
Well, it is so good to hear from you. So good to have you.
Thank
you
you.
so much for sharing your music and just a little bit about your story. Follow Irie on Instagram, on social media. You can keep up with her, all of her musical escapades, new music coming soon.
Yes.
So stay on the lookout for that. Follow her on her yoga page and keep up with her that way. Go find her music everywhere you can. Thank you so much for being
Thank
with us.
you.
It's been a pleasure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm going to kick it to Oliver. Oliver, you ready to go?
No.
Okay. So many mixed signals. Ben tells me to wrap it up, and then Oliver's like, keep it going. Like, what do I do? We're done here. But yeah, so just a reminder that we still have 2 more acts to go, 2 more hours of this live stream. We had Payge Turner, we had Irie Love. It's been fantastic so far. And up next we have Rio Chanae. And then after that, we're going to have Thunderstorm Artis closing out the night. So if you're at home, share that stream, share the link, share the Facebook, share the Instagram. Get other people on board and just light up that Venmo with as much as you can. We're giving 100% of the proceeds tonight to the George Floyd Memorial Fund and Black Lives Matter King County in Seattle. They're doing amazing work to support the movement that's going on right now, to support protesters and community organizers and activists that are doing everything they can to push this movement as far as we can. It's amazing to see y'all coming up and supporting it. So please keep hitting up that Venmo. Again, 100% of those proceeds are going to those amazing organizations. So thank you so much for giving. You have anything else to tell the people, Irie?
I love you.
She loves you. Irie love you.
love.
Much love, everybody.
Yes.
And
Thank you.
I think we're going to get transitioned soon, maybe. Oliver? Thank you, Irie. Y'all get to hang out with me for a little bit. They're still getting set up behind us, so yeah. Okay, I got cut off.
Oh, hey there. It's your boy Oliver Stelfox on his birthday, and we're making things happen here. It is Sessions in Place Fest, and we are having a great time. We have some things to say and some people to thank. So let's start with the things to say. We are doing Venmo, and if you at home are thinking of how you can contribute, you can go to Venmo and type in Sessions in Place and then put forth all of the Venmo bucks that you can, because 100% of what you donate today is going to the George Floyd Memorial Fund and the Black Lives Matter of Seattle King County. All of it, 100%. So whatever you can do, give generously. And we also have a Patreon, Sessions in Place does. If you like what we are creating here and you want to help fund these things to continue them to happen, what we ask that you do is go on Patreon and then find us at Sessions in Place. And then we have 3 tiers, $5 a month, $10 a month, or $20 a month. And if you want to throw those amounts that way, that would go a long way for us. A monthly donation of those 3 is huge. And we thank you in advance. Some sponsors that we have today are R90 Lighting. All these lights that you see here, these tubes and like these crazy mover lights, all R90. So thank you guys so much. You Need a Burger, they've been giving us food all day long, and we are thankful. Also, we have to give huge thank yous to the Fremont Abbey. I think we should all just do a round of applause for the Fremont Abbey. For allowing us to do this here, and for partnering with us to do this here. It's huge, and it goes a long way because we love your space. It looks great. It sounds great, and you guys are just great to work with. So thank you so much for allowing us to do this Sessions in Place here and then what we've done before. If you at home are on Instagram and you want to take a picture or video of yourself watching this live stream today, just to showcase your perspective, put it on your Instagram stories. Tag at Rio _Chanae, which is CHANAE, and at Sessions in Place. And then put that up on your Instagram stories, and then we could see how you are watching it at home. Gives us a great perspective, and we thank you in advance. So, grab a glass of whatever's helping you cope with this time apart, and let's enjoy some Rio Chanae.
Talk to me like a lover, you gonna love me better than I do. One way or another, I'll leave the best of me tangled up in you. I ain't seen the best thing yet, but how much you wanna bet I go broke, spending my heartbeats on you. Trust myself or believe no one else anyway. And it's only human. Ooh. No, I can't breathe easy on my own. What I don't need and what I bleed for, I'll get in too close. I ain't seen the best yet, but you're more than a midnight cigarette. I'm just losing my mind. It's only human. trust myself, won't believe no one else anyway. And it's only Can I get an amen? 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 It's only myself, won't believe no one else anyway. And it's only human.
Thank you. It's really weird to not have like people to talk to.
Rio, I'm right here. We can talk.
What?
It's me, Oliver. I'm right behind you.
Someone just say my name.
Yeah, it's me, Oliver. I'm right behind you. If you need someone to talk to, I'm right here.
Hey, I can't see you at all. You're behind a big shining light and a lot of haze.
I'm angelic, I know.
Yeah, cool. Okay, I was lying. I have Oliver to talk to. Say that you love her, then tell me it's me that you need. I'll go on and play make believe. You tell the lie and I'll agree. I'll stare at my hands and forget who I am, and I'll lay you by me another drink. You're a liar, I'm a coward, but for now that don't matter. You're just two lips and two hands to me. You're just two lips and two hands to me. Go on and say it. Say you don't love her anymore. Then tell me it's me that you need. And I'll go on and play like you ain't said the same to the girl who came before me. I'll stare at my hands and forget who I am, and I'll lay you by me that don't matter. You're just two lips and two hands to me. You're just two lips and two hands to me. I'll stare at my hands and forget who I am, and I'll lay you by me with one more drink. I'm a liar, a coward, but for now that don't matter. You're just two lips and two hands to me. You're just two lips and two hands to me. You're just two lips and two hands to me.
It's so quiet in here. I'm Rio, by the way. Anybody who's watching, who just tuned in. What? See, everybody's like talking to each other, which is fine. Y'all need to. But like, I keep hearing it and being like, huh? What? What do you need? But I want to say thank you to y'all for spending your time doing this. This is really, really beautiful. And thank you to anybody who's watching. This next one is new. I've played it like once before. So, yeah.
In the garden with a gun to my head, I always make it harder than it has to be. It's always harder on me. Nothing fits just quite like you did. Nothing wrongs my senses, leaves me breathless anymore. I'm always chasing close. Don't get too close. Don't get too close to the edge. Little harder now to get out of bed. If I even sleep like you were more of me than I was, like I gave myself up. Oh, I remember when you turned the road into a jetway. I caught a flight on your high. Now I'm always just trying to take off. Close, don't get too close, don't get too close to the edge. The edge. Close, don't get too close, don't get too close to the edge. The edge. My tongue remembers your taste like the desert remembers the rain. My tongue remembers your taste like the stars leave holes in space. My tongue remembers your taste like the desert remembers the rain. My tongue remembers your taste like the stars close. Don't get too close. Don't get too close. Don't get too close. Close, don't get too close. Don't get too close to the edge.
this up here now. The leaning it's a bit much for me. It's a lie. The leaning is fine. I'm just lazy. Am I doing on time? I'm doing good on time. Awesome. I'm no good at talking to cameras. This next song's called Somebody to Love. You look like somebody I used to love. You look like somebody I used to love. You look like a heartache mistake, key to a door on that place I don't get to come anymore. Got me wishing I wasn't missing you so. You look like somebody I used to love, and I look like someone who just wasn't enough. Of course it's 4 in the morning when I'm getting lonely for you. You're just that picture perfect memory I know ain't altogether true. Oh, and God knows that I ain't trying to break my heart into a game. So I guess there's nothing left to say. Not that I'd see it anyway. You just look like somebody that I used to love. Hey, you look like somebody that I used to love. And I look like someone who just wasn't enough. You look like somebody. You look like somebody. You look like somebody that I used to love. I got two more coming up for you guys. And I guess I do have something to say about this one in that it's about living through situations much like the ones that we're going through currently, where everything is so heavy, and it feels heavy because it is heavy and it should be. And at the same time, we still have to keep living and finding ways to do that well. And sometimes living well when there's so much suffering is something that I know I can feel guilty about. But especially in honor of Black lives being something that we're fighting for so hard right now, especially to my Black, Indigenous, people of color friends. Living well is a form of resistance right now. So this one's called Let It Bleed. Is it wrong that we're dancing while the world is burning down?
let them go, and watch them come back around. I'm just a soul, too big for my bones. I'm searching for the poison of the antidote. Oh, and one of these days, you're gonna find out. You're gonna find just what you need. And one of these days, you're gonna learn how to let it just 'cause I chose it, don't mean it ain't broken. Don't mean I didn't know it all along. I'm just a soul, too big for my bones. I'm praying for mercy from that winter cold. Oh, now one of these days, you're gonna find out. You're gonna find just what you need. And one of these days, you're gonna learn how to let it I ain't trying, I ain't trying to get it right, to get it right, to get it right. I ain't trying, no, I ain't trying to get it right, to get it right, to get it right. 'Cause one of these days, you're gonna find out. You're gonna learn. One of these days, you're gonna learn how to let it. Trying to get it right. I ain't trying to get it right. All right, I have one more for y'all. And this one is actually one that I did not write, which we're not supposed to do, but don't worry, it's not like copyrighted because it's the Black National Anthem. And during this time right now, I just feel like it's so important to fill every space that I'm in with that act of revolution because that's why I do this, that's why I sing. So, yeah. If you don't know what the Black National Anthem is, it's a song called Lift Every Voice and Sing. It was written, I think, about 30 years after the Civil War. Started as a poem and then was adopted by the Black community as the Black National Anthem. So. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmony the listening skies, and it resounds as a rolling sea. Sing a song full of hope that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of hope that the present has brought us. They sing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. Thank you.
Okay. Rio, if you come over here. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you, Rio Chanae, so much. That was phenomenal. That really hit me right here. Your voice is transcendent, and it makes me go to places that I didn't know I could go to. So thank you in advance. Anywho, I just want to remind you at home. So we've raised about $500 tonight, and we're trying to get all of the monies so that we can then throw all of that money to the George Floyd Memorial Fund and the Black Lives Matter in Seattle King County. So please, 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 please donate as much as you can, give generously, and you know, we're gonna make these dreams happen. We're gonna help fund some amazing things in the future. So, and you're gonna help us do that. That's a loud noise. Anywho, huge shout out to Rio. That was a phenomenal set. I was moved. And I just want to remind y'all at home, we have a Patreon, and if you like what you're seeing here at Sessions in Place, please, please, please go to Patreon and look up Sessions in Place, and we have 3 tiers, $5, $10, and $20 that you can provide to us each month, and that will guarantee that we will continue to happen, because we've been doing this since April 11th, and this is our now 12th session in a row, every Saturday at 7 p.m. We started today at 12, and now it's 7:39 on the dot, because I looked at the time. Anywho, I want to open it up in a conversation with Jonny and Rio, so here we go.
Howdy to all the folks at home. I'm here with Rio. Thank you so much for being here and performing. That was absolutely phenomenal. It was amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for sitting down with me. And man, I just, again, can't thank you enough for your music. It was a perfect addition to tonight and what we're trying to do. So thank you so much for being here. Yeah. What is kind of, what's your North Star, I guess? What inspires this music? What inspires, it's a big question, but where, I guess kind of go back to the beginning. Tell me, like, where did your musical journey kind of start? When did you start realizing this was something that you were passionate about?
Well, I've always sang ever since I was really little. I think my mom said that I started singing when I was 3. I've always just loved to sing, and then when I was a teenager, I wanted to start a band, and my mama said I couldn't start a band, so I learned how to play the piano, and I was like, fine, I'll be my own band. And then like there was that level of just loving to sing, and I love to make noise with my mouth. and then also it's cathartic, you know, writing songs, and I guess that's the thing that started me, was loving to sing, and the thing that kept me going was the idea of solidarity. I am not so arrogant as to believe that I'm the only person that feels the things that I feel, and at the same time, feelings can be really lonely and be really isolating, and they can be really embarrassing. So a lot of the songs, if you listen to the words, they're not happy. And
I'm the same. I can't write a happy song to save my life.
Yeah. And like they're, you know, a lot of them are also about like difficult choices that I've made that have ended up hurting me, and they're things that which I could easily be ashamed of. And I hate feeling that way almost as much as I hate the idea of somebody else feeling that way. So offering solidarity through showing that messy inner humanness is kind of what's kept me singing.
Do you find that when you write a song about a difficult choice, a difficult emotion, a difficult period of your life, that it kind of takes some of the weight off of it and takes away some of that feeling of shame maybe? Or does it, you know, how does that play into writing a song about something like that?
It can. Mostly what, you know, takes away the shame is therapy. Yeah. Therapy and
Get
self-actualization.
therapy if you need some therapy.
Yeah. Being a human is hard. There's no shame in it.
No.
That's another part of being an artist and being kind of a performer and putting myself out there for lots of people at a time is I want to help erase that shame and erase stigmas, and so I'm very candid about the things that I struggle with. So, I mean, yes, a song can be cathartic for me. I usually, there's a song called Price Tag, which is the first song that I play most sets, because the chorus is It's Only Human, and it just kind of helps me get in that headspace of I'm just human. I'm just a person. I'm just doing my best.
I was talking, Irie and I were having a similar conversation. Her song at the top of her set is also kind of this thesis where she's like, everything else kind of fits under the umbrella. Do you feel like Price Tag is kind of that song for you, where this is kind of like the thesis or the theme of everything I write about, so it just kind of like pulls it all together at the top of the set?
I tend to be super existential and super in my head. Like, I live in my head 100%, and I overthink things, like, which is, you know, sometimes it's good for like self-actualization and understanding yourself, and then other times it can become very heavy and quite almost toxic. And so, like, as involved as my thoughts can get, it's very helpful to bring it back to you're just a human, you're just trying, you're just doing your best, and that's okay.
Life is hard. Life is tough.
Yeah.
Well, that's really cool to hear about your philosophy and hear kind of where those songs come from. As this historic movement has been going on, which is the reason why we're here, 100% of the proceeds tonight going to Black Lives Matter King County and the George Floyd Memorial Fund. You've been down at some of the protests in downtown Seattle. I saw you were even singing. And what has that experience been like for you? How has it intersected with, you know, the rest of your music career? And what's been your experience watching all of this happen?
Purpose. Like, you know, before the protests started happening, I had been on standby at my day job, and all the gigs that I'd had lined up got canceled, and it had been like 2.5 months of just being quarantined in my apartment by myself.
It's tough.
Super tough. And I was watching so many of my peers start wonderful things like Sessions in Place and like, you know, just keep going and have all this momentum and use up their free time, and I was very much the opposite. I just became
chilling.
I fell in a black hole. Like, I just fell super deep into a hole, and I could not get out for the life of me, and it was, yeah, it made me very disparaging, my attitude towards continuing in music. And when the marches started, you know, what happened to George Floyd was a horrible, terrible, horrible thing that should never happen to anybody. It never should have happened to him. But that has been happening to black people for hundreds upon hundreds of years. So we've been well aware of what's going on. I'm grateful to see this kind of cultural shift, and at the very least, this is what I keep telling people, at the very least, you can't ignore us now.
It's nothing new, though.
Yeah, it's absolutely nothing new for me, and I've, this has been eating away at my soul for years, and but seeing this shift and seeing so many people show up in these marches, it was rejuvenating. And then I did sing it at one of the marches that ended up right on the steps of City Hall in downtown Seattle, and it was just, it was purpose. It was everything that I was made for right there. I often kind of find it hard to not scoff at the idea of being a musician, of wanting to be a career musician, of this being the thing that I want to offer the world. But in that moment, something so silly and small seeming sometimes was so powerful to so many people, and that is all I've ever wanted.
It's amazing that you say that, because that's why Sessions in Place exists. That's why tonight exists, because we can't help it. We're musicians. That's who we are, and amplifying these voices that intersect with what's going on, helping Black artists just share what they're going through and their passion and skill for music is. It is powerful. It's powerful to hear you sing, and it's powerful to hear you close out that way, and it just adds so much to everything that's going on. Watching all this unfold, like you said, you've been going, this has been reality for you for your entire life, and obviously there's been a protest in the past, and Black Lives Matter has been around for a little bit, and there's been moments where people kind of rise up and say, no, we're not okay with this. But I guess my question is, does this time feel different to you in any substantial way?
That's a question.
It's a big question. I know.
Ugh.
Does it feel maybe not different, but I don't know. I don't know any better way to phrase that, and I know it's a big question, so feel free to unpack it as much as you want.
A lot of the answer to that question rides on your concept of hope and how you respond to it. I had a conversation with a Black friend of mine. We were FaceTiming, and he was talking about how he never thought he would see change like this in his lifetime, and how that was giving him this little golden nugget, this little egg of hope, and it was so precious to him, and he was excited, and he was nursing it, and he was holding it close, and that's so beautiful to see someone have, even the possibility of a weight being lifted can be a weight being lifted in a way. And in my personal experience, there was a good couple of weeks where that hope made me angry. I was angry. I was furious because I have seen so many allies show up, and honestly, Black people have been throwing themselves against the steel beams and the brick walls of systemic racism and slavery and oppression and the inhumane treatment that they've received worldwide, but I can only speak to my experience in America. We've been doing that for centuries, and it only seems that things change when our allies step in and our numbers swell. And so I had to come to the reckoning that I am so scared that our allies are going to stop showing up, that they're going to get bored, or they're going to get scared, or it's not going to be in vogue, or novel coronavirus, or any of the reasons and excuses that you can come up with to not put yourself in as much danger as I am in every day. And that, coupled with this notion of hope that I might actually see real systemic change happen in my lifetime, made me mad. And that's something that I had to grapple with, and something that I had to, unpack myself and, accept and at first stop fighting that part of me that was, I don't like to get angry, but accept it and honor it. And now, I really hope it does mean something. I really hope it is different this time. I really want it to change. God, I hope so. I guess that's the answer to the question, is I hope so.
That's amazing. I mean, that is what privilege is, right? Is that for Black Americans, it's never been a choice whether or not they have to deal with police brutality or violence or, their own being murdered in the street. It's never been a choice, but for people with white privilege, like it is a choice whether they want to pay attention to it or not. And so it's great that people are choosing to pay attention, but you're saying people need to keep choosing to pay attention.
Keep showing up, keep paying attention. Like, you know, you brought up white privilege, which is, it's a very good point. Like, and also, like, I'm a black woman on paper. I belong to a very marginalized group in America. I'm also a light-skinned black woman. I'm also an able-bodied light-skinned black woman. And, you know, the list kind of goes on in ways that I also have privilege. And so it's kind of about, like, not only, like, making sure that you're showing up for yourself, but also that you're looking around, you're reaching behind, you're carrying, you know, you're bringing forward those hands that don't have as much privilege as you do, and, like, making sure that you show up for them. And it's exhausting. And I get that the allies are getting tired. I get that you're tired. But
keep going, though. Those muscles grow. Like
we need you to keep showing up. And, yeah, just imagine how much more exhausted everyone who less privileged than you is. So.
Absolutely. Man, that is so important for people to hear. Like, thank you so much. Last thing I kind of wanted to talk to you a little bit about before we get on with the next act is
smooth.
I know. I'm like I can
I'm
hardly
so
pay
distracted.
attention right now. I'm like, what are words? Do you hear this, honey? That's being poured over the mic right now.
Come on.
Jeez. Okay. Last question I have for you is I wanted to talk a little bit about your poetry, because you're also a poet. You're an amazing poet, by the way. I fell into a rabbit hole of some of your poetry researching for this interview, so thank you for that. But I wanted to kind of ask, like, because obviously poetry and songwriting are similar mediums. They're lyrical, they're, you know, words. What are the big differences between them to you? Because obviously you practice both, and so what makes you look at something and say, okay, this needs to be a poem, and what makes you take an idea and say, oh, this could be a song? And where do you see that relationship? I'm all about the big questions.
Yeah, you got some big questions. Shoot.
What is the difference existentially between poetry and songwriting?
I wouldn't know. But
What's your relationship
for me
with the two
personally?
mediums?
Yeah, like I said, I've been singing since I was knee high to a coffee table. But I started doing slam or spoken word poetry when I was 25, so that was 4 years ago, and so like very, very, very new. Yeah. That being said, I did go on to like compete like nationally a lot and just kind of immerse myself in it for about 3 years. And he plays the piano better than me.
Golly.
What the disrespect!
And he pulls off, and I'll spoil something for you too, ladies and gentlemen. He sports a turtleneck very well. It's
yeah. Sorry.
You're good.
So I guess, I mean, to be completely honest, I wrote my first slam poem about being sexually assaulted. It was a way for me to cope with a horrible thing that happened to me. And it led me into this advocacy for survivors and to dismantle and expose rape culture. So I guess my spoken word poems tend to be more geared towards these big social problems. Usually always, I mean, definitely always stemming from some personal experience that I have with them. I wouldn't dare write about something like being trans or something that I have absolutely no experience with, because that would be disrespectful. But things that I have dealt with personally, and then as they translate, usually systemically, are usually the things that I tend to talk about in spoken word, and it's a little liberating in that way.
Can y'all hear this right
the
now?
Disrespect. It's too pretty.
You're distracting us, Thunderstorm. God, you're so. Oh God.
Yeah. So it's a little bit liberating, those things being spoken word poems, because I don't ever have to worry about fitting it into a clever song. And then also, like, when I started writing spoken word poetry, it was very much in a competition setting. So that was like a kind of rigid box that I was in of like how to write things for competition. And now that I've kind of taken a bit of a break from that, like, it's freeing again, and then I can just write about it, which has been awesome. And then I guess when it comes to songwriting, those tend to be the things that I hold a little bit closer to my heart, more individualist focused, still meant to inspire solidarity, but a little bit more, I don't want to say vulnerable because like they're both quite vulnerable, but a little bit more like personal. Yeah.
That's amazing to be able to kind of hold both those art forms in two hands, you know, and like they both
Sometimes you
take.
put your hands together.
Sometimes. I love that, and I mean, you're very talented at both of them.
Thank you so
yeah,
much. I
definitely enjoyed having you. Oliver, are you ready to move on? Ollie. He always ignores me. Ollie, you ready to get going? Okay, just hang out. Yeah, that's fine. Well, thank you so much, Rio, for
Thank you
being
for having
here.
me.
Absolutely,
This was beautiful. This was amazing.
it was wonderful talking to you, and amazing to get to hear you. It was fantastic. Couldn't be more grateful that you're here tonight. So thank you again.
Thank you. Yeah.
And to everybody watching at home, we are finally on the home stretch. Thunderstorm Artis is going to close out the night. Please give to the Venmo. Please tell your friends what's going on here. It is going to be an amazing, amazing hour. You're not going to want to miss it. As you just heard, me and Rio getting distracted by some beautiful vocals and guitar and piano. So please don't miss out on this. Sessions in place. I'll give it to you, Oliver.
Hey, it's me. Okay, we can hear me. So, thank y'all for staying with us. It's been an amazing day of amazing music. Man, let's count it. Let's count it. What do we have? We had it open with martial law. Then we went to Tobias The Owl. Then we went to Lyle. Then we went to Jonny Gold. And then we went to Payge Turner, how could I forget? Irie Love, Rio Chanae, and we're about to close the night with a very amazing voice. And gives me chills already talking about it. I mean, every single musician today has given me chills, and I just know that it's going to be increased with this one. And so what I want to remind you at home is that we have a Venmo set up, and it's just if you go to Sessions in Place in Venmo and donate as much money as you can to it, and what we can do with that, or what we will do, is 100% of it is going to the George Floyd Memorial Fund and the Black Lives Matter in Seattle King County. So please give, and give generously. We also have a Patreon that if you like what we're doing here at Sessions in Place, we would highly be thankful if you were to go onto patreon.com and look us up, Sessions in Place, and then then we have 3 different tiers, $5, $10, and $20 that you could give each month. And that just really gets us going and keeps us going, rather. So we thank you in advance. The other thing to mention is that if you're on Instagram right now and you want to do some Instagram story times, because why not, if you were to take a picture or a video of yourself and then post it onto Instagram stories and then tag Thunderstorm Artis, exactly how you think it's spelled, except it's Artis, just how you spell artist, but minus the last T. And then Sessions in Place, put that on your Instagram story so that we here can see how you at home are watching this. Gives us a really cool perspective, and we are extremely thankful for that. And some of our sponsors today have been R90 Lighting, providing these lights. They're amazing. You Need a Burger has been giving us food all day long, and we're eternally grateful, and obviously utilization of this space here at Fremont Abbey. We have a huge thank you to Fremont Abbey for that. So, with all that being said, grab a glass of whatever's helping you cope with this time apart, and let's enjoy some Thunderstorm Artis together.
All my bags are packed, I've gotta go. Find myself on some fallback road, but I know you won't be missing me when I'm gone, when I'm gone. I wanna lose myself on the mountain range, nothing to quench my thirst but the pouring rain. But I know you won't be missing me when I'm gone, when I'm gone. And oh, so don't I, and oh, so don't no, Sedona, no, Sedona, coming home, coming home, home to you. Mother bows her head to pray at night. Lord, she's praying she can make it right. And oh, she hates it when I fight on my own, on my own. And oh, Sedona, no, Sedona, no, Sedona, no, Sedona, coming home, coming home, home to you. Thank you guys, man. Man, I had the honor of performing that song on The Voice, and it was a really cool pleasure to be able to bring an original song. But I'm going to play a bunch of original songs for you guys today, and hope you guys enjoy it. This next one is a new one. It's called California. It goes like this. Oh, California, home to the young, land of the angels beneath the bright red sun. They were born to run. The motherless child with the world in his hands is searching for freedom within his man-made place. Beneath the bright red sun, beneath the bright red sun. Saying, please just let me, please just let me be. Please just let me, please just let me be. But I've been waiting to be free.
Strangers gather, search for a dream. So love is the answer, and it's all you will need. Beneath the bright red sun, beneath the bright red sun. But they're holding their idols like the gods of the sun. Following the movements, not believing what they've done. Beneath the bright red sun, beneath the bright red sun. But please just let me, please just let me be. I've been waiting to be free. Oh, California, home to the young, land of the angels beneath the bright red sun. Never born to run, never born to run, never born to run. Oh, man. I'm gonna throw a bunch of new ones at you guys, man. Anyone who's watching, who has followed my career. This here's a song I wrote. It's called Color Me in Gold, and it goes like this. Color me in gold and watch me run along these fields you made for me. Now we'll dance with my crazy heart, bringing light to the world that once was dark. Oh, and will you still wait for me after all you sing? Won't you let me know? Will you still tell me, dear, if this is what you want? Won't you let me know? 'Cause we'll tell stories of what we found. We found love out here on solid ground. Oh, this someday I'll hold your hand. You would be my wife, I'll be your man. Oh, and will you still wait for me after all you sing? Won't you let me know? And will you still tell me, dear, if this is what you want? Won't you let me know? 'Cause you're everything I want, you're everything I need, oh. You're the light inside the dark, the fire in my heart, oh. You're everything I want, you're everything I need, oh. You're the light inside the dark, the fire in my heart, oh. So color me in gold and watch me run along these fields you made for me. Oh, guitar, the fire in my heart. Oh, you're everything I want, you're everything I need. Oh, you're the light inside the dark, the fire in my heart. Oh.
Man, I hate to break up this beautiful amount of music that you are creating here. This is Oliver over here. And man, I am really appreciating all of the musicians and especially you, Thunderstorm. This is amazing. I also want to say that together with all of the Venmos that we have done today, we are nearing $600 altogether. We really, really wish that we could get close to that 700 mark. But, you know, even if we go over that, that would be incredible because 100% of these donations are going to the George Floyd Memorial Fund and the Black Lives Matter of Seattle. So please, 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 everyone watching, if you just donate at least $2, we would reach that. So, you know, you could donate even more than that. So the world is your oyster, and let's crack it.
Yeah, you heard the man. Let's do this, man. Let's bring some cool change to the world.
Oh, take me down, back into that river town where we would play on solid ground when we were young. 'Cause you and I, we were like two dragonflies flying through the summer sky when we were young. But I've been here 1,000 times with you just on my mind. But oh, just tell it like it is, oh, tell it like it is, 'cause I don't wanna go and keep leaving you alone. If it's not what you want, then just tell it like it is, oh, tell it like it is, oh, 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 just tell it like it is, oh, tell it like it is, oh, I've been my way, set alone and I would pray, watch the world is faded song. I think about when I was young. Won't you carry on? I'm tired chasing satin songs. I thought that maybe you were one. Should help me just to carry on. Oh, take me down, back into the river town. We would play on solid ground when we were young. Oh, 'cause I've been here 1,000 times with you just on my mind. Please just tell it like it is, oh, tell it like it is, oh, 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 oh. Oh, just tell it like it is, oh, tell it like it is, oh.
We'll change it up just a little bit. This song's called Just Like an Angel. Hope you enjoy it. Oh, tell me now, what
what to do and what to say. Looking out, the liberal lives of what I face. Scared to find reason deep inside that I can call my own. And people say the grass is greener on the other side, but I know the world will surely feed you lies. Just to get what the one deep inside your heart and mind. And then inside the night I sit alone looking out upon a summer sky. And I'm a cold and talking little room singing out a simple lullaby. Won't you take my hand, help me understand what did it go, what did it say? Cause life is not a game that I played and not a simple song that I sing alone. Not a simple song that I sing alone. Oh, and mama says, son, won't you stop and take it slow? She say, there's so much life that you have yet to know. And you don't have to go chasing after stars, leaving your heart is covered in scars. She say, life is not a game that you played alone. And just like an angel out of heaven, I keep a searching for where to get back home. She's just like an angel out of heaven, I keep a searching for where to get back home. Get back home again, my dear. Oh. To get back home again. Oh, no. Yes, so constantly I settle on and cast the blame. I'm looking back upon this world that I would wish would change. But if we never find hope, then we never find truth. Looking back upon the things that I was blinded in my youth, but can I really stop it? Taking it up and just taking it down, taking the feeling and turn it around, but taking the love and spread it around upon the solid ground. Cause life is really more than that. It's more than what I had. That's why I sit alone inside and not just singing out a lullaby. Cause mama told me the sun is not the game to play. He said just looking back, we're chasing after yesterday. But if the day fades, but we wonder where to go. But can we look at it back upon this life and wish we could show? But can you tell me now what to do and say? Cause I've been reaching out, living life of faith. But well, take me by my hand and show me now where I'm really supposed to turn. Cause just like an angel felt out from heaven, I kept on searching for where to get back home. Thank you. Oh man, I thought I'd switch it up on y'all for a little bit. I believe in the better days to come, waking up to the morning sun, on a boat in a deep blue sea, searching for treasures that all men see. But when my time comes around, Lord, I'll be ready, both feet on the ground. Oh, well. Mama knows she didn't raise her no fool. I've done my best like she knew I would. But lately I've been so misunderstood. So call me crazy, said I'm no good. But when my time comes around, Lord, I'll be ready, both feet on the ground. Oh, when my time comes around, Lord, I'll be ready, both feet on the ground. No, Mother,
not your fault but mine. I'm sorry if I ain't wasted time. Won't you lead me where it all begins? Please take me by my hand again. Please show me what it all begins. Won't you lead me where it all begins? And I said, oh, when my time comes around, Lord, I'll be ready, both feet on the ground. Oh, when my time comes around, Lord, I'll be ready, both feet on the ground. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Thank you guys, man. Thank you, thank you.
So incredible, and the people rejoiced.
Man.
So a little announcement here: the $700 that we said that we were wishing for, we have officially raised $760 altogether. Keep it coming. Thank you guys so much. Also to mention, we have a couple of Patreon subscribers. Sugar Will 42, shout out to you. Also Michael Kugler, you guys are tight. Thank you so much. Keep up those donations via Sessions in Place on Venmo. We thank you so much. Those go to George Floyd Memorial Fund and Black Lives Matter in Seattle. 100% of that. So thank you so much.
Fill me with liquor, fill me with smoke. I'm a tired man out on the road. I lost my house, lost my home. Now I'm all alone, out on the road. Am I a joker, am I a thief? Give what you love for out of reach. I'm breaking laws and breaking free from these old chains that binded me. From these old chains that binded me. Singing, please just wait. It won't be long, you'll see till all these olden walls come crashing down. Please just wait and see. Open your eyes and what you see. Is it a dream or a fantasy? You lost yourself in the rising sea. Had it all alone, had it on the road. There ain't no use in running away. There ain't no use in running on your own. There ain't no use in saying the same if all it's done is left you all alone. Sit all alone, alone. Fill me with liquor, fill me with smoke. I'm a tired man, but on the road. I lost my house, I lost my home. Now I'm all alone, out on the road, singing, please just wait.
Please just wait and see. Please just wait for me.
I got a couple more songs for you guys, man, and I'm stoked you guys are enjoying it. Once again, my name is Thunderstorm Artis, and for those of you who don't know me, I was born and raised in Hawaii. It's a cool town called Haleiwa, and not so long ago I had the opportunity of being on The Voice, but before that I was touring around and traveling, and I'm looking forward to getting into that with you guys and just talking about my life and whatnot. But this is a song I actually wrote in Seattle last year. It has absolutely nothing to do about Seattle, but I wrote it here. It's called All Is Fair in Love and War. She put my heart to the soul. Said she didn't want me no more. I've gotta find a place now, a place I can hide away. She said, dry your eyes, don't you cry. All is fair in love and war. Put my case to the Lord, 'cause he's the only one who's ever really known me anyway. Don't you know I tried my best? You gave a lace and you took my heart. You took it from my chest and you stole my dreams, my fantasies, and toss it like a song to the agency. I watch it as it sink and watch it sink alone. Singing, all is fair in love and war. All is fair in love and war. All is fair in love and war. Now I walk these streets of cobblestones, singing songs of the open sky. As the birds sang the lullaby to the music made as the strangers pass me by. Don't you know that I tried my best? You gave a lace, you took my faith, you put it to the test, and you stole my dreams, my fantasies, and toss it like a stone to the agency. And watch me as I sink and watch it sink alone. Saying all is fair in love and war. All is fair in love and war. At least that's what she told me anyway. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Well, I got time for one more song for you guys, man, and I'm gonna switch over to the piano for that. So I'm stoked you guys have been enjoying it so far. Stoked you met that 700 mark, and keep giving. If you have anything in your heart that feels like you should give, then probably should follow that. And it's definitely some people in the world that's gonna really appreciate that.
Davy, you sit there with your head in your hands, searching for a dream in your make-believe plans. You buried your heart and your soul in the sand, some faraway land you wish you could find. But David, you've gone and you left it behind. David, you stand with your hands on the sky, wishing you find a reason to stay. You watch as the world is fading away. You wonder if life will pass you along and leave you alone. You've been holding, you've been holding, you've been holding on. You've been holding, you've been holding, you've been holding on. Oh, you've been holding, you've been holding, you've been holding on. You've been holding, you've been holding, you've been holding on. You've been holding, you've been holding, you've been holding Davy, sit there with your head in your hands, searching for a dream in your make-believe plans. You buried your heart and your soul in the sand, some faraway land you wish you could find. But David, you've gone and you left it behind. But David, you've gone, you left it behind. Thank you. Well, thank you all so much for tuning in tonight, man, and super stoked you guys have enjoyed it. I mean, all the many artists who came before, and we're stoked to come together for such a great cause and just spread some love and aloha. So, have a great evening.
God damn it. This is so fucking great. Thunderstorm, you are amazing. You're right here. I'm pointing at you, giving you a thumbs up. That was beautiful. Thank you so much for that. You at home, let me gather myself. You at home, if you can go onto Venmo and continue to throw those donations out our way at Sessions in Place. And, you know, we have raised almost $760, I believe, is the last that I looked. And, you know, 100% of what you're giving is going to the George Floyd Memorial Fund, and it's going to the Black Lives Matter in Seattle King County Fund. So please, please, please give as much as you can. We are so very thankful for your generous donations, especially to the ones that have, not especially, but also to the people that have done, that have logged into Patreon and signed up with us this day. I appreciate you so much because you are helping us continue to make stuff like this happen. It's great. So thank you for helping us with this, because we want to do this for as long as we can. And because we can't have live music, this is really the only way that we can have live music. And we want to do this, and do this. We are Sessions in Place. We are every Saturday at 7 p.m. So I'm going to toss it over to Jonny and Thunderstorm to have a little conversation.
Howdy, everybody, and thank you for making it this far. This is the final stretch. Thunderstorm closed it out. Man, that was absolutely fantastic.
Thank you, Jonny.
That was amazing. And you play piano and guitar, and you sing like butter. So what more could we ask for? Thank you so much for that performance. It was so great.
You're so welcome, Jonny. Man.
Yeah.
It's such a pleasure to be here and to be able to just share some of my music here. And it's cool. I love the fact that you guys are doing all original music. So I think it really just allows for an artist's heart to really be shown. And I think that's amazing.
I think that's where artists kind of connect the most with audiences, is stuff that's come from them and their experiences. So covers are great, but it's cool to have a space that's just originals, you know. Yeah.
Amen.
Speaking of you and your music, you were doing a lot of touring post-COVID. I was like researching on your Instagram, and I was like, man, he's touring a lot. Like, you were all over the place. So what was your experience once COVID hit and live shows were done, and you were so used to being on the road? How was that transition for you? What kind of adjustments did you have to make? How was just transitioning through that?
Yeah, man. So it was a trip. I mean, for the last 7 years, I think I can just remember probably like 6 to 7 months out of the year, I'm like on the road. And even when I'm home, I'm playing shows almost like every week, and then also singing for my church. And so I'm so used to just being on the go and not really sitting still. And not to mention, in the middle of all of this COVID happening, I got married.
Congratulations, by the way.
But it was like really cool because, you know, I'm telling my wife, hey, I got you, you know, like shows is my thing. I'll be bringing in all the income. You got nothing to worry about. The voice just happened, and now I'm about to jump back on the road. But COVID kind of just put everything on the standstill. But at the same time, it's been a really blessing because I've been so used to going so much. You know, and like my tours weren't like super finance tours. It was like me buying one-way flights to somewhere and playing shows, making the money to buy a next flight. Or one tour, I did the whole thing by Greyhound. It was like the most insane thing, playing to midnight, getting up at 6 a.m. in the morning to catch a Greyhound and going. And I just believed in my music so much that I was like, I want to give every bit of who I am. So this season of COVID has definitely had its share of challenges. But at the same time, I think within it we can find a little bit of blessings. And the blessing in that is that we've been able to spend so much quality time in my wife. But then now it's getting to the point where like, all right, sweet, watching that bank account trickle down, and we're like, hey, getting real. And so it's like, okay, sweet, I need to get out there. I miss playing music. I miss, like, the last song I did. I mean, I wrote that just a couple days ago, and I've just been trying to write a lot and just get in the studio and start recording. But it's been a trip, like, not to be able to perform in front of people.
It's definitely hard to not have that outlet that you're so used to having. Creatively, like you just said, you wrote that song in COVID. This time of just having to slow down and kind of look at music a little bit differently since you can't play live so much. How has it affected and impacted you creatively? Have you seen a big bump in your creativity? Has it changed your just your process in songwriting at all? Like what's it done to that experience?
Well, since I'm a man of true honesty, I mean, after most of you guys watched me on The Voice, so after that, I was pretty like beat. I mean, I couldn't. My wife was like, "Hey, let's just play music together," because she sings, and we were trying to do stuff. And some days I was just like gassed out, like I didn't want to pick up my guitar unless I absolutely had to. And so it was like that for a couple weeks. But within this last week and a half, I've kind of have a spike in creativity since starting the project of my new album. I was just like had all these ideas running, and it's been really good since I don't have a lot of things on my calendar and a lot of excuses why I can't write. I'm doing it, but I'm learning the balance, you know, my writing time, my Call of Duty time, and then
that's important too.
It's important, but I'm learning that does not come before your wife. So that's been an important lesson.
It's got to be wife first. Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Wife first, then Call of Duty at midnight, and then.
Congratulations, by the way, on The Voice.
Thank you.
So many people have been so blown away, and I mean, it's no secret why. Like, you are fantastic. So how was that experience going from being kind of an independent musician, you know, taking Greyhounds, to being in this completely different setting where it's a studio and it's, you know, lights, and they're pretty well financed. So what was that experience like?
It was so surreal, I mean, to say the least. I mean, just getting the opportunity to be on The Voice, like, I wasn't thinking that was something I was ever going to do. I got contacted by The Voice last year in the middle of my tour. And so they asked me to come through and do something, and I didn't think much of it. I was like, I'm from Haleiwa, Hawaii. I'm a small town artist. Like, I've been working at this for years. I was like, maybe I'll get one chair turn in the blind or something like that. And
4 chairs.
4 chairs, but the experience of the whole thing, I mean, it was really amazing to see. I mean, it gave a lot of validation, but it also pushed me a lot. And that was the whole motivation of doing the show, because I wanted to grow. I think it's important to push your boundaries, and The Voice did that for me. And it was surreal and crazy to see how much of the world really enjoyed what I had and could see what I was trying to put out, like just a realness, my heart, my soul. I'm trying to bear that on my sleeves with my music, and I was happy that they were able to see that through cover songs that I was doing, and it was such an amazing experience. It was a bummer that the last bit of it had to be done during COVID and quarantine, but other than that, it was truly a blessing.
That's amazing. Yeah, it's such a cool opportunity to get to expose people to your music and your heart as an artist. So I think it's fantastic that now you're gaining an audience from that. Like, couldn't be cooler. When you kind of talk about what you learned from The Voice, if I know it's a huge experience and it's hard to boil it down, but if there's one big thing that you kind of took away from it that's impacted you heavily as an artist, what do you think that would be? Like, what did The Voice teach you or show you or grow in you that you're going to take with you forever?
Man, I would say confidence. Confidence is so important. I mean, I've played so many shows in my life, but never one where you had people criticizing you. I mean, like every note, because each song is about 2 minutes. And so every second of that 2 minutes, there's someone criticizing every note and decision you make. So if you go out there and you're doubting, that's going to come through. And so I learned to have confidence and believe in myself a little bit more. But I also learned to push my voice out of my comfort zone. I mean, if you watch the show, I lost my knockout round. And the reason they said was I didn't take enough risk as an artist. And so that was really cool because, that's not a thing you want to hear. But I love criticism. That's the way my dad raised me. So he's like, hey, you know what? When you hear stuff like that, then you go and you work at it. And so it's been just motivating me to push my boundaries, try things I never tried. And it was just amazing. And the fact that there's so many talented people in the world. And just hang out with people, meet people, write with people. And but yeah, The Voice was an amazing experience, and I would highly recommend it to a lot of people.
Wow, that's really cool to hear. Man, yeah, you did fantastic, and I'm so excited to see what you do next. So I guess, like, what is next? Like you said, you got an album in the works. Is it?
Yeah.
What's the timeline? You got anything planned?
Ooh, so I had the first day in the studio 3 days ago, actually, and I'll be going in for about 2 weeks, mid-July. And so going in there 2 weeks, bringing in some other artists and some friends of mine to kind of build out the sound a little bit more. But I'm hoping like mid or late fall, but we'll see. But just like a good soup. You can't rush it, and so I'm
Gotta
gonna
keep
try to
that
get it.
stew on the stove.
Gotta
Yeah.
keep it on the stove. So I'm gonna try to get it out by the end of fall, but we'll see.
Well, it's exciting stuff. Thank you so much for being here, Thunderstorm. It was the perfect way to end the night. You were fantastic. It's been a pleasure talking to you and getting to have you here.
Dude, it's been a pleasure, Johnny. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much to everybody for watching. I'm going to kick it back to Oliver, and we can close this thing out. Please give to the Venmo, follow on Facebook, Instagram, all that stuff. We can't find Oliver? Oh, my God. He's napping.
That's a twist.
That's a twist.
Yeah, you can't find Oliver. It's
when you're doing 8-hour live streams, it happens. Stretch. Okay, we'll stretch. What you live in Portland right now, right?
Yes, Beaverton.
But you
Oregon.
grew up in Hawaii, right?
Correct.
So what brought you to the Pacific Northwest?
So my oldest brother, he lives in Beaverton, also who I toured with for years. So I started touring as a solo artist only within the last 2 years. But before that, I toured with my older brother, like all over the U.S. We went to Germany together, Canada, and different things. And so he moved over to Beaverton with his wife and his 3 daughters. And so I had moved over to Hendersonville last year, but I decided to move here just to be closer to him and family. And then it's easier to travel from here than from Hawaii. Like, you can drive rather than
Flights are a little expensive from Hawaii.
Yeah, and when you're working on that independent artist budget, things get a little slim. So
yeah, definitely.
It brought me to Portland because I actually went to the Sisters Folk Festival last year.
Hey, yeah.
I performed at it for my first time and just met so many genuine, cool artists that I fell in love with just the artists down here. I mean, there's so many talented people. And so, yeah, came out here to check it out.
Cool. Well, it's good to have you in the PNW. We got him. So again, thank you so much. You can check out Thunderstorm Artis on Instagram, on social media. Keep up with him there because he is going to be releasing music very soon, and you're going to want to definitely hear that and be a part of what he has to offer as an artist. So thank you so much for being here. Oliver,
pleasure.
We'll kick it over to you.
Hey, it's me again. I'm Oliver. And just wow. Like, wow. Like, look at the things that we did today. Look at all the musicians that have performed today. Let's name them all together. Martial Law, Tobias The Owl. I'm just going to do it by myself, apparently. Tobias The Owl, Lyle. We had Jonny Gold, of course. We had Payge Turner. We had Irie Love. We had Rio Chanae. We had Thunderstorm Artis. Man, it was like a fucking all-star lineup. And I am so glad. Like, this, if anything, this was a little birthday present to myself, because it fucking was. Like, this is exactly what I would want to do on my birthday. And it is what we did on my birthday. So thank you guys so much for sticking around with us. We appreciate your viewership. We appreciate your financial contributions. You know, you can still donate financially. Thunderstorm, I put your stuff back downstairs, by the way. Your microphone as well. You can continue throwing money at us via Venmo on Sessions in Place. Just go to Venmo, search the people, find Sessions in Place, donate as much money as you can, because 100% of the donations that we have gathered today are going to Black Lives Matter, Seattle-King County, and then also the George Floyd Memorial Fund. And we have raised about $760 the last time I checked. I hope that when I go to my phone again, it's even more than that. If anyone wants to go grab my phone from my area and put it in my hand right now, that would be pretty cool, because then I could check it and see if anyone is donating right now. I'm just gonna leave my hand right here and hope something happens. Hey, look at that, just magical Ben Strickland. Let's look, let's take a look. So, yeah, it's 760 so far. But you know, you can still donate, even when the stream is done. But we just ask that you grab to the very depths of your pockets and donate as generously as you can. We also have a Patreon, and we would be eternally grateful if you at home were to donate $5, $10, or $20 a month to our Patreon, which is, you could just find it by typing in Sessions in Place. And what that goes to is really helping this thing that is Sessions in Place continue to happen. We have been doing it since April 11th, every Saturday at 7 p.m. Today was the 12th one consecutively, and it was the biggest and best in the Pacific Northwest. Man, oh man, it was amazing, and if you don't think so, you're crazy. There's a lot of people that went into making this happen, and they deserve not only the amount of thankfulness that I have in my heart, but also to be verbally said, because, I mean, they're doing this for free. We are all doing this for free because we believe that live music should continue to happen, and live streaming is the only way for that to continue happening, because music is essential, and we firmly believe that. So, Sessions in Place is produced by Austin Glass, Ben Strickland, and myself, Oliver Stelfox. And today it was tech directed by, I don't know, like 3 or 4 different people. Richard McLean, Josh Arnold, or Jarnold. Oh, that's it. That's it. And then for camera operators, we had Brian Wilkerson, we had Ben Strickland, we had Brent James Driscoll, we had Luke Hildreth. I said that name correctly. A new person today, so thank you, Luke. Appreciate you. Were there any other? Oh yeah, Austin Glass. I'm sorry. there's only so much that I can keep in this thing in my brain. You gotta give me a little bit of grace, you know? Anywho, we got some amazing equipment here, and it's just freaking great. So we have this jib that we're currently on. Brent James Driscoll was on a Steadicam, and the ones that were subbing out a lot was this slider thing right here. And it just creates this fluidity of movement, this very cinematic approach of live stream that it's unique, and it's exactly what I love about this. Because you at home as a viewer, or let's just go back in the time that we could have a live concert. It's very much like, you know, what I see a lot is live streams is just like, hey, I'm at a concert, I'm standing in one place and taking in this, right? But what we do is we have a unique approach. We have all of these cameras that are on crazy contraptions that give you the intimacy of like being able to be right there with the musician, providing some angles that even if you were going back in time, going to a live show, you wouldn't get these angles, you wouldn't get this approach. But we are providing it because we, like I said, believe that music is essential, and we want to continue creating a platform for live music to continue to exist. So with that being said, I did the audio, and some of the assisting hands were some of the people that were actually doing the camera work over here on the slider. We have Brian Wilkerson and Luke Hildreth once again. Graphic design done by Tandem Media originally, but Ben Strickland over here was the one who actually created the graphic for tonight. And man, oh man, did he go above and beyond. It was, when he first sent it, well actually, last Sunday, when he was initially creating it, I was just like, yes, yes, and more yes. And I hope that you thought the same, because it's a psychedelic great experience. Man, oh man. Whew. Anywho, I believe that Kevin McCoy had some help in the chat moderation, quality control, and actually he does own some of the lights that we use here at Sessions in Place. So thank you for allowing us to continue to use those things, Kevin. You're amazing. This was, like I said multiple times today, this was shot on location at Fremont Abbey, and they have been extremely generous to allow us to use this space for free, because they also believe that hashtag music is essential. And because we also are doing all the things of 6 feet apart, and I almost said a fart, 6 feet apart, wearing these face masks, and you know, really doing all that we can to make the spread of virus not be a thing. Having these sanitation wipes on all the microphones that we're using, so go that. The additional music that we have, the drone music, is done by Tiffany Costello, and speaking of Tiffany Costello, she has given us the access of Hotel Sorrento on July 4th, and we're gonna be on the balcony of the penthouse, and we're gonna have a super surprise guest. I say super surprise because I haven't found out yet, honestly. This kind of took over, you know, as a 9-hour session you would assume would be. So, you know, what I want is someone that's like a little bit 120 BPM, a little more energetic, maybe electronic, singer, all that. And, you know, I can't find anyone. It's so sad. So if anyone at home can help me, because it's a tough time for me. But, you know, this is gonna happen. It's gonna happen. You know, we have a platform and we're gonna use it, and it's a beautiful, like, we're gonna have the Seattle skyline in golden hour on the 4th of July. So we have all of that, we just need the artist. So easy. Hey, it's that was great because there was actually a lot of great singers singing that, and it was like harmonies all up in like the stereophonic vision of my own. So thank you all for that. That was a delight. And thank you, Derek Zonto, for this beer. Elysian, Dragon's Tooth Stout. More bang for your, but I don't know what they would say for this motto. But anyways, I'm gonna stop talking because it's my birthday, as you may have guessed. And we have had a great night here. And I hope that the rest of your night is at least half, maybe a quarter of good as tonight was. So I'm gonna put this down and wave you out. Have a good night. Bye, everybody!